might be the best way to do it.
So you can't serve it. You have to come in and do your mandatory stop, and then you drive to the penalty box and then serve the penalty in the penalty box.
And does that mean then you can get quite creative with the way you serve that? Because it's 1 minute 30 pit in to pit out with then an extra 30-second penalty on top. So say if you know it takes you, for example, 30 seconds from pit in to pit out, you would stay stationary for a minute and then set off again. In this case, you've got then that extra carnival time of slowing down and setting off once more. Yeah, you've got to take that into your calculations as well.
Be as creative as you want. Yeah, that's usually why we see a lot of people where they do have this winner's penalty, which does stay with them for the rest of the year as well. So Adam Byrne will be on an extra 30 seconds for the whole of 2025. And if he wins again, he gets another 30 seconds. But usually what we see is that the cars that are going to serve those penalties usually make sure that their team is right near the penalty box. So literally they serve the penalty, drive forward a few feet to the team, then serve their pit stop or vice versa. You don't want to do it one team at one end of the pit lane, penalty box at the other.
Yeah, it just means you've got to leave work slightly earlier on Friday to make sure you get a good garage by the time you get to the circuit. Josh Files with lights ablaze. Josh knows what he's doing by the wheel of front-wheel drive machinery, but he's trying to get in ahead of Danny Cassar, and that's a tricky job.
I chatted to Josh earlier on because he was here last weekend. He was here because TCR UK was racing here. Josh was acting as driver coach for some of that, and he was also been testing here at Donington Park. He says 4 weekends on the trot he's been at Donington Park with a mixture of testing and racing and testing and racing. So he said, yeah, he's ready for a break next weekend.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine indeed, but he certainly knows how to pedal that Civic Type R.
Well, his father used to race with us in a Triumph TR5, I think, some years ago. Yeah, Keith's his father, isn't it? We're talking probably 15, 20 years ago when Keith was racing classic sports car clubs in the 60s, yeah.
Wow, so, racing well and truly in the blood. The safety car lights are off, and it will peel its way in towards the pit lane. It's going to be Danny Cassar on the inside, Andrew Windmill on the outside by the time they arrive at Redgate. Then we'll be able to get the 40-minute Cohort Sport Tin Tops and Puma Cup race underway. Hyundai Ioniq 3 safety car peels its way left. Then it's all eyes onto the lights. Will it be Danny Cassar or Andrew Windmill that arrives at Redgate first? The red lights are on. Danny Cassar on the inside. Lights go out. And it's a good start from Danny Cassar, but the second phase of the start didn't quite go his way. Andrew Windmill roars his way around the outside. Can he hold it? By the time we arrive at Redgate, still side by side. Josh Files has somewhat secured second place, but Andrew Windmill gets the better power delivery out of Redgate corner, and into the lead of the race goes Andrew Windmill. Danny Cassar down into second place. Josh Files manages to hold on to third place. Then who's that? Jumps up the order. Alfie Jones, I think, has picked up a place on the opening couple of corners as well.
He has, yeah. Gary Barlow is there in fifth position, and sixth at the moment looks as though it's Stephen Reynolds, who is just sneaking through and ahead of the car of Colin Simpson, who's dropped down from fourth to sixth place. But we've got Steve Simpson to take over that car later on. Josh Files is really feeling the pinch, isn't he, from the Dayglow orange car of Alfie Jones, who is now looking to go around the outside of him at McLean's. That's not going to work, so he tucks back behind. Civic from Integra, all busy squabbling away for what is third position, then a gap back to fourth, which would be Stephen Reynolds, and then Richard Bethel, at the wheel of the first of the Clios, has made it through and ahead of the Peugeot now. So Colin Simpson has lost a further place and has dropped from fourth, I think, to, what's that, seventh now at the end of this opening lap.
Colin Simpson's not had the best of luck on the opening lap. Josh Files late on the brakes, back up the inside of Alfie Jones. So Alfie Jones starting to apply yet further pressure, but doesn't get the best run coming out of the front of the S's. That could leave him vulnerable to Gary Barlow on the brakes in towards the Melbourne lead. Danny Cassar really starting to apply the pressure onto Andrew Windmill. So late on the brakes by Gary Barlow. He dives his way up the inside of Alfie Jones and up into fourth place. Danny Cassar now switches back through and past Andrew Windmill on the brakes. The position is confirmed. Back into the lead of the race. Josh Files is in that weird gap in between. Alfie Jones late on the brakes. Back up the inside of Gary Barlow. These top five have just changed places 4 or 5 times in the space of a corner.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? So it's Danny Cassar that leads from Andrew Windmill. Is Windmill going to have another nibble? He's thinking about it heading in towards Redgate, but can't complete the job. Josh Files, Alfie Jones, Gary Barlow. And now we've got another couple of cars just fighting further back, as Stephen Reynolds at the wheel of the largely silver Civic is now being attacked by Richard Bethel's Renault Clio. And I think Richard Bethel will make it through. Yes, he has. He's gone up kind of a 318 now into fifth position. And Stephen Reynolds in the number 46 Civic drops down into sixth place. There were always going to be good squabbles, weren't there, going on with such an enormous field. Who's leading Puma Cup in the early stages. Well, Puma Cup is being led by number 100 at this stage, so it's going to be James Clare, the silver car with checkers to it. It's the early leader in the Puma Cup.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of tin tops in between himself and the next Puma Cup car. That's been car number 163 of Luke Johnson, which is so valuable when you're in a car that is absolutely identical to those cars around you. Screaming up the inside, however, is Luke Johnson at the old Airbag, just trying to carve his way through some traffic as well. The leaders are already heading along the exhibition straight and back towards the Fogarty S's. The mid-pack is inseparable. We don't really know where to look at the moment, because Julian Fisher is effectively the meat in the sandwich. He wants to go forward. He wants to avoid going backwards. But at the moment, that's a very tricky job. Danny Cassar has extended his lead margin over Andrew Windmill. Josh Files has fallen away from Andrew Windmill, but in turn pulled away from Alfie Jones. Gary Barlow isn't too far away at all either. Around the Melbourne Loop, there you go. That's the top five, who have slowly started to spread out. But Gary Barlow, I think, going to be the thorn in the side of Alfie Jones.
Yes, it's not going away, is he? This time through, Danny Cassar really has opened up the advantage, hasn't he, over Andrew Windmill? Quite a sizable gap. It's now up to nearly 2.2 seconds first to second. Jones is still there in third place. Gary Barlow, did Josh Files come through on that? Or did the transponder? Yeah, so he did come through. Transponder didn't work. I queried that for a split second because he was tumbling down through the order. Yeah, I'm sure I'd seen him come through. So, yeah, Josh Files is still there. Just the transponder didn't register as he came over the start-finish line. So on our screen, he's showing down towards the bottom of the top 20 at the moment, which would absolutely not be the case.
Absolutely not. Danny Cassar in qualifying, 1 minute 43.727. He's just gone through and done a 1 minute 43.809. We're already that close to going quicker than qualifying. The Puma Cup has started to spread out somewhat, not quite as close as we'd expected to see it. John Glover currently sat in third place, doing what he can to hunt down that of Luke Johnson, probably one of my favourite liveries. But a lot back to the old rapid bit. British touring cars, a rather slow car number 25 of Rob Daly into the final corner. It just seems to be quite hesitant to pick up on the exit of Melbourne. Late on the break in towards the old hairpin, however, that is Brandon Hibbert in his Honda Civic, just about picked up another place, back up towards the number 420 machine. That's Kev Smith. We don't normally see Kev out that often, but it's nice to see that car back out the front.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Some good fights going on still. I'm keeping an eye on what's going on with Blair Roebuck in the number 2 Honda Civic at the moment. He's trying to work his way through and ahead of the number 10 Clio, which is Richard Fowle, but he's also coming under pressure from the Uren's number 94 Honda Civic that sits behind, and that one was started by Adam Uren. So that's a good little fight for 10th, 11th and 12th places. And let's have a quick look. Yes, he's lost out to the Clio, and he's now had a Ford Fiesta go through. I think that was Julian Fisher's car. So that's a great little fight. 10th backwards, being headed by the little yellow and black Clio that's just coming up towards the braking area for Goddard's now. And then you can see just the queue of cars that sit behind Richard Fowle. So here they come out of Goddard's any second. Yeah, yellow Clio, and then everybody squabbling away. And also, we might lose a further place here. So the Peugeot, started by Colin Simpson, is going to lose out to the John D. Honda Integra. Yeah, red gate corner. The Integra DC2 goes through. Yeah, all the way around the outside. Brave stuff from them, having just lost out as well. Brandon, who wasn't Brandon here, but apologies. Richard Wheeler has obviously worked his way slightly further up the order. I'm just looking at Adam Brown as well. Of course, he started towards the tail end of the order and has picked up a number of places and starting to apply some pressure onto that of John D. Late on the brakes, back up the inside. However, that for Blair Roebuck. So Blair Roebuck manages to limit the damage for now and is once again through and past Adam Uren. But they do need to be careful, because if they continue to battle, Adam Uren is starting to close in on those cars up the road. If they do continue to battle, they're just going to cost themselves time, and that queue that's called to buy them is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, Honda, Renault, Honda, Peugeot, Ford, the top 10 at the moment. So the Hondas are dominating this one rather. We are, 33 minutes of the race still to go. We still have that mandatory pit stop that everybody needs to serve, which is 1 minute and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out for everybody, with one exception, that being number 1 Adam Brown, who's going to have to serve 2 minutes as a penalty from pit in to pit out in total. Race leader over the start-finish line, 5.5 seconds to the good now, is Danny Cassar over Andrew Windmill. So Andrew Windmill has sort of The wind's come out of his sails a little bit, you could argue.
It has a little bit, hasn't it? Gary Barlow, very wide on the final corner, manages to get the car squared away once more, but unfortunately has lost yet more time to that of Alfie Jones. Keep an eye on Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgett. It's Stephen Reynolds starting that car, but I thought to see them slightly further up the road than where they are.
Yeah, I thought they might be, but they're still knocking on the door in reality. So Brown gains another 2 places that time through, from 10th up to 8th now for the 1 Ford Fiesta. This is the car that started down in 41st position on the grid. So he's made some very, very good progress and is just heading round through the old hairpin at the moment. I'm sure hasn't done as yet with picking up the spaces and the places. Roebuck's still keeping his hands rather full in the slightly older Honda Civic. He's still got Adam Uren behind him, and then there's another Renault Clio thereafter, which I think might be the number 40 car that is with them, which would be Matt Churton. So wherever you look, there are squabbles to be had and scores to be settled.
Second place in the Cup being one of those. John Glover still in 3rd place, but crossed the line only half a second behind Luke Johnson. There was a little look in towards turn 1, but it didn't quite come off. Now we're starting to see traffic play ever more of a part. Danny Cassar getting caught up in little battles with some of the traffic as well, so he needs to be careful not to spend too much time trying to dispose of the traffic around him. Adam Uren, pardon me, heading in towards the Fogarty S's and still fighting away with those cars around him. That will be the number 40 Renault Clio in the hands of Matt Churton. On the brakes and towards the old hairpin, they remain as they were. Up the hill once more go a number of our Puma Cup drivers towards McLean's. One's curve, and Danny Cassar approaches very, very quickly in the lead of the race. One of the Pumas is that of Mark Jackson. Jackson at the moment is down in 36th place, 6th overall in Puma Cup. I think he's just managed to work his way through and past that of Gareth Cochrane, potentially. That, or it will be, I've got another car in the Puma Cup class. It is Andrew Rollison, car number 59, who is in the Cold Sport tin tops, but with the Pumas being so equal, they've worked their way into their own little battle. Cassar continuing to carve his way through the order. John Glover hasn't been able to work his way up into 2nd place in the Puma Cup class. Into the pit lane, we've got our first couple of cars coming in. One of those being the number 20 of Julian Fisher, the number 317 Peugeot, that of Peter Hancock. He'll be handing over to Alexander Hancock in just a few moments' time. Mark is wandering his way down there to either grab a word of an ingoing and outgoing driver or talk us through a pit stop, whatever it may be. Alfie Jones is slowly starting to pull away from that of Gary Barlow, and Gary Barlow will have to be careful as well, because the 318 Renault Clio that was started by Richard Bethel is starting to close in. Last time they went over the line between Barlow and Bethel was 1 second. I would say that's come down just a little bit more over the past couple of laps, of course, with traffic playing a part in that, but a bit of a moment through the final corner for Richard Bethel has cost him all that time he worked so hard to gain once more. Just picked up on the run down towards the old hairpin through the training curve, so drivers pushing on. Danny Cassar continues to lead from Andrew Windmill, Josh Files and Alfie Jones in top 4. Gary Barlow just about hanging on to the top 5 as Richard Bethel continues to apply that pressure. Heading along the start-finish line, Adam Brown still fighting away with that of Stephen Reynolds. And Mark, you've got news from the pit lane.
Yeah, well, one of those that was one of the first cars to pit was Julian Fisher, bringing his Ford Fiesta, the number 20 car, in towards the pit lane. He came for a halt, was serving his pit stop with the 2, lifted the bonnet up on it. I'm sure we're going to see him back out in the race because there was clearly some sort of issue with the pit. So it's a pool of oil starting to appear at the engine.
So no driver change to bear in mind. The Puma Cup battle going over the start-finish line. First, second, third, all absolutely together. Danny Cassar arrives to side touring past them all. but on the road, 25th, 26th, and 24th, 5th, and 6th are your Puma Cup battles. Andrew Windmill into the pit lane as well from second place. So is Josh Files going to stay out? Yes, he is. What about that of Alfie Jones and Gary Barlow? Through the final corner they come. Alfie Jones stays out there. Gary Barlow stays out there. What of the little Renault Clio of Richard Bethel? He stays out there as well. So Andrew Windmill, the first one to blink inside that top 6. But the battle in the Puma Cup is really, really close indeed. James Clare continues to lead that class ahead of Luke Johnson and then John Glover, but they're separated by very little at all. Yet more cars will be diving for the pit lane over the next lap, I am sure. On the brakes into the final corner comes Richard Fowle. Whereabouts is currently in 11th place, albeit I think we'll pick up another couple of places by the time it comes towards the start finish line with drivers peeling off into the pit lane. Ben Uren is still fighting away with that of Matt Churton as they go over the line. The order continues to shuffle round. I will have to keep it on the screen just so we can keep an eye on whereabouts or the times in which drivers have got through the pit lane and who is safe and who potentially isn't at this stage in the race. So looking at the CSL timing screens, providing us all of the live timing information that we need throughout the weekend. Into the pit lane now comes the number 45, Alan Wilshire. Alan Wilshire leading Class E at the moment, so going well so far this weekend. Danny Cassar back over the line, opting not to pit this time. Everybody that's been into the pit lane is safe, and the right side of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Do we have Pumas coming in? Yes, we do. So John Glover dives into the pit lane nice and early, I think, trying to go for a bit of an undercut on those cars around him, so he stops right below us. And Mark Chappell, the engineer, going over to have a quick word with him. Josh Files continues on. Have we seen Andrew Windmill leave the pit lane? I'd imagine we will have done by now. So the Chevrolet car, 1 minute 32, so 2.5 seconds to go. Then Alfie Jones comes in. So too does Gary Barlow. So too does the 318 of Richard Bethel. Tom Mensley will be waiting and ready to jump behind the wheel of that Renault Clio. So we'll have to see if we can grab a word with Richard Bethel. Tom Mensley about to jump in. Cars continue to go by. Adam Brown, one of those. Mark on the pit lane.
The problem is that when you've got such a busy pit lane and so many drivers, you need to try and memorise the colour of their overalls so that when they get out of the car, that's okay. So they're largely black, which is okay. So you can then go and follow them. There's one driver I want to chat to, and that's Blair Roebuck, who's out of the number 2 Honda Civic and has now with driving duties, handing the car over to Sean Ely. But there, it all seems to be going quite well. You're involved in one of the best battles we've got out there.
It's going well. It's off the back of the pressure environment stuff.
Chasing it, we need to get back to the workshop, you think?
There's not much left to chase. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Not many things. Still
Yes.
Because into the pit lane, as we mentioned, is the number 2 machine in the hands of Sean Ely. However, caught up and behind him on the way in was James Clare from the lead of the Puma Cup battle. So continuing on and fighting away, albeit in a battle in towards turn 1 is Luke Johnson. So he's been delayed. So too is James Clare. John Glover, pitting when he did, might just about promote him into the lead of the Puma Cup battle. We've also got a very, very slow Honda Civic. Who is that? Or Ford Fiesta, pardon me. Paul McDonald going very slowly out of the Fogarty S's. So he arrives down at the Melbourne Loop and picks up pace once again. It almost looks like a bit of fuel surge. We've got, I think, more cars diving for the pit lane over the next couple of months.
No, I've got Richard Bethel who's trying to escape, but it's not going to work. He's hiding behind the door. I know where you're going. We need to grab a quick word, because that was a... Come on, Richard, you've got a word if we can. That was a brilliant little squad that you were involved in.
start. Let Tom finish it up.
What do you think Tom could do? I mean, you're not slow, but he's rapid.
Yeah, he's a lot quicker than me. Showed him a lot I can deal with that car. So, good.
Everything he's learned from you.
Absolutely.
I think that might be the case. What's again? Chewbacca, you said you got a quick word with him. He tried to escape. Yeah, wasn't going to.
No. No, he was not. Unfortunately, we've had an issue for Gary Barlow. He ran very, very wide on the exit of McLean's, went rumbling through the gravel. I think he just about kept it out of the wall and has continued on, but in doing that, that's lost him time not only to that of Tom Bentley, but also that of Alfie Jones. So Danny Cathar into the pit lane now. He is popped in from the lead. Whereabouts is Josh Files? I don't think he's been pit lane as of yet, so he should still be out there and circulating in the lead of the race, Mark.
That's right, yeah, no, we haven't seen Josh into the pit lane as yet. You can probably hear the leaf blowers that are being blown onto the brakes of Danny Cassar's Honda Integra DC5. He's busy chatting away to the mechanics. The driver he should have been out with and sharing his car is on crutches at the moment. Nigel Ainge, who was testing on Monday, no problems at all with him on Monday, but Nigel Ainge is on his crutches. Shall I grab a quick word with Nigel?
Yes, in just a moment's time, because Josh Files has unfortunately run out of electricity. The car has pulled up on the exit of the Melbourne League. The safety car was being ready, but we won't see anything further for Josh Files.
Oh no, that's such a shame for Josh. And certainly for anybody that is still as yet to pit, that would be a lifeline if the safety car were to be deployed. Word with Nigel Ainge if we can. Nigel, you're looking a bit second-hand on your crutches at the moment. You must be a frustrated racing driver as well.
Yeah, I'm watching Danny, but he's going well. So, like you all the better.
Just talk us through. You told me about it earlier on, but for the people that may be wondering why you're not racing this weekend and why you are on crutches, what's the issue?
I've got a charge at work, trapped in the leg.
Yes, sciatic pain is not very nice. It absolutely drains your energy. So is this sort of self-enforced and stepping away from the car or medical advice?
No, I'm self-enforced really. I was here Monday, chesty, and I was fine, but right about got the commission.
Sensible thing, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Well, good to see you up and about, and hopefully we'll get to see Nigel Ainge back behind the wheel show with Danny Cassar later in the season. 10 Renault Clio is in, that's Richard Field, he'll be having a brilliant.
And indeed, Don Glover goes through and takes the lead in the Puma Cup. As just leaving the pit lane now is Luke Johnson. So Luke Johnson's going to be 5 or 6 seconds behind that of John Glover. 5 or 6 seconds back from there is going to be James Clare. Timing the pit stop to perfection strategy has put that car into the lead of the race. Adam Brown is now trying to carve his way through yet more cars, still yet to pit. But just as I mentioned it, into the pit lane comes Adam Brown. So from the very back row of the grid, he continues on, or he continues into the pit lane. John D would have been the next car for him to attack. Have we had anybody short? Yes, we have. So the driver's short of pit stop time. Duncan Johnston in the Mazda RX-8, 1 minute 27. So the best part of 2.5 seconds, the wrong side of 1 minute 30. Who else has been caught out? Car number 420, Kev Smith, has been caught out. Somebody very substantially as well this time in their pit stop. Brandon Hibbard. 1 minute 17.4, so just too eager on that stopwatch to get back out, unfortunately. Also only by around about half a second, 2:06. That being Simon Hadfield has been caught out, and the final driver to get caught out by the pit stop timer is car number 621, that's of Graham Waterhouse, all the wrong side of 1 minute 30. So penalties will be ready to be applied. Danny Cassar should inherit the lead of the race. Josh Files out of the car and watching on from the Melbourne League. Mark, you've got these for the pit lane.
Yeah, it's just Adam Brown's in the process of dealing with his pit stop at the moment. He's having one mechanic whack the door to try and get some of the warm air out. He's been given a drinks bottle with a tube to it as well to try and hydrate. The problems for him in qualifying, the mixture of stuff. The fuel tank strap, they had a gearbox issue. So there are a few things that meant that was why he couldn't put in the qualification time. That's why arguably one of the quicker drivers in the series started from penultimate position, 41st on the grid.
Such a shame for Adam. And now with that 30-second penalty to deal with as well, we'll see he's got a lot of driving to do in the final, 18 minutes of the race to go. Into the pit lane now comes the number 55 machine. I think that's exactly who it was that started that car. James Fletcher started, so he'll be coming in to hand over to Steve Fletcher, and probably one of the older cars that we've got out there. Danny Cassar has inherited the lead of the race, or held on to the lead of the race from Andrew Windmill, who isn't too far away. 2.5 seconds is all that separates them. Richard Wheeler has gone through in 4th place, but he's yet to pit, so awaits his arrival down there in the pit lane. Followed then by Alfie Jones, 5th place on the road. That should pit lane. The 30-second time penalty, which he has done now, and Richard Wheeler has dived for the pit lane. Gary Barlow, since the bit of a moment out at McLean's, has just got the bit between his teeth and he's starting to push on once more. He will emerge into my view and behind a very sideways Alfie Jones on the run out of the Fogarty Yetis. Into the pit lane comes Richard Wheeler. Back over the line goes one of the Puma Cup cars we've got out there, that being Mark Jackson. He's been struggling away with that car in the middle point of this race. He is still leading the Puma Cup, but he's yet to pit. Alan Wiltshire over the line in 22nd place or 19th place on corrected times. Second in Class E, mainly because the Fletchers started to pit lane. They were very late to pit. John Glover in the lead of the Puma Cup is being reeled in somewhat by Luke Johnson. There's not too much separating those two. Last time over the line, the gap between them was only 3 seconds. This lap, I'd say it's come down to 2.5, maybe even 2 seconds by the time they arrive at the timing line. Out of the final corner comes John Glover, but a big moment at the apex there for Luke Johnson. Back to the battles we've got out elsewhere on circuit. Heading through the Fogarty S's goes Danny Qatar. He's just worked his way through and past Alfie Jones. And Andrew Windmill caught up in behind some traffic as well. That will cost him some time. Still there on the inside of the Melbourne loop is Josh Files. So it's going no further as we expected. Danny Qatar just jumped his way through the Melbourne loop. Andrew Windmill has managed to work his way through and past some of the traffic. One of those being that of the Urans. It will be car number 94 now in the hands of Adam Uran, pardon me. Over the line once more goes Danny Qatar in working his way through yet more traffic. A couple of Clios and a Peugeot. The Peugeot previously that of James Wilson's. It has been over to the Hancocks. Peter and Alexander Hancock. Alexander Hancock taking over for the second part of this race. Blue flags being waved by the brilliant Donington Park marshals. Danny Qatar through the Craner curves he will go. Then on the brakes in towards the old hairpin. A quarter of an hour to go. The rear of the car dancing around on the brakes as he tries to get the front end pointed towards the apex. Through and past Kev Smith goes Andrew Windmill. Richard Wheeler has returned to the circuit and is making short work of some of the slower traffic around him. The first being Andrew Rollison, who's still working away at the controls in that Ford Puma. Alexander Uran, pardon me, still out there and circulating. Whereabouts have they fallen to? Down in 14th place. Penalties are being applied. The incidents involving car number 62 and car number 100 will be investigated after the race. So Colin and Steve Simpson's white yellow Peugeot 206 RC has clearly been in a bit of a moment with James Clare. How that has come about, we don't exactly know. Where that has come about, we don't exactly know, but I'm sure we'll hear more of that as the race wears on. John Glover has clearly seen Luke Johnson becoming an ever bigger presence in his rearview mirror. 3 seconds comes out to 4.3 this time through. So John Glover pushing on as well. Adam Brown goes through. Where has he returned to the circuit? In what is 9th place, still leading Class C, but 9th place on the road for Adam Brown, and almost a lap down from Danny Qatar, because Danny's just going through to cross the line now. He sees a car emerging from the pit lane and jumps out of the way. Car number 62, we're just seeing head up towards Coppice Corner now. I think applying pressure onto Gary Barlow, the rear of the car, dancing away as he went effectively over Coppice, gets the car back straight along the exhibition straight, and will be running towards the Fogarty S's on the brakes. Will it be the Honda Integra that we see first? Yes, it will. But will Simpson started back? Look back. Colin Simpson started. So Steve Simpson is now looking to the inside of Gary Barlow on the run towards the Melbourne loop. Gary Barlow goes deep on the brakes, gives Steve Simpson an opportunity to nick his way up the inside. But Gary Barlow comes over to defend. They draw themselves level, heading towards the final corner on the brakes. Very equal. Gary Barlow just comes out of the brake to make sure that he can make the car as wide as possible on the exit. It's going to be Gary Barlow that appears first, but Steve Simpson gets the best exit possible along the start-finish line. Those two swap around, so that's for the 5th and 6th place respectively. Gary Barlow dropping down into 6th place in towards Redgate Corner. This is a brilliant battle between the Honda Integra DC5, predominantly white with purple and green flashes, and the number 62 Peugeot 206 RC in the hands of Steve Simpson, predominantly white with black flashes. That car heading through the Craner curves on the brakes in towards the old hairpin. Looks like Steve Simpson for now has bought himself enough room between himself and Gary Barlow to stop worrying about any further advances. Danny Cassar back over the line to head on to lap number 16. Andrew Windmill appears now. Let's look back towards the Puma Cup battle. It is still John Glover, now 5.2 seconds clear of Luke Johnson. So continuing to pull away is that of John Glover. Onto the exhibition straight goes Gary Barlow, still chasing down that of Steve Simpson. Through turn 1, continuing to try and cut through some traffic is Kev Smith. Whereabouts does Kev Smith fall? Currently in 11th place. He can't afford to take too much time through this traffic, Mark, mainly because I think Adam Urem isn't really too far away. He isn't far away at all. On the brakes towards the old hairpin, it's a trio of Civic Type R, so they're all fighting away.
They are, yeah, they're all busy squabbling away, so moving safely out of the way to allow them to go through. I thought was the first of those there, but no, absolutely. And now I think we might have that change. Is Ben Uren going to go through? Yes, he is. So goes through ahead of the number 420 car. So that is that change of position that was suggesting might happen. Kev Smith losing out through the traffic, but fights back instantly on the run up towards Coppice. Kev Smith gets himself back ahead of Ben Uren. So they've swapped, and they swap back on this lap, whilst they still continue to squabble on the exit of Coppice now.
Yeah, sounding rather flat a few moments ago was Jonathan Cherry, I think. He goes over the line, ticks another lap in the book, but maybe something to monitor for the rest of the race. Adam Brown through the final corner. Whereabouts is he now? Still in 8th place on the road, 1.5 minutes away from Danny Cathar. That's effectively a full pit stop away from Danny Cathar. But of course, Danny will now, if the race were to end here, pick up a 30-second penalty. There's still 10 minutes to go. On the brakes and towards turn 1, picking his way through a little bit of traffic. That being John Glover. Cathar at Redgate, up the inside, through and past John Glover, he will go. And then, just to put that into perspective, Luke Johnson now arrives at Redgate Corner. So the lead gap in the Cup is now 7.6 seconds. That's slowly been edging out more and more over the previous couple of laps. The number 40 Renault Clio of Matt Churton continuing to carve its way through some traffic, the first of which being the Andy Jones and 5 black, predominantly white and green Peugeot 206 by the time they arrive at Redgate. Now free space is at a premium, isn't it? If you're out there and you're in one of the quicker cars, every single lap, you are going to have to deal with some sort of traffic, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, there's certainly going to be no more clear laps at all for the likes of Danny Cassar, Andrew Windmill, Alfie Jones, who's just coming over the start-finish line now, might have a fairly clear lap, actually, because he heads up towards Redgate Corner. No signs of a great deal other than one car part the way down through the Craner curve. So this could be a reasonably clear lap, I'd have thought, for Alfie Jones this time through. Hensley last time up into 4th place. Then we've got Steve Simpson in 5th place. Gary Barlow there in 6th position at the moment. The Renault Clio of Richard Fole, who'd already picked up some time penalties for going beyond the track limits, is now being given, I think, a final warning.
It's a flashing message.
It's a flashing message. Car 10, final warning, track limits. So yes, if you're not going to heed that warning, then yes, you'll be pointing yourself in the direction of the headmaster at the end of this race.
He will be indeed. Back through and on to lap number 18 now goes Danny Cassar. Lapping 5 seconds off what we know he can do. So at this pace, he is just trying to manage the race till the end and manage the car, because that car last season, if he didn't have bad luck, he didn't have no luck at all, because it was struggling, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and even now, you know, the engine that was in it at the beginning of this week is not the engine that's in it now. Wednesday, they finally got the new engine in the car, put it on the rolling road, and it produced around about 270 horsepower, which is what they thought, maybe a little bit in excess of what they thought, but it's still down about 30 horsepower on the top Hondas that are out there. So it really has been a good pedalling session for Danny Cassar. Adam Brown here looking to try and get himself through and ahead of the John Ridgeon car, and I think the Ford's made it through. Yeah, so Adam Brown was 8th. He's now ahead of him in the 46 Honda Civic. That was on the run from McLean's up towards Copper's Corner where he snuck his way through. And I think right with them now is also going to be the car of Tom D, which is the Honda Integra DC2. So this is going to be, is it 7th, 8th and 9th all together heading through the Fogarty S's?
Yeah, Tom D and John Ridgeon will continue to fight away. Adam Brown has roared on up the road in towards the Melbourne Loop. Are we going to see a change here? Because Tom D has a smaller look to the inside, locking of what I thought was the outside rear, which isn't really the one you'd expect Tom D to be locking in towards the Melbourne Loop. That's just allowed John Ridgeon to get a bit of a margin between himself and the Honda Integra DC2 behind. Adam Brown will be watching in the rearview mirror thinking, right, I need to get away from those two as quickly as possible. But it's only up into 7th place for Adam, which he won't be used to. Danny Cassar continuing to lead from Andrew Windmill, then the number 36 of Alfie Jones. I've got about return to racing for Alfie, is it at all?
No, not at all, yeah. New livery on the car as well, so it's got the old colours, it's got this now. Commentator-friendly Dayglow orange car that you cannot miss. You've just got to squint your eyes to be able to look at it. He's just turning his way.
Now, I thought about the Honda Civics. Kev Smith still fighting away with Adam Uran. We only saw those swap around once, twice, 3 times a couple of laps ago. They're still glued together coming through the final corner.
Our race leader in the meantime is down at the old hairpin. Then it's Andrew Windmill in number 888 Honda Civic that sits there in 2nd place. He's got some traffic, though, that's going to be coming up the road just to deal with it. Andrew Windmill has worked tirelessly hard to try and lighten this car over the last few years, hasn't it? Which is why it's in the entry list as a Honda Civic SL for Super Leggera, is it? Super light, super Leggera, yeah. Something like even down to the fact that the sound deadening underneath the car, he was scraping that off over the winter and then respraying the inside of the car because that was saving an extra kilogram, or I think he got about 4 kilos off for about 10 days' work. He has worked tirelessly hard to prepare a good car, but also to lighten it.
You'd sort of take the hate off Honda, wouldn't you, when you enter the car? Just save try and save some ink on the paper because, Andrew Windmill, like you say, that car must be under a ton when it's dry. It must be so light indeed. On the run towards the Melbourne Loop, visibly the gap between himself and Danny Cassar has come down yet more, 8.5 seconds last time through. But we know that Danny is just trying to get that car to the end of the race, into the pit lane, outside of the pit window, car number 142, that being Mark Jackson. If it was in the pit window, nothing would really be a surprise, but at this stage in the race, with only 5 minutes to go, looking at the angle he has brought that car in, not really an air of urgency around that.
No, it wasn't that long ago that he was in the pits. He was one of the last of the pit stoppers just before I came pit lane back up into the commentary box, so it is clearly an issue for him. Down through the Craner curves, we've still got John Ridgeon trying to keep Tom D at bay. Is the Honda Integra DC2 going to go through? They're almost overlapping as they go round through the old hairpin. They've got the race leader, Danny Cassar, closing in on them. One of them goes all the way through the gravel, and it's Tom D at the wheel of the Honda Integra DC2. 2 cars going side by side through the old hairpin is possible. It's not very often, though, that you can stay within the confines of the circuit. And Tom D lost out big time there, so through has gone John Ridgeon, and now he has gapped the car that he had been doing battle with over what was 8th and 9th place.
Yeah, he has indeed. Danny Cassar picking them off as that happened as well, so continuing to lap those cars around him. So that now means Danny Cassar has lapped everybody up to 8th place. The next car he would meet would be Adam Brown, and put Adam Brown a lap behind as well. He's just picking his way through the Fogarty S's once more. Car number 27, that being Duncan Johnston, who was under the 1 minute 30, so he's got to oppose a penalty at some point. Presumably time added on come the end of the race. Car number 59, that being Andrew Rollison, the 4th Puma that's entered into the Cohort Sport tin tops. It just frees up the regulations slightly on that car, and you can really make that car fit for how you would like it. Onto the exhibition straight goes that of Andrew Rollison. He's just trying to stay out of the way of some traffic coming, but also fight his way around some other traffic as well. John Glover in the background in another one of the yellow Ford Pumas, leading the Puma Cup class. Over the line goes Danny Cassar, but John Glover is 23rd place overall, and last time through 16.5 seconds clear of the 163 of Luke Johnson in the yellow and blue machine. So out of the Melbourne loop comes a lot of traffic. One of those is that Ford Puma of not only John Glover but Andrew Rollison, who seems to just falling off the pace towards the end of the race. I don't know whether that car is starting to show signs of its age as the race wears on. With 2.5 minutes to go in this race, back over the line goes Kev Smith. He's trying to work his way through and past some of those cars. John Glover, if you're watching the stream, you can see heading down towards Redgate Corner. Kev Smith does go through and past one of the Ford Pumas, that being in the hands of Andrew Rollison. I think that's the car that sounds quite flat as well, so maybe some mechanical woes starting to take effect on that car. Car number 10 of Richard Fell, who is on his last warning for track limits, continuing to cut his way through yet more traffic. Kev Smith hasn't managed to find a way to and past John Glover. That's put him back into the clutches of Ben Uren, or Adam Uren, pardon me. So Adam Uren up the hill once more, continuing to apply pressure onto Kev Smith. Whereabouts are they on the road? 12th and 13th on the road, 6th and 7th in Class A. Over the crest at Coppice is Richard Fowle appearing, just trying everything in his might to run away from the number 40 Renault Clio of Matt Churton. Both of those two in what is Class B2 for those Renault Clio 182s. What exactly that was, simply don't know. Was it traffic? Was it a pit stop? We'll have to ask them either through the lunch break or after the race. But when those two stick together, it is a brilliant, brilliant race indeed. Another battle that we've been watching is Kev Smith, still under pressure from Adam Uren, heading in towards the final corner. Danny Cassar up towards Coppice, he will go. The brake lights flash on very briefly. Arm out of the window. That is Alexander Hancock, clearly with an issue on that car, letting the cars behind know that he is slower and trying to jump out of the way. Andrew Windmill appears out of Coppice now as well. Last time through the gap, 7.4 seconds. Andrew Windmill went quicker, only by around about 2/10 of a second. And unfortunately, yes, for Alexander Hancock, that car in towards retirement finds a marshal's post and finds an escape road. Clever driving to put that car into retirement in a safe way. Into the pit lane now comes the car we worried about, car number 59, Andrew Rollison. So he dives into the pit lane. The car did sound quite flat, just a number of laps to go. Down at the Melbourne loop, Andrew Windmill still giving chase to Danny Cassar, but I think it's too little too late. The clock has ticked to 0. The checkered flag is being readied. Danny Cassar out of the final corner. Now he will see the checkered flag and wave for him. Danny Cassar takes the win here at Donington Park in the Cowell Sport Team Topton. So Andrew Windmill crosses the line to finish in second place at 4 points. Flag. It will then be the number 36 of Alfie Joe. Whereabouts is Alfie? Looking, awaiting his appearance. There's more cars going through to take the checkered flag, and as some of them are a number of laps down. I've just spotted Alfie Jones. He's heading along the exhibition straight. We have had car number 42, that being Tom D, cross the line to take the win in Class D. Alan Wiltshire has gone through to take the checkered flag and take the win in Class E. Who else have we had in terms of class leaders go through? No one just as of yet. Now out of the final corner we see car number 579 in hands of Jonathan Cherry. He will finish third in what is Class B2 and 17th overall. Over the line now we see car number 10. That being Richard Fowle. He will win in Class B2, or finish second in Class B2, because he's had a penalty applied to Adam Churton, wins Class B2, albeit he was at second place on the road. He finishes 10th overall. Now we see Alfie Jones over the line, and John Glover goes through to take the win in the Puma Cup. We've got quite a number of classes to keep up with here. Richard Wheeler over the line to 14th place, second in Class C. The only class winner left to go over the line will be Adam Brown. He's just working his way up towards the final corner now. He's closing in on Gary Barlow, but Gary appears out of the final corner now, sees the checkered flag, and will round out your top 6. Adam Brown just missing out on that one to finish in 7th place, but win Class C. Danny Cassar takes the win outright, followed by Andrew Windmill and Alfie Jones. It was then the Simpsons, car number 62, Colin and Steve Simpson, that finish in 4th place. Gary Barlow in 5th place, Adam Brown in 6th place, followed by Richard Bethel and Tom Benson in 7th. It was then car number 46, in the hands of Stephen Reynolds and John Ritchie, finishing in 8th place. The D's, John and Tom D, finishing 9th place to round out your top 10. Car number 40, Matt Churton, who, guessing when he crossed the line, thought he finished at 2nd place in Class B2, but no, he took the win with a post-race penalty applied to Richard Powell. 13th place, David Wheeler in 14th place. Car number 49, in the hands of David Hutchins, finishes in 15th place. Alan Wilshire in 16th place. Jonathan Cherry in 17th place. Car number 50, in the hands of Simon Stowe and Justin Potter, finished in 18th place. John Roundage, 19th place in the Fletchers. Car number 55, James and Steve Fletcher, round out your top 20. Leaders working their way to the pit lane in a few moments' time. We'll continue on. Car number 21, Brandon Hibbard, finished in what was 21st place. Car number 76, Andy Gorvett and John Dunham finished in 22nd place. Jonathan Glover finished in 23rd place, winning the Puma Cup. It was then Luke Johnson finishing in 24th place, and car number 100, James Clare, finishing in 25th place. Car number 283, and Chris Stone, finished in 26th place. 27th place was car number 57, Andy Jones and Clive Black. And in 28th place was Gareth Cotgrave. In 29th place, car number 152, that's being in the hands of Neil Jackson and Nick Paul James. And out your top 30. Car number 621, Graham Waterhouse. Leaders have worked their way in towards the pit lane. At least Danny Cassar and Andrew Windmill have. Not far away, and just arriving now is Alfie Jones in the Dayblow Yellow DHD emblazoned Honda Civic Type R, who will be guided towards the podium area. So Alfie Jones, with a return to racing with the CSCC with a new livery, will be over the moon with 3rd place, who just pulls up in front of Mark Weller now. And the DHD team have had a good day, haven't they, with DHD and Hilton Autos, with Danny Cassar and Alfie Jones finishing in the top 3. Commentator turned marshal is Mark Weller, guiding everybody to their relative places.
Absolutely. So let's see if we can grab a quick word with Danny Cassar. Danny, considering you were saying you thought that this car was down on power with that slightly different engine, and you proved everybody wrong.
Yeah, well, it just goes to prove that it's not just about power, it's about the chassis, the gearbox, and everything else. And the guys are so good as well. They work on the car constantly. So it's only my job just to try and bring it home and bring home some silverware every now and again.
Good little battle between yourself and Andrew in the early stages. Once you got past him, though, you were just able to edge away.
Yeah, I knew early on if he could, if I was stuck behind him, he would always gap me because he had the legs in a straight line, and especially coming down the back straight, like, this is going to be a hard race. So I knew I had to try and strike in that first lap and try to put some distance in, and then after the pit stop, I could see I had a little gap, just edge it out a little bit, and then just try to bring her home in one piece.
We playing faith in Nigel. You know, Nigel should be sharing the car with you. He's ill and can't drive. You said to him, well, let's just withdraw then. But he said, no, you're going to race it, Dan.
Yeah, Nigel's a proper racer. He just wants to go racing. The guy's crushes here with a backpack, and he's probably still fitter than 90% of the people here. So Nigel's just trying to do it for Nigel, really.
Well, let's see if we can grab a quick word with Andrew Windmill as well, who's just taking a well-earned drink. Andrew, you've been busy working on this car over the winter again, trying to make it even lighter, trying to make it even quicker, but Danny just had the legs.
Oh, absolutely. I said to him after quality, I said, what, 2 seconds? It's how the season tends to unfold, isn't it? Straight.
James as well. Our camera might have to change some settings on the camera because Alfie, this car, come down this way, let me get the car in the shot. This way. This car, it's bright. It's good to see you back in CSCC and some brilliant pace.
Yeah, we've had about 2 seasons off. First meeting back to get further with the achievement. We're in to catch the top 2, but we're so. But can't wait.
Steve, solid day as well.
Donington, young, long off the league level, but he. So.
That's for sure. As well, John Glover. John, after the disappointment at Silverstone where you were leading out and it didn't quite happen, here you sort of turned it round a little bit. You weren't leading, but were as the pit stops unfolded.
Yeah, that had everything. After what happened at Silverstone, the disappointment, we had very high expectations. Can't thank everyone. Could have choked up. Suddenly, basically everything.
Touches on the car as well. We've got the Ayrton Senna-esque livery down the side of it. Only went on last night. But nice little touch on the front kicker of the car. Little snake. I'm guessing that's in memory of Eddie Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddie was a bit of a hero. Not only to me personally, to everyone. Just felt that.
Well done. So wraps things up for the moment here at Donington Park. We've still got 4 further races to come up. 2 o'clock. So in the meantime, enjoy your lunch. See you later. Those are those races that will be coming up for you. New Millennium, Transport, Turbo Tin Top Series. Then we'll have further racing with the Super Pro Model Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics heading out onto the circuit. The penultimate race of the day will be for the Magnificent Sevens Series. They already had a race this morning. The next race this afternoon, our final race of the day. It will be the fastest race of the day. It's the Liquid Molly Slick Series. Racing action here at Donington. That's what we've got coming up for you. The weather is absolutely beautiful. Not quite as warm as yesterday, but it really does feel as though spring is finally here. The drivers are saying that the conditions for them are perfect. So what better person to guide you through this race that we're heading out onto the circuit in just a few minutes' time? No other than our main commentator for today. Upstairs in the commentary box is Chapman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mark. Thank you very much. Indeed, 19 degrees is the external temperature due to just start creeping down as the afternoon wears on. And the wind is being rather kind as well, just enough to keep you warm enough. 11 mile an hour that we have got here at Donington Park this afternoon. As Mark said, the Wasp New Millennium and Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops are due to be heading out on the circuit in a few moments' time. We've seen two fabulous races already. The first from the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and most recently the Co-Ord Sport Tin Tops and Humour Cup, where we saw some fabulous battles top to bottom of the order. Lots of fighting or strategy involved as well with the mandatory pit stops in the Tin Tops. So let's guide you through the way in which they will line up for the next race heading out on circuit for the Western New Millennium and Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. A split grid, so it's the New Millennium and the Turbo Tin Tops towards the rear. It is car number 136. That's being the Smith and Turkington pairing, starting in the hands of Mark Smith. Lines up alongside Nathan Wells on the front row. Luke Yeomans has Graham Crowhurst for company on row number 2. Row 3 is car number 40 in the hands of Jasper Sapper and Brian Branson. We don't have a starting driver for that one. John Cockerton will line up alongside. Row 4 of the grid is Tommy Grout alongside car number 98, being started by Russell Humphrey. He will hand it over to Mark Race. Josh Files, if the car is fixed, will be lining up on row number 5 with car number 81 alongside, started by Clinton New and Oliver Smith to take over. Matt Rossiter will line up alongside car number 97, Dave Davis and Matt driver. Danny Cassar will line up on row number 7. He will hand over to Adam Brown. Alongside them is car number 2, Max Pett. Chris Pett throughout the race. Stuart Jeffcoat will be lining up alongside car number 1, 5, Ian Bayliss. Goodley. Row number 16 is Carl Chambers and John Hammersley. Row number 17, we have car number 7, that being Lisa Selby. She will hand over to Toby Harris alongside Sean Wardley. Row 18 of the grid is the treble 7 of John Wyatt alongside Richard Marson. Row 19 of the grid is made up of the car number 68, James Jonow. Only's car number 28, it will be Will Only. Row number 20,
to anybody else. And in the turbo tin tops, we've got Andrew Marson, who is on the front row of the grid. He's got an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lanes, which is pit penalties that head in directions of those particular winners. So, things are all sure we'll get a further green flag up underway. And then hopefully everything will pass without too much trouble. Phil Dunlop's down there at its entry, trying to, I think, communicate with drivers as to exactly what is going on, isn't he? Station.
Would dissipated by the time they would have been called upon for the race start. So the red flags and the brilliant Donington Park marshals doing everything they can to keep drivers somewhat behaving correctly and keeping them into the right order, getting them into the right grid slot, and then communicating to those drivers that may have found themselves in the wrong place or in the right place just simply at the wrong time, I think is now the message being sent from both marshals and Phil Dunlop, albeit turned around. And is anybody diving into the pit lane? It looks like a couple of cars are trying to sneak their way up the inside. We're going to have to try and shed some light on this at some point, Mark, as to the exact reason as to what or the exact cause to the red flag. Yes, Marshall speaking to, I think that was the Callum Gray car. Yeah, just to say you were supposed to go into the pit lane. And then we might be able to get this race back underway, or not back underway. We didn't get it started.
No, we didn't. So Callum Gray has had conversations with the marshal. I think Damien Bradley is also, they're rushing those two reserves. I do think that was the problem, that the reserves continued round on the formation lap. And for fear of the fact that if they didn't come in at the end of that formation lap, the race would have started, we would have more cars on track than we are licensed for.
And very quick cars at the back of potentially a slightly slower
You can't
grid.
start a race with more cars than the circuit's licensed for. That would not go down well either with the club or Motorsport UK.
No.
So I think, sensible thing as ever. Let's make sure that we comply with the circuit licence, that we have those reserves in the pit lane, and then we can get another formation lap done. Problem is that this is now eating into the time. One good thing is that we started early, didn't we?
Yeah, we're still 10 minutes ahead as of right now, but it's eating into the time we were ahead as well.
But when we start this next green flag lap, that's when the race clock will start ticking, is the information we've just received. So the race time will start the commencement of the new green flag lap. So when we get going, 40 minutes will start ticking as soon as the cars head off the grid, not when the lights go out to physically start the race.
So drivers will have to be wary of that as well on the stopwatches, or pit to car radio, whichever they may have, just to make sure they're the right side of the pit window. Because if you think I will pit on the last lap of the pit window, that might be sooner than you expect, and then get caught out.
And I noticed this weekend, whilst that message is coming up on our timing screens, it's not coming up on the LED board on the start gantry. So if you don't have pit to car radio, it's difficult for the team to try and communicate that to you.
Yeah, you'd hope that you've got a pit now or something.
Pit in,
on the board, on your sort of pit to car board that you wave over the pit wall at your driver. So green flag lap begins, so too does the 40 minutes timer. So just to remind you of the front couple of rows, Mark Smith lines up alongside Nathan Wells, Luke Yeomans and Graham Crowhurst make up row 2. Row 3 of the grid is Jasper Sapper and Brian Bransom with John Cockerton alongside. Then it is Tommy Grout and car number 98 in the hands of Russell Humphrey for the start of the race. And row 5 of the grid is Josh Files and that of Clinton Ewan. Your first 5 rows, your first 10 cars. David Marson and Andrew Marson are on the front row of the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. Then it's Carl Chambers and John Hammersley, followed by Lisa Selby and Sean Wortley. Then it's John Wyatt and Richard Marson, your front few rows for your Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. It's going to be an exciting race, having already run through the grid. I'm sure you're aware of exactly where everybody is starting. Drivers to watch in that mid pack that maybe didn't have the best qualifying. I'm going to say the Petches, because they had that bonnet issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, the Petches in the Ginetta would be one to watch out for, starting 14th on the grid. But yeah, Max Petch will start. He'll hand over to Chris Petch for part 2 of the race in the slightly patched up Ginetta. So it wasn't any contact. It was just all of a sudden the car was coming up from the Melbourne hairpin up towards Goddard's, and wind got underneath the bonnet, and the bonnet just flew the best part of probably 15 metres into the air when it parted company with the car. And then, of course, with it being fiberglass, it was not in first class condition when it landed back on the tarmac. So you can see on the front of the car there's chunks of black gaffer tape now where they've had to hastily repair the bonnet in advance of this afternoon's race.
And they have indeed. It's good to see Josh Files has got his car fixed as well and back out there, because that had issues in the previous race with the Co-Ord Sport tin top. So that car returning to the circuit, which is nice to see. And of course, Danny Cassar and Adam Brown's Integra DC5 as well, because that had issues in qualifying.
It did, yeah. That was all to do with some throttle sensors on the car again, which they have had issues with this in the past as well. And I think on the way that it worked on it is that the side that was, so you got 2 banks of throttle sensors or something like that. It's one side where the bank was playing up, and that was the side that the main sensors were attached to, so it just killed the engine. So just a case of making sure that they reset that or change something on it, and they should be good to go. So that's another car that's slightly out of position, I would say, as well. Did Danny Cassar even get to qualify?
I don't think he did.
No, and he's already won, of course, in the race prior to the lunch break in the Co-Ord Sports tin tops. So who's your money on them?
For the win, I've got to go Mark Smith and Colin Turkington. I know it's the obvious choices, they're on pole position, but the pace shown in qualifying, you can't go anywhere else.
I'm going to go Nathan Wells then, outside of the front row of the grid.
You would do.
E36 versus E46.
Let's see, we will have what is the best part of 36.5 minutes of racing remaining on the clock by the time the cars come around the final corner and see the red lights illuminated. So safety car peels left into the pit lane. Nathan Wells keeping Mark Smith in as close to his side of the circuit as possible. The red lights go on, they go out now. It's a good start from the second row of the grid. Graham Crowhurst gets a good start, so too does Luke Yeomans, and sliding his way right the way through the middle is Jasper Sapper and Brian Bransom's BMW F80 right the way up into 3rd place, but continuing to lead the race from pole position is Mark Smith. Nathan Wells follows suit as they disappear out of our sight behind the trees. What we now get is the Fox Transport Turbo tin tops underway, and what a brilliant start from Carl Chambers. Did he overtake before the solid line?
Don't know, because that was a rocket of a start. In theory, the clock had already already started ticking, yeah, but it shouldn't have overtaken until got to the solid line. Or, of course, was it a Union flag was dropped for them? I didn't quite see.
We will have to confirm. But for the moment, for the new millenniums, it is still that of Mark Smith leading Nathan Wells, and it is still the Brian Bransom, Jasper Sapper car in second place. Oh, in 3rd place, pardon me. Yes, it is. They had a rocket of a start, climbing their way right the way up into 3rd place.
Yeah, keeping an eye on Max Petch as well, because he, as expected, has made good progress at the wheel of the number 2 Ginetta. And I'm afraid we've got somebody in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin, and that is a number 59 car of Andrew Marson, who was scheduled to have an extra 30 seconds in the pits because of his good success at Silverstone last time out when he took the win in turbo tin tops, but he sort of skittered into the gravel. Now, was that all of his own accord, or was he helped on his way? Or was there maybe a front left puncture on that car, because something didn't quite look right on the front left for me.
No, it didn't indeed. Brian Bransom and Jasper Sapper's BMW F80 has climbed right the way up into 2nd place now, mainly due to the demise of Nathan Wells. He's dropped right the way into 5th place, continuing to work his way down the order. The safety car is being ready. Did Graham Crowhurst manage to get through? No. Clever driving from Graham Crowhurst. I say clever driving, he didn't seem best pleased. There was some sort of gesticulation out of the window, and how that was communicated, I'm not exactly sure. I don't read racing driver hand signals very often, but yeah, he's sort of held station in 4th place. That, or he felt he was overtaken under the yellow flags by that of Luke Yeomans. But as the safety car returns to the circuit, that is mainly due to that of Andrew Marson being sat down at the old hairpin. Already the marshals hard at work trying to recover that car, but I agree that front left looks quite low, more than just sort of it's dug itself there, and I'd imagine the diff isn't quite open enough for it to dig a hole of that nature. In terms of movers on the first lap, Jasper Sapper and Brian Bransom up into second place, up 4 places apiece. Danny Cassar and Adam Brown up into 9th place, and the Betches up into 10th place. We did say they were going to climb their way up through the order, but by far and away the biggest mover up the order, up 7 places, car number 318. That's of Richard Bethel and Tom Mensley. That's not a bad start to their race, up 7 places on the first lap alone.
That's not a bad start at all. Who was it scheduled to have started that car? It was, I don't think we got a starting driver for it, did we?
No, I didn't get one.
So, well, based on what Richard Bethel said earlier on when I interviewed him, Tom Mensley is the quicker of the two. So that, to me, would suggest it's Tom that's maybe started.
Yes, it would make...
Should we go for that?
We'll go for that. We'll go for Tom Mensley. And then if you can spot any overalls at any point.
I will also try and see when I head down to the pit lane, which will only be a couple of minutes away, really, whether I can either spot a Brian Branson or a Jazz Sapra, because that would tidy one up as well. So I'll head to the pit lane, because the pit window's going to open in a few minutes.
Absolutely. And if anything, they're going to be ready to see if the safety car period lasts long enough to work its way into the pit window. So by way of recovery for that of Andrew Marson, it's effectively complete. Brilliant job by the Donington Park Marshals to get Andrew Marson's Abarth out of the way. So the Abarth Assetto Corsa has been dragged behind the Armco barrier, and the safety car lights are already off, so it will be Mark Smith and the Jazz Sapra Brian Branson BMW F80. Car number 40 sat there in second place, hounding them towards turn 1, followed then by the number 35 of Luke Yeomans. Your top 3. Expect Graham Crowhurst to be on a charge as well, because he didn't seem best pleased with whatever happened prior to the safety car's release. Safety car desperately tried to run away from a pack of angry BMWs, or being hunted down by Mark Smith, who's not giving him much room to breathe at all. Out of the final corner they will come. The safety car peels off to the left, and delaying the start as much as possible is Mark Smith. He can choose when he goes, puts his foot to the floor. Now, albeit the safety car lights and boards are still on. Now it goes to green. That was somewhat delayed. I was expecting Mark Smith to put his foot to the floor, but Nathan Wells roars through to take the lead of the race off Mark Smith. Some confusion by our leaders on the run towards turn 1, with the yellow light still being shown on the gantry. Josh Files tries to carve his way yet further up the order, but Nathan Wells takes the lead from Mark Smith in second place. Graham Crowhurst is up into third place now, followed then by the number 35 of Luke Yeomans in fourth place. Josh Files absolutely flying, cutting his way through traffic as best as possible. Got a flick of oversteer on the run through the old hairpin whilst trying to pick his way through and past the 170 machine of Matt Nossiter in the Porsche Boxster. As the leaders head their way over Coppice, it is still going to be that of Nathan Wells in the lead of the race. And Mark, do you have some news from the pit lane?
Purely the fact that I've got a Brian Branson in the pit lane, which means Jazz Sapra starts the car.
So Jazz Sapra, thank you very much, Mark. Jazz Sapra starting the number 40 machine. That car, we'll have to pick out exactly where it is. Jazz Sapra, or Brian Branson now down, or Jazz Sapra, I was right the first time. Jazz Sapra now down into 5th place. Big lunge late on the brakes for Mark Smith. Is he going to get the car slowed down? He's wide of the apex. That allows Nathan Wells to try and fight back, but no, brilliant move by Mark Smith. Back up into the lead of the race. Nathan Wells down into second place. There's still yet more battling going on behind. Graham Crowhurst and Luke Yeomans side by side through the final corner. Luke Yeomans on the outside. It's not going to work for him. Graham Crowhurst gets the better of the 2 exits as well. Jazz Sapra continues to watch on from 5th place at the moment. He needs to be careful to not get caught out by John Cockerton, who isn't following on a million miles away. A bit of a lock-up there from Jazz Sapra on the run in towards Redgate, but since getting the lead, Mark Smith has already started to run away from that of Nathan Wells. So those two as a pair have left Graham Crowhurst and Luke Yeomans battling away in the background. Through the old hairpin they will go. Keep an eye on John Wyatt as well. He's not really that far away at all in his BMW, Mark Wyatt, pardon me, in his BMW E92. Through the Craner curves, and then on the brakes for the old hairpin once again goes Josh Files. Lights ablaze on his Area Motorsport JLF car nest Honda Civic Type R. And was it Danny? Yes, it was Danny Cassar starting the Integra DC5. He's all over the coattails of another one of the BMWs. We just looked down through the order to try and pick out who that is. That's Tommy Grout, who's starting to feel the pressure from Danny Cassar. in turn, the pair of them are fighting away with Max Petch. The DC5 hasn't quite got the legs in the straight line to fight Tommy Grout. Through the Fogarty S's they will go. A good exit by Danny Cassar, but the BMW again just slightly too quick in a straight line to do anything about that towards the Melbourne Loop. But a big lock up from Tommy Grout. That washes him wide of the apex. Through goes Danny Cassar, and is Max Petch going to get through the same gap? No, he's not. Danny Cassar's going to have to be careful as Tommy Grout tries to fight back on the brakes in towards the final corner at Goddard's. No. Danny Cassar holds on to what is now going to be 8th place. Mark, news from the pits.
Yeah, news from the pits. Number 28, Will Oakley is in from the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. He's had some contact out there on somewhere towards the side of the car on the right-hand side. He's just bringing it in for the mechanics to check that everything is fine before he heads back out. Good
stuff. That may be an indication as to what happened to that of Andrew Marson, but Tom Oakley was a little bit of a ways back, I think 8 positions back from Andrew Marson when the race got underway. Max Petch has indeed got through and past Tommy Grout, so he will now try and close in onto Danny Cassar in that Integra DC5 just that little bit further up the road. Let's have a look back to how the Turbo Tin Tops are getting on. We need to wait for the next couple of cars to shuffle through, and it will be the number 1 machine of Carl Chambers leading the way ahead of David Marson. So Carl Chambers in 20th place overall, leading the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops. David Marson sat there in 2nd place, 2.1 seconds adrift. Backmarker Lappery is going to become ever more of an issue now for the race leaders. Mark Smith, having got through and past Nathan Wells, hasn't really gapped him too much. There is still a bit of closure between them, and all of a sudden Jasper Sapra has picked his way through and past Luke Yeomans and is now trying to close the gap up to that of Graham Crowhurst.
I could tidy up the one final driver that we didn't know. Car number 318, started by Richard Bethel, because I've just seen Tom Mensley.
Okay, so Richard Bethel starting that car number 318. Tom Mensley due to get in. Back over the line go the race leaders. So Colin Smith leading from Nathan Wells. Then it's Graham Crowhurst. And it's no longer Nathan Wells. Nathan Wells, unfortunately, with an issue in towards turn 1. He's got a long way off at Redgate. Rattled through the gravel, and unfortunately, that number 23 BMW E46 GTR has found itself in the tyre wall at effectively at the exit of Redgate. And I don't know whether you could hear anything, Mark, whether it would be locked tyres or anything, but it's just gone a long way in. Safety car immediately deployed, and the fabulous Donington Park marshals straight away on the scene to Nathan Wells' aid. Thankfully, that section of circuit is padded well enough.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't hear anything as he was coming past me, and then I just, saw the cloud of dust in the distance, but there's no obvious signs of any locking of the tyres, which does suggest that, the wheels were still rotating, but probably he wasn't getting any braking performance, and that's why he skidded all the way and has made it right the way through the gravel trap, which is a fair old way, isn't it, to get all the way up to the barriers?
Yeah, it is a long way into the gravel trap. So that car now being pulled out of the gravel. All of a sudden, Mark, it's going to get very busy for you because the pit window is open and the safety car is out. The prime time to pit.
It is, I'm stood right alongside Colin Turkington at the moment, so he is about to jump on board the car that was leading the race in the hands of Mark Smith. He's driven this car before with some good success in the Classic Sports Car Club. John Hammersley is in, who is on solo driving duties at the wheel of the Volkswagen Scirocco as well.
Mark Smith coming in now, so you might be able to talk us through the pit stop and see if Colin Turkington's years of experience can speed him up through that bit.
Here we go. So, of course, there's only a sort of minimum time to spend in the pit, so they'll be well versed with this one. Colin has got his seat insert to go in, because whilst Mark is not a large chap at all, he's quite slight for his age, Mark, but Colin is very much the racing snake. So comes to a halt now. Mark Smith trying to extract himself out of the E36, clambers out, and once he's out of harm's way, in go the seat inserts for 4 times British Touring Car champion Colin Turkington, just making sure he's got the seatbelts positioned where he wants them, so they're well out of harm's way. One of the team mechanics just coming over just to assist with the doing up of the belts, but already the lap section of the belts is in. Over the shoulders come the shoulder belts, making sure that they're on top of the hand and neck support, the hands device, also getting plugged in as well to the pit to car radio system. And then once the final belts are being done, which they are just now, shoulder straps going on with the assistance of the mechanic, pull them tight, fire the car up, which he's about to do, and then wait for the clock to tick and the opportunity to head out and enjoy the Donington Park sunshine. So we'll grab a word with Mark Smith once Colin Turkington is out on circuit, but he'll very shortly be about to go out. And the team also running the car of Clinton Hewen, which has stopped directly ahead of it when he's handing over to Oliver Smith. They're just making sure that it's not going to affect the access back out into the fast lane of the pit lane for Colin Turkington, who gets the lock on now. The BMW is on its way.
It is indeed, and I imagine the pit lane is about to, whilst it's emptying out, Mark, it's about to get a bit busier because the safety car is coming round for its second lap, still with lights on. So you'd imagine that's something you've got to bear in mind. If you all pit on the first lap, there's not going to be much room for you to conduct your pit stop. So and what you'll have to do is try and find some free space on the second lap.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened, I think, to the Danny Cassar and Adam Brown car, that the Honda Integra was trapped in a little bit because the number 98 BMW, which is now in the hands of Mark Wyatt, was just causing them a few little bits of grief. Going to see if I can grab a quick word with Mark Smith, who's chatting away at the moment. Can we grab a word, Mark? Is that okay? That all went to plan, didn't it? It was a great start from you.
Yeah, it was. And then I was a little bit confused on the restart with the safety car because the safety car flags were still on, and I'm on the radio saying, what's happening? Safety car's going, but there's still a safety car. What am I doing? And then everyone started getting a bit racy. I thought, I better get involved. And then next thing you know, I'd lost a couple of places, but I made them up. And, oh, boy.
You've had easier times, but now you've handed it over to Colin. We know what he can do.
So I'll go and have a cup of tea now, can't I? Go and work out the acceptance speech, I think.
Is this just a one-off again with Colin? We've seen you out in previous seasons, but it's always just been a one-off with him.
It's whenever we're both available, really. Well, more to the point, whenever he's available, should I say. Yeah.
He's slightly more available this year, though.
He is, yeah, which makes it better for all of us. Yeah. And I think he's enjoying it too. He loves the team. He loves the race cars. The cars are built properly. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't want to get in them.
Well done on your stint. We'll see what he can do.
Yes, thanks.
There we go. There's Mark Smith, who's handed over the car to Colin Turkington, a 4-time British Touring Car champion that joins us on the grid this weekend.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see Colin Turkington out with us. They are just coming around once again in any effort to try and catch the safety car queue, because Colin Turkington has got behind the wheel. Whether he remains in the lead is yet to come to light, as we've had a couple of cars not dive into the pit lane. Car number 97, Dave Avis and Matthew Turner's BMW E46, hasn't opted for the pit lane. There's a number of others which are now in the pit lane, and they will be updated on the TSL timing screens once they have exited the pit lane, Mark.
I think the way the regulations are written, if memory serves me correctly, and again, you'd have to dive into the detail of it, but I think if the safety car is deployed when the pit window is open, then the pit window then remains open until the very end of the race. So you could stay out, not pit this time, but then you have to keep your fingers crossed there's another safety car so you don't really lose out.
Yeah, you would, and the safety car lights are off now, so with the safety car ending, you'd have thought the best time to pit would be under safety car, where it loses you as little time as possible because nobody's going around at full racing speed. But the safety car peeling off, and we will get the race back underway. So it will be Dave Avis and Matthew Turner's car number 97 BMW that theoretically leads this race. Now cars opting for the pit lane, so with the safety car returning to the pit lane, now cars decide to come in. That's going to cost them so much time over the course of a race, with it being a 1 minute and 30 pit stop, and some drivers lapping into the 1 minute 30s, as we've already seen, that being Mark Smith with a 1:39.0. They are going to lose a substantial amount of time. Carl Chambers and John Hammersley chasing each other on the run down towards turn 1, and they just about get through together, but Carl Chambers gets the better of that battle. Into the pit lane indeed comes out of Dave Avis and Matthew Turner, so that should theoretically hand the lead off to the Petches, will it? No, over the line goes Colin Turkington. So Colin Turkington into the lead of the race, and he is being hunted down. Let's get a confirmed second place driver once they all come through. And it will be Graham Crowhurst, who's under big pressure from Brian Bransom. So Graham Crowhurst and Brian Bransom over the line together, absolutely nose to tail. In towards Redgate they will go. We're keeping an eye in the pit lane with the 197 machine currently in. Clive Seegers to hand over to Andrew Grimm in that Mini Cooper SJCW R56 as they complete their respective pit stops. But at the moment, Graham Crowhurst and Brian Bransom are battling away through the old hairpin. We have a look towards the Craner curves, and by the time we look at the Craner curves, down at the old hairpin is the car of Tommy Grout, still fighting away with Andy Yeomans. We saw this pre-safety car, post-safety car, normality has resumed. And John Cockerton is fighting away as well with Brian Branson, albeit I fear he has got a penalty. Let's have a quick look. Yes, so John Cockerton, car number 10 with a penalty for a short pit stop. So too, car number 129, Tommy Grout, another one of those drivers we were watching battle with a penalty to be applied. Treble 9, Sean Wortley will have a penalty applied for a short pit stop. And so too, the 150 machine, David Cox, the white and orange Volkswagen Golf, will pick up a post-race penalty. So too will car number 621, that being Graham Waterhouse. So the post-race penalties being dished out.
Already, yes. So we've got the last few pit stops just taking place. It looks as though Lisa Selby is jumping out of the Ford Fiesta and husband Toby Harris is about to dive on board. I had a quick word off mic also with Jazz Sapra, who was saying very similar things to Mark Smith and you picked up on, and that they were very confused, and Jazz lost 2 or 3 places with that fact that when the safety car came in to start with, the very first safety car that we had, that the lights were still on the gantry, even though the safety car peeled into the way into the pit lane, and that was why he didn't want to get on the gas, because he didn't want to pick up a penalty for overtaking when the safety car boards and the lights were still on. But of course, as he came out of Redgate, that was when they went to green, so he realised, a bit like Mark Smith, he better get on with it again. So he was, I think, slightly confused and slightly worried that he might have done something wrong, but did the right thing in reality, if you ask me.
No, absolutely. Seeing it, I was thinking, well, I wouldn't go if I saw the safety car boards and the yellow lights flashing. So a number of drivers thought that, a number of drivers thought otherwise, having seen the safety car pull off and into the pit lane. Colin Turkington's first flying lap, a 1:37.892, the fastest lap of the race at the moment by the best part of, what, 2 and a bit seconds. So Colin Turkington immediately on the pace. Graham Crowhurst currently sat there in second place. John Cockerton still riding round in third on the road, albeit with a penalty. Followed then by Brian Bransom in fourth place. Andy Yeomans in fifth place. Followed by Tommy Grout. Into the pit lane comes the 144 machine. That is Stuart Jeffcoat. Has he been into the pit lane so far? Stuart Jeffcoat, yes. Stuart Jeffcoat's already been in, Mark, so maybe an issue for the Porsche. He's just rolling his way past the starter gantry now, and I don't know whether he's going into the paddock or going to have a word with the mechanics.
I think he's going to have a word with the mechanics, yes. So the man from Wraysbury, long-time Porsche racer, but largely in 911s over the years. This ex-Rint car that he bought, well put together, but is there a problem with it? He's stopped best part of 3/4 of the way down the pit lane. The engine was still running, but as I canter down towards it now, yeah, the engine's still running, door is open, conversations are going on, I'll find out.
Yeah, no problem at all. Clearly not all is well with that car. Heading through the final corner now, we've got a brilliant little battle. That is the number 3 machine of David Marson. He was under a bit of pressure mid-corner by the 52 of John Curtin, but by the time they arrive at turn 1, the gap that's opened between them is something very special indeed. Just seeing the speed differential in a straight line. On the brakes in towards turn 1, the number 68 machine of James Journow is managing to pick the pocket of the Audi TT that we've got out there in the hands of Wayne Shawnee, Mark.
Yeah, just to say, Stuart Jeffcoat hasn't previously been into the pits, he's just informed me.
Yeah,
either that or he's having a very senior moment, and he had, but he's forgotten.
Yes, on the screen it says 1. We'll wait and see upon his departure to see whether that swaps over. So returning to the circuit.
Usually on entry that it adds it.
Is it on
entry?
So
he probably, as you look down, he was showing 1 because he'd probably only just broken the beam.
That makes sense, yeah, because I saw him on pit entry, looked at the screen, and clearly in the interim it had ticked over. Colin Turkington over the start-finish line once more with a substantial lead. Into the pit lane now comes the number 87. Let's get it right this time. They've not been into the pit lane, Mark, so this will be their first pit stop, drawing the attention of of Andrew Marshall or Dan Garnett, whichever way round. We didn't get a starting driver, but into the pit lane comes the BMW 1 Series to have their mandatory pit stop and driver change.
Dan Garnett started.
So Dan Garnett
Yep.
started, Andrew Marshall waving away frantically, trying to get the attention of Dan behind the wheel. But Colin Turkington over the line last time through, 16.6 seconds clear of Graham Crowhurst. John Cockerton remains in third place, followed then by that of Brian Bransom, Luke Yeomans and Tommy Grout, your top 6. On the brakes in towards the old hairpin now goes the number 35 of Luke Yeomans, bouncing over the curbs on the exit. He'll have to be careful not to get caught out for track limits there. We've seen a couple of drivers work their way already onto their last warning. 13.5 minutes still to go. Carl Chambers is defending for his life from the number 15 of Graham Crowhurst, but that battle will be short-lived. As soon as they get onto the back straight past the old exhibition centre, Graham Crowhurst in the BMW E46 puts his foot to the floor, disappears up the road and through the fog at Yeses. That is something of a confirmed position. Was that a position on the road? I think it just might have been post. No, that was a lap going on, that of Carl Chambers, and we've got a car off at turn 1. That's one of the Ginettas. We'll try and pick out exactly who that is. White and blue. Neil Armstrong will have handed over to Owen Armstrong, and yes, so unfortunately Owen Armstrong in that Ginetta G40 has deposited that car into the gravel, and we won't see anything further, unfortunately, from that car. It is in a dangerous position on the exit of Redgate, and the yellow being covered by waved yellow flags. We will keep an eye on the safety car to see if that sort of sparks its way into life, and whether we will see the lights be prepared. Marshall's running over to the aid of Owen Armstrong, making sure, 1, that he's okay, and 2, assess the situation for whether that car will be able to be pushed back out onto the racing surface, or it has simply dug itself too deep into the gravel at Redgate. Double waved yellows as Marshall's are out there, and the safety car has been deployed. Apologies, no it hasn't. The code 60 has been deployed, so the Classic Sports Car Club, one of the final organisers, still introducing the code 60 to give it sort of a more familiar term to some, and for lack of a better term, it's effectively a full course yellow, so everyone reduces to 60 kilometres an hour and will trundle around at respective pace and try and maintain that gap that they had to that car in front, so they're not gaining an undue advantage. And if you're all doing 60 kilometres an hour, effectively when the code 60 flags and LED boards are either sort of no longer displayed, what that does mean is the racing picks up from effectively exactly where it left off. So Owen Armstrong's car being hauled through the gravel by one of the telehandlers and will be brought behind the Armco barrier at Redgate Corner with 10 minutes to go. This is effectively going to turn into a 10-minute sprint race. So the gaps last time through, 16.4 seconds between Colin Turkington and Graham Crowhurst. Theoretically, next time they come through to cross the line, it should be exactly the same or something there or thereabouts. Adam Brown behind the wheel of the Hillwood Autos Honda Integra DC5. Whereabouts has that car worked its way up to? Up into 9th place after the issues they've had this morning to be leading Class NC over Josh Files, and doing so quite substantially. Last time through, 7.3 seconds the margin between them. That's not bad at all for a car with a TPS issue. Throughout this morning's qualifying session, the clean-up operation effectively complete. We will wait for the code 60 flags to be withdrawn, of which they are now. And the racing resumes. Back over the line goes Colin Turkington. A few cars slightly slower on the uptake. Josh Files puts his foot to the floor and gets going once more. And the gap between them now 16.4 seconds between Adam Brown and Josh Files. So 16.6 seconds was the gap between Colin Turkington and Graham Crowhurst. Let's see what the gap is this time by. Out of the final corner comes Graham Crowhurst on to what will be his 14th lap of the race. 26.4 seconds, a full 10 seconds found. And I was watching Colin Turkington, he was doing everything right, so it just could be the way that they caught the flags.
So some good little squabbles still going on all the way through the order. What's going on in the Turbo Tin Tops at the moment? Carl Chambers has got John Hammersley not that far away from him at this restart, but it does look as though Hammersley, 5.9 seconds adrift, is going to have to work overtime to try and catch up. And then it's Richard Marston that's next up, isn't it, in Turbo Tin Top, sitting 15th overall with number 6 of Arth.
Yeah, Richard Marston at one point in this race was leading. David Marston was leading before he got caught out by Carl Chambers. And since then, everybody behind Carl Chambers has shuffled around. But Carl Chambers, in the lead of the Turbo Tin Tops, remains exactly where he is. He's just shooting his way up towards McLean's now and is hunting down the gold and black machine of Tommy Grout. The penalties have been coming in thick and fast, Mark. The timing screen at one point was a flood with red of drivers that were the wrong side of 1 minute 30. Some of them have been corrected, others have remained in red, unfortunately, so post-race penalties to be applied. One of those, I think, is Tommy Grout, car number 129. Yes, Tommy Grout has got a penalty coming his way, but Carl Chambers carving his way through the order. At one point we saw him trying to outbrake Graham Crowhurst.
Right. Well, it's lighter, the Peugeot, so we should be able to break that a little bit later. But yeah, Graham Crowhurst's car has certainly got some stopping power, and Graham is a very, very quick driver of that BMW art car, BMW.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look. Locked brakes there. That was John Hammersley trying to sneak through on Miles Mosley. So John Hammersley has now managed to catch right up onto the coattails of Carl Chambers. So he was 5.9 seconds adrift at the beginning of this lap. Well, the gap from Peugeot now back to Volkswagen Scirocco as they come out of Goddard's is pretty much next to nothing, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely nothing between them. Back over the line goes Carl Chambers, leading the Turbo Tin Tops aspect of this race. John Hammersley, how he's found that time in a lap is beyond me. So once they've gone through and broken the beam, 1.8 seconds separates them. So it makes you think the previous lap was timed just towards the tail end of the Code 60. We'll have to keep a close eye on them as they head through Hollywood and down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. The gap now isn't coming down as quickly as we first thought, but traffic can play a huge part in that, as we're already seeing. Through the old hairpin goes the number 81 machine in the hands of Oliver Smith now. He's trying to work his way through and past John Hammersley, but up the hill, the Scirocco gave it a good fight.
Yeah, I think Oliver Smith's going to go through, though, not driving the usual gold-coloured car that we'll see Oliver. He's driving Clinton Ewan's car that he's sharing with for this weekend, and you can just see the car dancing around on the very edge of adhesion. He was one of those in qualifying this morning that I said, you know, whilst it's only a 328i, it's not an M3. Oliver Smith is quick and Clinton Ewan is quick as well. So, yeah, Ollie Smith going beautifully well at this stage. In a straight line, though. The Scirocco's coming back at him, isn't it?
I did think of that. Okay, heading up the hill, it looked like John Hammersley was really making it hard work for that of Ollie Smith. Through the Fogarty S's they will go. Visually, the gap between Carl Chambers and John Hammersley remains about the same. On the brakes, John Hammersley, does he nail the braking this time? Still locking one of those rear tyres in desperation to get the car slowed down. And then effectively the sister Peugeot to Carl Chambers, that of Miles Mosley, isn't too far away from them either, albeit I think he's a lap down.
Up towards Redgate Corner, the silver car with the BMW Works livery down the side of it, John Cockerton. He's in fourth position. Right behind him now is the F80 BMW in the hands of Brian Branson. So Brian lapped quicker that time through. It was a 1:42.1 from John Cockerton. It was a 1:41.7 from Brian Branson, so best part of a quarter of a second, 0.3 of a second quicker, and he's slowly edging up onto the coattails of the E46. However, he doesn't need to, because it looks as though John Cockerton has picked up a time penalty for what I think will probably be track limits. Let's just have a quick look. No, it was too short on the pit stops, John Cockerton. He's picked up a 30.5 second penalty, which means that he was half a second short on his pit stop. And 1:29.417 was his pit stop, just too short.
And Tommy Grout has picked up a 30.8 second penalty for being short. So Brian Branson, without doing a lot of overtaking, he's got him into fourth place.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from him. I mean, it is very draconian, the penalty, but if you're short on your pit stop, you're short on your pit stop.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but you can be a tenth of a second short, and you're still short.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And they know what the penalties are, and they are starting to come in thick and fast and now be applied to drivers as well. One of those being the 318 machine in the hands of what is now Tom Mensley. He has received a penalty. We will figure out exactly how long those are as well. So they go through with exactly a 30-second penalty. So they must have been very, very marginally short. Car number 318, we will look for their penalty. And I'll be back with you once I found it, Mark.
Yeah, it's not on that screen. I think you'll have to wait for the car to come back over the start-finish line, and then it will come back up on the screen again. And unfortunately, you can't get that page on the online system from tsl-timing.com, our timekeepers. We've also got Sean Wortley that's picked up a time penalty as well. So his is another one that's now showing us picking up a penalty. That's the number 999 Mini. He's got a 31.6 second penalty, and David Cox at the wheel of number 150 Volkswagen Golf has got a 32.8 second penalty. So he was 2.8 seconds short on his pit stop.
He was indeed. It almost looked like he was drifting out of the final corner, did there, Richard Marson, of which he has got David Marson not too far away. And of course, they are what is effectively third and fourth in turbo tin tops. So they're fighting over the final step on the podium in the turbo tin tops, and the first and second step on the podium in Class TE, in which they both fall into. I've been keeping an eye on Josh Files. He's just worked his way through and past Toby Harris, heading in towards the Fogarty S's. On the exit of Redgate, we've got a couple of Porsches fighting away, trying to pick their way through and past one of the Renault Clios we've got out there. On the brakes, in towards the old hairpin, everything remains as is, albeit approaching very quickly, is an Adam Brown. Adam Brown will have to first work his way through and past Sean Wortley, who I think has been afforded a time penalty. Yes, he has. So Sean Wortley has picked up a 31.6 second time penalty, so 1.6 seconds short was Sean Wortley. We still need to figure out exactly how short Bethel and Mensley were in their 318 Renault Clio, albeit it's not popped up quite as of yet on our end. Adam Brown working his way through yet more traffic. One of those is indeed the Richard Bethel, Tom Mensley Renault Clio. So through the Fogarty S's they will go, and Adam Brown puts his foot to the floor and disappears up the road. He will now start to approach the 170 Porsche Boxster 986 of Matt Nossiter. On the brakes, they draw themselves somewhat level. Struggling to keep the rear in check was Matt Nossiter. That somewhat delays his exit as well. Adam Brown not that far away at all. On the brakes in towards turn one goes Colin Turkington. Last time through a 1 minute 38.452. Some 1.2 seconds off what we know he can do. But when your lead is as substantial as his, only just on the brakes in towards the final corner now is Graham Crowhurst, and Colin Turkington is climbing his way up the hill towards McLean's. You don't really need to push the car as hard as you usually would. You can somewhat take a leisurely drive into the pit lane. Only a couple of minutes from the end is car number 283, Chris Stone. We've got under a minute left, Mark, 55 seconds. And into the pit lane comes Chris Stone. I don't know whether he's just going to be heading right towards you, or he's going to be heading towards the pit lane. Is he going straight into his garage? No. So he's there to talk to the mechanic, but with only, 30 seconds remaining, you'd expect he would try to limp that car through. It's going to be tight whether we'll get another lap, because out of the Fogarty S's comes Colin Turkington. On the brakes in towards the Melbourne hairpin. It dips downhill, so brake earlier than you'd expect. Manage the locking as soon as you start to apply some load onto those front wheels to rotate the car. John Hammersley just up the road, so traffic will slowly start to play a part. Carl Chambers hasn't really ran away from John Hammersley, but he's done enough just to secure his lead with 7 seconds, 5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just about nicks through. Does he to get another lap? Yes, he does. So one more lap to go. Colin Turkington will continue on. I think he got to the line with just about a second left. Car number 170 has been given a 5-second time penalty. Matt Nossiter, I said he was struggling to get that car out of the corners. I think he's been struggling on the way in as well. That's just awarded him a 5-second time penalty. He's just going over the line now and will see the news. Returning to the circuit, Chris Stone. Yes, he goes right the way to pit exit and will return to the circuit and will see the checkered flag. Next time by Graham Crowhurst, whereabouts is he? He's just going over the line now in second place with a 35.5 second margin to find on this final lap if he wants to close in on Colin Turkington. Don't think that's going to happen, do you? Heading in towards the Melbourne hairpin once more, we see that of Tommy Grout. Of course, he's got the penalty to be applied as well. Through the Fogarty S's in a few moments' time along the exhibition straight. On the brakes, Colin Turkington flicks the car into the left, then changes to the right, working his way through the last couple of pieces of traffic. The first car he meets is the 150 of David Cox in the predominantly white and orange VW Golf GTI. Already round the Melbourne hairpin is Colin Turkington in eagerness to get onto the throttle, the tail end of the car wagging around. On the brakes into the final corner for the final time will come Colin Turkington. And the Wasp New Millennium and Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops race number 3 of the weekend goes to Colin Turkington. Crosses the line, sees the checkered flag, and will put his name against another win here at Donington Park. He must have a number over the years now that is going to be something of insurmountable proportions. Graham Crowhurst isn't too far away in what will be second place. He's just working his way around the Melbourne hairpin now. The Petches come over the line. So Chris Petch will be the driver to see the checkered flag. Adam Brown over the line now as well. He will finish in 8th place and win Class NC. What other winners have we also had? Chris Petch, when he crossed the line, finished 7th overall, won Class MB. Over the line goes Graham Crowhurst. We are still awaiting the arrival of Dave Avis to win Class NM2. Carl Chambers won the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops, and he was hunted home by John Hammersley and David Marson. So if you are going to grab anybody from Turbo Tin Tops, Carl Chambers, John Hammersley and David Marson, they finished 1, 2, 3 on the road in Turbo Tin Tops as a whole. In their respective classes, they all finished first as well. Carl Chambers won Class TD, John Hammersley TA and David Marson TE. We have already seen Colin Turkington, Graham Crowhurst and Andy Yeomans over the line. Josh Files going very slowly towards the start-finish line, struggling to find a gear. Finally grabbed one, gets to the line as well. Albeit, I think those issues that we saw this morning starting to rear their heads once again. Out of the final corner now comes the number 97 machine of Dave Avis, and he will come through to win Class NMC. Cutting through the sort of cut road there, John Cockerton, the escape road, he goes through, knocking over a couple of cones, and it's classified him into the pit lane. Clinton Ewan, the final car to come through to take the checkered flag. Ollie Smith finishing that car. So Colin Turkington wins here at Donington Park, followed by Graham Crowhurst. Andy Yeomans in 3rd place, then it was Brian Bransom in 4th place. Tommy Grout finished in 5th ahead of John Cockerton in 6th place. It was then Chris and Chris Petch taking the checkered flag. Finishing in 7th place ahead of Adam Brown and Danny Cassar. Adam Brown taking the checkered flag. Then it was car number 170 in the hands of Matt Nossiter, albeit with penalties applied, finished in 9th place, followed then by Josh Files in 10th place. Dave Avis over the line in 11th place, followed home by the number 81 machine in the hands of Ollie Smith. Ollie Smith finishing in 12th place. Carl Chambers finished 13th overall and won the Turbo Tin Tops ahead of John Hammersley in 14th place, David Marson and Richard Marson in 15th and 16th respectively. James Jonow finished in 17th place. Car number 50, that being Wayne Shawnee, finished in 18th place. 19th place was Tom Mensley. Bob Hosier finished in 19th place. 20th place was Bob Hosier. It was then car number 145, George Pilkington, finishing in 21st place. 22nd place, the treble 9 of Sean Wortley, followed then by Toby Harris, car number 124, that being James Manning, finished in 24th place. 25th place was car number 52 in the hands of Tom Curtin. It was then the Fothergill pairing of Marcus Fothergill taking the checkered flag in the Ginetta G40, followed then by 123 in the hands of Paul Clothier. Then it was the Kennedy pairing, car number 66, that being in the hands of Louise and Jason Kennedy. Jason Kennedy taking the checkered flag ahead of car number 58, that being Miles Mosley. And to round out your top 30, car number 150, David Cox. Mark, from the pits.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to get Colin Turkington away from his car. Come around this way, Colin, because there's there's a fuel leak at the back of Colin's car, so I've just been to get a fire extinguisher and place it there so the marshals can keep an eye on it. Colin, if you stand this way, you get the car in the back of the shot. Colin, it looked as though the checkered flag came at the right time, looking at the amount of fuel coming out of that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think maybe we have had a small issue after qualifying as well, similar thing. So I think it's just when the car stops, when it's out on track. I think it's fine. So, but yeah, it was a really enjoyable race. You know, Mark did a great job in the opening stint, you know, to bring the car in P1, and obviously we probably switched over a bit earlier than we expected because of the safety car. So yeah, I got a really good stint in the car, but you know, Mark did all the hard work in the first place. So yeah, it's always nice to bring the car home in P1, and you know, Amspeed always you know, give us such a great car. So yeah, it's nice to bring a trophy home.
It's good to see you back at Donington Park, winning ways in a BMW. That's happened 1 or 2 times in the past.
Yeah, I'm not sure many more times I'll be able to do that, but yeah, obviously, you know, this year is a completely different season for me. You know, it's the first time in 20 years I'm not going to be in British touring cars, but you know, that's why I'm here this weekend, because I really enjoy racing, enjoy driving, and especially, you know, lovely BMWs like this. So you know, I probably get more satisfaction and enjoyment in a day like today than I do on a touring car weekend, just because there's not as much stress and pressure. So yeah, it's been a great weekend so far, and we raced the car again on slick tyres this evening. So got to do it all again.
It'll come alive even more on slicks. Well done, Colin. We'll leave it there because we want to chat to our winner of the Turbo Tin Tops. We've got Graham Crowhurst as well, actually. So let's grab a quick word with the driver that finished second in the race overall. Where's Graham gone? Where is he? Here he is, at the wheel of this beautifully BMW liveried art car. Graham, cracking battle in the early stages.
It was a bit of a shame the safety car ruined it, to be honest, because Luke had a 20-second success penalty, so we both joked about how the race was going to be up to the pit stop, and then I said, if I'm still near you at the end, I've had a bad race. But yeah, it was a bit lonely after the pit stop, which was a shame, but got a good position, and I'm not going to beat the grass, but Colin overtook under safety car, so yeah, it's a bit hard when he's a touring car legend, but and I was going to ask him for tuition, so I don't know. I've got to err on the side of caution there, but look, P2, mega. Thanks to the team and, well, team being family, for getting me out there, because we had the engine apart when we were being called up, so it was a bit touch and go. But yeah, we made it. Good position.
And back out in Ram Air BMW qualifying later on today?
Yeah, back out and qualifying later today, so hopefully it's a bit cooler, because I am melting in this fine piece of clothing. But yeah, hopefully good result for later. It was just a bit of testing this, really, so, but good fun. I enjoyed it.
Well done, well done. I think there's some general confusion with the safety car anyway. I think it was just the way that the lights went out in some areas. We've now got the winner of the Turbo Tin Tops to join us as well. So, Cole Chambers, you were sort of right at the sharp end of the Turbo Tin Tops. Then we had the safety cars and the pit window, and then you came out, and John wasn't that far behind.
No, it was a nightmare with all the safety car and code 60. The two Fiats clipped each other, and I see one of them get a puncture, so that got them out of the way. So yeah, it's just a case of keeping John at bay and manage the gap, really. But yeah, we got there in the end, so it's good. Yeah.
Got there at the end, but it also means you'll pick up a time penalty for the next round, which I'm guessing won't be for you, Cadwell Park, because I know that's one of the circuits you tend not to go to nowadays.
We're not going to do Cadwell, but yeah, unfortunately, it does mean we get a 30-second penalty. So yeah, but that's just how it goes. Yeah.
Good day, though.
Yes, good day. And this one's for John, Jane's dad, who's in hospital. So he's been watching in hospital. So this is for John. Hope you get better soon.
Yeah, get well soon, John. And talking of Johns, we've got another John. We've got the club chairman here this time as well, John Hammersley. Where's your car, John? Oh, it's up there, isn't it? We won't be able to go to it because of the fuel coming out. No, we'll stay away from the petrol. Here we are again, another year of motorsport, John. Another year where you're on the podium.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. We struggle with the car. It's developed a fuel leak, and he's putting fuel all over the back tyre. So left-handers were a real adventure, a real adventure. I thought at one stage of stopping, but then I figured I might be able to drive round it, and here we are on the podium again.
On your own, though, in that one, you originally had Nigel Tong entered, your son-in-law, in the race, and obviously not able to race with us this weekend?
Yeah, unfortunately, Nigel is in real trouble with his back and a knee problem. He's struggling to walk. He was hoping he could be here, but, you know, he's got a big battle now to try and get ready for Cadwell.
Fingers crossed we'll see him at Cadwell. Well done, though. Well done on second place in Tin Tops.
Thanks very much, Mark. Thank you.
So there we go. That's our second race of the afternoon done and dusted. We move on now to the next of the races coming up for you, and that will be the combined race for the Super Pro Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics.
Brilliant, thank you, Mark. Yeah, great to hear from a number of our drivers in the Wasp New Millennium and Fox Transport Turbo tin tops, and nothing ever changes with John Hammersley. He's always such a character, and he's always brilliant to speak to as well. Driving around a fuel issue is very brave indeed, but clearly managed to keep the car under his spell, and like he said, look at where he is, up onto the podium as well. So hopefully whatever's going on down there with Colin Turkington's car can be resolved safely, obviously the first priority, but somewhat quickly as well, so we can rattle through our next allotted race. We've got a number of cars that just need to be recovered to the paddock and relative places of safety before, as Mark said, we can get the next race of the afternoon underway, this being for the Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Another 45-minute race on the way, again with timed pit stops. By way of drivers with penalties in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, Nick Rinlow is carrying a 20-second time penalty in addition to the 1:30 that everybody has to serve from pit in to pit out. And in the Super Pro Modern Classics, Michael Russell has a 20-second time penalty to bear in mind as well. So just looking through who we also need to do driver of the day for. That is something that we need to bear in mind. We can run you through the grid and the way in which they will line up. Dave Griffin lines up on pole position alongside that of Michael Russell. On row 2 of the grid, we've got the number 71 Blake pairing, and that being in the hands of Tony and Aston Blake. I will try and get starting drivers for you as soon as possible. Clinton Ewan in the number 81 machine lines up alongside with Oliver Smith. On row 3 of the grid, it's Roger Hamilton and Stephen Frowen. Row 4 of the grid is the right pairing, car number 51. That being car number 25, apologies. That being Michael and Liam Wright. They line up alongside car number 9, Aidan Farrell and David Whelan. Row 5 of the grid is Steve Griffiths alongside the Maseratis. Car number 46 in the hands of Miles and Piers Maserati. Chris Boone lines up alongside Tom Lenthal on row number 6. Row 7 of the grid is car number 21, Nick Rinlow, and car number 11, that being Michael Holtz and Colin Philpott. Row 8 of the grid is Matthew Lewis and Michael Reynolds. Rob Hardy lines up on row 9 of the grid with the Dingles alongside car number 74 in the hands of William and James Dingle. It is then the Archer and Fisher pairing, car number 91 in the hands of Stephen Fisher and Mark Fisher. They line up alongside Glenn Davies. It is then Jonathan Janschik. They line up alongside Lawrence Kopok. Steve Thompson and Christopher Goldsmith make up row 12 of the grid. Row 13 of the grid is Sam Smith and Nick Hamilton. Neil Blakes and Rodney Frost line up on row 14 of the grid. Row 15, car number 47, Stuart Gibbons has Alan Drain alongside. Nigel Stote has Rick Walker for company on row number 16 of the grid. Row 17 is Thomas Hendry and James Ford. Row 18 of the grid is car number 76 in the hands of Suzanne Williams and Richard Smith. They've got Andrew Rollison alongside. On row 19 of the grid, car number 109, Stephen Harrington and Ian Turnbull line up alongside Steve Adams. It's then Sam Steeper and Sam Moody that line up on row 20. And on the 21st and final row of the grid, it's Miles Cutt and Mark Chilton. Pole time for Dave Griffin was a 1:43.857 in comparisons to Michael Russell's 1:45.3. Some 1.5 seconds quicker was Dave Griffin in qualifying. He has to be the obvious choice to win this race, but I still really fancy the Blakes. I think they will go very well indeed behind the wheel of their Porsche. But then, of course, we've got pit lane penalties to be applied, and then also penalties for potentially being short on a pit stop as well. So drivers need to be careful of that. Hopefully the beginning of this race is somewhat less eventful to the beginning of the previous.
Yes, yeah, so let's hope so. So Colin Turkington and Mark Smith's car has now been removed from where it was there in the pit lane. However, looks as though some of the white line has now started to
disappear because of the petrol that's been leaking on it. As soon as he pulled in, I think what Colin said was right. When the car's running, it was fine, but as soon as he pulled in, that pile of fuel started to appear there. So I don't think the marshals had spotted it as quickly as I had. So the first thing I did was, run over and get the dry powder extinguishants that should, for any reason, it have gone up. There was a fire extinguisher right on hand to extinguish any flames, but thankfully, it just dropped out the bottom all of the time and was nowhere near a heat source, so it's just fuel coming out. But yeah, best to be safe rather than sorry.
Absolutely. I'm just working our way through the starting drivers which we have for this race. Cars are already out there and circulating, ready to get this race underway, and with another 40 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time for drivers to shuffle their way around. Not a split grid, this one, either.
No, not a split grid. No, I didn't think we'd split this grid, largely because the performance of both of the classes, or both of the series, the Super Pro Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, was broadly comparable. So no need to split the grid when the performance levels of both is almost matching each other. Two drivers out there also have additional time penalties because they won their respective series race last time out. So the front row of the grid, we've got Dave Griffin on pole, but alongside is Michael Russell. Now that yellow car with the white flash to it, number 33, an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pits compared to everybody else. So he's, rather than a minute and 30 pit in to pit out, he's a minute and 50. And also the car that won the Future Classics, the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics last time out, was Nick Rinlow. And he, at the wheel of number 21 car, is 14th on the grid. He will also have an extra 20 seconds to spend in the pit lane at the wheel of his blue Porsche 911 SC. So those are the only two cars, because it's early on in the season, that have time penalties. You pick the penalty up, it stays with you in most of the series. It stays with you for the whole year, and if you win again, it just adds to it and adds to it and adds to it. Is largely the way it works, but not exclusively. It does vary amongst some of the series that we see. So all BMW front row of the grid. Your money's on Dave Griffin because he qualified 1.4 seconds quicker.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, I think you're right. On the basis of Michael Russell's got a 20-second penalty, so he would have to do something very special. Aston Blake starts, but Tony Blake isn't quite as quick at the wheel of the car that was fastest of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics in qualifying, because it qualified third overall, but first at the Futures, so I think we can rule that one out. And Clinton Ewan and Oliver Smith, a good driver pairing, as we've just seen. The car will be nicely warmed up, won't it, from that last race? But it's only a 328i. It's not a BMW M3. So I think you're right. I think Dave Griffin is the man for this race.
It is indeed. I'm just discussing New Millennium Driver of the Day as well. I did initially want to give it to Jasper Sapper and Brian Branson for their fabulous start and just carving their way through the order immediately off the start. So obviously we do need to...
have I been receiving texts about that? Just ignore it.
No, I've been passing it over to Joe at in-race admin for the Classic Sports Car Club. Dave Griffin leading the field through the Fogarty S's. Safety car with lights off, just trying to stack the field up, making sure everybody is in neat 2x2 order, ready for the start of this race. So BMW and BMW on row number 1, Porsche and BMW on row number 2. It's a full Ginetta affair on row number 3, a full Porsche affair on row number 4. And row 5, we go back to Ginetta and Porsche once more. All Jaguars on row number 6. I'm going to keep an eye on Chris Boone as well.
I just like the sound of the car.
Yeah,
I do like the sound of the car. Yeah, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it, his XK8?
Yeah, it's
Chris is a very successful Jaguar racer over the years, whether it be in saloons or in XJs or in, as he's now got the XK8.
Yeah, anything Chris gets in Jaguar related, he seems to go well. So Dave Griffin will be on the inside for the approach to Redgate. The red lights are on the gantry, so the safety car, the Hyundai Ioniq 3, will spark its way into the pit lane, and then it's down to Dave Griffin to keep an eye on those lights. Michael Russell will line up alongside. The red lights are on, and as they go out, it's a really good start from Michael Russell. Dave Griffin really struggling to get the car struck into life. It looks like maybe a wrong gear, drive shaft, whatever it may be. He's got the car back up to racing speed, but our pole sitter has dropped right the way down, what, 15, 20 places?
Yeah, he's absolutely tumbled down through the order. He's right behind Nick Ringo. We know that he started 14th, so at best he's in the mid-teens. So it is Michael Russell, the Silverstone race winner, that leads the way at the moment, from Aston Blake in second, second place, who's got Oliver Smith trying to sneak up his inside, going in towards the old hairpin, but Oliver Smith in the red BMW can't make it so. Tom Lentil is next up. He started 12th. And he's up to 4th at the wheel of the grey Jag XJS, so a brilliant start from him.
Yeah, cracking start from Tom Lenthal. I have to say, brilliant reactions as well from Roger Hamilton. He saw that Dave Griffin wasn't quite getting up to speed as quickly as he would have liked, so jumped on the brakes, manages to narrowly avoid the Diet Coke liveried BMW. There was another car that was carving its way through the order as well. I did want to shine a light on that one. Mark Chilton, that car's back out and running, and whatever issues it had this morning, for now, have subsided, so keep an eye on him working his way up through from the back of the order.
Yeah, that's the Nissan Skyline, the R32 Skyline that Mark had quite a sizable accident here, didn't he, at Donington Park a few years ago, where the brakes failed and going into Redgate Corner. I'm sure that was Mark that had that problem. So through the Fogarty S's have gone our leading train of cars, with that daylight already between Michael Russell and the chasing Porsche of what will be Aston Blake for the start of the race. So it's a modern classic that leads, a future classic second, a modern classic that's there in 3rd place, and it's another modern classic, the Jaguar XJS of Tom Lentil, that's there in 4th place. He's got Steve Griffiths in the yellow, well, it's almost yellowy green, is it, Ginetta, that sits behind. We can't quite decide whether it's yellow or whether it's sort of a greeny colour. Through he goes next up in 5th place, and in 6th place it will be yet another Ginetta. That'll be Cy Frowen, won't it, at the wheel of his Ginetta G20.
It will be indeed, and I'm just keeping an eye on Dave Griffith. He's trying to draw himself level with Chris Boone on the run towards turn 1, almost 3 wide by the time we get to turn 1. Dave Griffin all the way around the outside, somehow manages to make it work around the outside of one of the Porsches. That will be that of Miles Maserati, who starts that car, the number 46 machine. Down the hill they will go, and Dave Griffin again having another stab at getting past Chris Boone on the brakes in towards the old hairpin. He's got the inside line, position made for now. Chris Boone leaves himself vulnerable to that of Miles Maserati, but for Dave Griffin, who will be the next car he will meet? It will now be the Marcos Manchula in the hands of Matthew Lewis. Up the hill goes Dave Griffin through McLean's, and then it will be arriving at Coppice. You'd imagine in a straight line the BMW would just about have the legs.
You'd have thought so, but the Manchula is a quick car. It's also a very slippery car, isn't it, with its aerodynamics? And then after that, the next car would then be David Whelan. He's through and ahead of Matthew Lewis and the Marcos Manchula. That's as they head round through Coppice Corner is Dave Griffin. And now the BMW is charging up on towards the coattails of the 993 RSR. In the hands of David Whelan. He's not going to get there at all. In fact, he might have to defend again from Matthew Lewis in the Manchula, who was almost thinking about returning the favour. But no, Dave Griffin should be able to pick off the Porsche. I would have thought on the brakes, maybe, up towards the Melbourne hairpin. Has he got enough to be able to close in on the Porsche? He has. Is he going to be able to sneak through on the Porsche? No, he can't. So just has to sit behind for the moment as they start to charge their way back uphill, ready to complete lap number 2.
Yeah, he really wanted to, didn't he? But deciding discretion, the better part of valour, going maybe not this time, not this early in the race. There's still pit stops to be had, and of course there's still Michael Russell's 20-second penalty to be applied heading through the pit window. Along the start-finish straight they will go once more. David Whelan jumps out towards the right-hand side to try and work his way through and past the number 11 of Michael Holt. So will that work on the brakes? No, Michael Holt holds it all the way around the outside, and that allows Dave Griffin to work his way around the outside as well, on the outside of David Whelan. So somehow a potential overtake has cost him effectively 2 places.
Yep, so he's now lost 2 places at the wheel of that Porsche, and therefore the Marcos Manchula of Matthew Lewis is not far behind, and then it's going to be the Jag XK8 of Chris Boone. We've got some of the Porsches getting together now. Miles Maserati, if he looks in his mirrors, has got Michael Reynolds right behind at the wheel of the number 28 car. Michael Reynolds still with the novice cross on the tail end of his Porsche, so that's another battle we can keep an eye towards. As for the progress of Dave Griffin, well, yes, he's now trying to squeeze his way through and past the Jaguar XJ40 of Michael Holt. Michael Holt sees him coming, lets him go through and up the inside as they head in towards Coppice, so that's another place gain. That now puts Dave Griffin up to 7th position, considering he started from pole and dropped to almost the bottom of the top 20, or sorry, up to 20th position. He's now already almost back inside the top 6.
Yeah, he is indeed. David Whelan is going to have another crack at Michael Holt on the exit of the Fogarty S's. Falls away, so Dave Griffin will now be trying to close up on the cars up the road, and we do have a very, very slow Ginetta coming towards us. You'll be able to pick up on
Steve
exactly
Griffiths.
who it is. So Steve Griffiths is coming into the pit lane very slowly indeed, and that's not great from the position position he was fighting away inside the top 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he had a spin and got stuck at Goddard's or whether that's a mechanical issue that's brought him into the pit lane. It looks more of a mechanical issue, doesn't it? So trundling his way very, very slowly in towards the pit lane. He's the first of our retirees, potentially, one would have thought. So Dave Griffin now looking to try and gain some more places. He's got past Michael Holt's Jag. Now, Michael Holt has also been picked off by David Whelan and now has been picked off by the red Marcus Manchula heading up towards Redgate Corner as that car goes through in the hands of Matthew Lewis. So Michael Holt just losing a couple of places there. Now if Michael Holt looks in his mirrors, is his teammate in reality, Chris Boone, in the second of the Covcats prepared Jags.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Chris Boone, I think, when you're racing your teammate, obviously you want to be more careful, but you've got more bragging rights going your way, haven't you? So heading through the old hairpin, it looked like Michael Holt wanted to have another look up the inside of Matthew Lewis to try and get that position back. Continuing to improve their position is Mark Chilton. Yet another position gained up the inside of one of the Porsche 944s that we've got out there. Whereabouts has he got up to? So starting right the way down in 47th place, the number 79 of Mark Chilton is now up into 18th place. That's a good rate of close over the previous, 7 minutes?
It is, yeah. That last lap that he did, he gained 3 places on it just on that lap. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid. We've got the Ford Focus again of Andrew Rollison. It came into the pit lane and retired in one of the earlier races, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, it did in the tin top race. Unfortunately, in the Cold Sport tin tops, that car had some sort of mechanical issue, sounded rather flat, and unfortunately I think the same issue has come to light again. Chris Boone, he's just annoyingly there, isn't he, for Michael Holt? He's not going for the move, but he's also not going for the move. He's just filling the mirrors at the moment, but they've got to hurry up because they do have Miles Maserati just sat behind, and he will want to work his way through and past as well because the number 28 of Michael Reynolds is closing in. So we're 2 by 2 in towards the final corner. Who will it be that appears first? Michael Holt and a very sideways Chris Boone. Miles Maserati now leaves himself vulnerable to Michael Reynolds coming over the line. They draw themselves back level again on the run towards Redgate. Chris Boone should just about work his way through and past Michael Holt, and so too has Michael Reynolds. He's picked his way through and past Miles Maserati.
Yeah, so Miles Maserati will hand over to Piers Maserati. As for Dave Griffin, well, he is about to pick off Tom Lenthal, and this will be for 5th position. So Tom Lenthal now drops down into 6th place. Dave Griffin all the way up to 5th place. Now the next car for Dave Griffin to pick off is going to be Roger Hamilton. And Roger Hamilton was not that far up the road, really, from those 2 cars that we were looking at. In the pit lane, looks like bonnet is up on Andrew Rollison's car, and into the gravel has gone Glyn Davis at the wheel of the Lotus Elise Series 1. Now, thumbs up from him says that he's OK, but that's the very exit of Redgate Corner, isn't it?
Yeah, quite a dangerous place at that. I was going to mention as well, Nick Hamilton on the lap prior had an issue as he dropped down the best part of 10 places. So I don't know whether that's mechanical or he's got some sort of damage on that car or a mistake, but he continues to lose places. Traffic is becoming an ever larger prospect for some. The pit window is getting closer and closer. Dave Griffith goes round the Melbourne loop, having picked off yet another car. On this occasion, it was the number 27 machine of Roger Hamilton. Yellow flags being waved, and the code 60 has gone out. So as we are 50 seconds away from the pit window opening, well spotted, Roger Hamilton. He went to go and overtake Dave Griffin and realised, yellow flags and code 60. He jumped back in behind, but with code 60 out there, Dave Griffin has caught that at just the wrong point. He was only 30 seconds away from getting there at the right point. Who would be the best driver to pick up a code 60 pit stop? Everybody passing the pit lane now will not be able to get in time. With 18 seconds to go, let's have a quick look over the other side of the commentary box. Anybody working their way into the final corner now could just about be in with a shout of getting the pit window open. Desperately trying to get the time to ebb away was the number 6 of Rodney Frost. Now the pit window opens, so he's just gone by, and it's going to get very, very busy indeed. I'm looking, we've got a raft of Ginettas. The entirety of the mid-pack should be able to dive into the pit lane this time. Whereabouts is race leader, car number 33, Michael Russell, trying to pick out where he is. He's just heading up through McLean's now, so he's got a bit of time before he will get round to the pit lane. But a couple of cars have opted for the pit lane. Are we going to see the Ford Puma return? No, unfortunately not. So that brings an end to Andrew Rollison's day. Not coming into the pit lane is the 154 of Rick Walker. So maybe not quite as quick on the uptake with the code 60 and pit window opening. But with the field of cars coming through the final corner now, are we going to see more opt for the pit lane? Out of the, the 10 that arrived? None of them have decided to go for the pit lane. Aside from one, into the pit lane now comes the number 22 of Nick Hamilton. Nick Hamilton, he lost a number of places a lap or so ago. He continues on into the pit lane this time. So hoping that maybe if he's dived into the pit lane and got some clear track, he might just about pick up those places that he lost when it comes to strategy later on in the race. More importantly, Michael Russell and Dave Griffin were only 30 or 20 seconds apart, which makes you think, once this race goes back green, once Michael Russell has served the 20 seconds extra in the pit stop, will he get caught out by Dave Griffin? So the track goes back to green, everybody goes back to racing speed. So those that went past the pit lane will be wishing that they dived for the pit lane. Out of the Melbourne Loop comes race leader Michael Russell. Gets the car back up to speed on the brakes in towards the final corner. Are we going to see him dive into the pit lane for those that have had half a lap slowed by the code 60? Dave Griffin heads towards Goddard's as well. Nobody's diving in aside from the number 81 machine of Ollie Smith. Clinton Ewan will be sat ready and waiting to do the driver change, sort of 2/3 of the way down the pit lane. Back over the line once again goes Dave Griffith. On the brakes in towards their pit stall is Ollie Smith. He will jump out. Clinton Ewan will be ready to jump in. A quick check of the tyre pressures being made. And we've got nobody else diving for the pit lane. Aside, again, as soon as I say it, somebody does. Mark Chilton in the Nissan Skyline heading down the pit lane as well. So he will be the best part of 2/3 of the way down the pit lane, Mark. So there's a couple of cars down there with you at the moment, and a couple more cars diving in as well. Car number 97, that being in the hands of Lawrence Kopok. He isn't sharing that car with anyone, so he will get stationary, maybe grab a quick drink, and then get back out there as quickly as he dare. Steve Thompson working his way into the pit lane as well. But for the moment, the majority of the field wanting to stay out there, I think banking on the fact there could be another safety car. On the brakes in towards turn 1 goes a field of cars, one of those being one of the Ginetta G20s we've got out there. Roger Hamilton trying to pick his way through and past a couple of cars. Nick Hamilton returns to the circuit. 117 in the hands of Sam Steep at the Ginetta G27. Don't see many of those out and racing anymore. Has come into the pit lane as well. You will have to try and grab a word, Mark. I'll give you a mission to grab one of the Blakes. Aston Blake will jump out as Tony Blake jumps in, so it would be good to grab a word with Aston Blake. Into the pit lane comes the number 96 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 of Sam Moody. So he finds his crew ready and waiting for him. Dave Griffin has picked up yet another place, as you'd expect. Roger Hamilton does the same, mainly as returning to the circuit is Clinton Ewan, having taken over from Ollie Smith. So that shuffled the order around. Into the pit lane as well comes number 9, David Whelan's hand over to Aidan Farrell. So too, Chris Boone.
Yes, the pit stop from Oliver Smith over to Clinton Ewan all went perfectly to plan. I had a quick word with Ollie because it's not his usual car. He said, no, I was never going to do this round. My car's at home in the garage. And he said, Clinton phoned me up and said, do you fancy doing it? And he went, yeah, go on then, let's share the car. So
it did go well, apart from the fact they were 1.3 seconds short.
Oh dear, right. I've just wandered away from him. I'm not going to wander back and tell him that.
No, make that 2.3, unfortunately,
right,
as well.
Okay,
so, yeah, they've not had. Yeah, it did go to plan, just
he
a bit
was
too
smiling
quickly.
a few moments ago. He won't be now if I go back and see him.
No, it did go to plan, but it just went to plan a bit too quickly, unfortunately. So a penalty going their way after, from pit in to pit out, 1 minute 27.719. They need to be the other side of 1 minute 30 or exactly on it. So unfortunately, they will be receiving 30 seconds or a 32.3 second penalty. We'll be waiting for them in a few moments' time once all of the pit stops have shuffled through. All of a sudden, Michael Russell has started to push on a little bit more. Last time through, the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 46.232. So he's had a clear lap. This lap might not be quite as quick, but he should be heading on to another clear lap. Goes through, breaks the beam, 47.6. So the best part of, 1.4 seconds slower. But on the brakes in towards Redgate, he will continue on. There's some brilliant battles heading in towards the Fogarty S's now. It's a raft of Porsche and Jaguar all there as well. Nick Hamilton into the pit lane. I think for the first time. We've also got another couple of cars opting for the pit lane, car number 155, that being in the hands of Steve Adams, the white Mazda MX-5. One of the battles we were watching was between that of Pierce Maserati. Of course, he's only just taken over that car sideways out to the front. Oh no, it is still Miles Maserati. Miles Maserati brings the car into the pit lane. Pierce Maserati will be waiting for him. They were fighting away with the number 21 of Nick Rinlow, who of course has that 20-second time penalty to serve, and the number 69 of Steve Thompson, Porsche 944 Series 2. All of a sudden, Mark, you've got plenty of Porsches in the pit lane by the looks of it. I'm hoping some of them are split drivers.
I have a plethora of Porsches. Yes, I think that's the collective term, isn't it? So yeah, in comes Miles Maserati to give way to former British GT champion Piers Maserati. We've also got in Rob Hardy. So that will be just him staying behind the wheel before he goes back out. His company used to sponsor one of the series, didn't they? The Viren Builders Open Series, which isn't here this weekend. And we've also got car number 25, which is Michael Wright, giving way to Liam Wright, another driver change taking place there. You were talking about the pit stop for Clinton Ewan and Oliver Smith, car number 81. So that we think there's a penalty heading their way for a short pit stop. Do let me know, though, if there's another penalty heading their way, because I did spot something during their pit stop that that may also create a bit of attention.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. I will keep an eye on exactly what pops up on the TSL timing screen. Up 13 places on the lap prior, which is somewhat surprising. Car number 154, that being Rick Walker. Presumably his transponder has just pinged. You've now got the Blakes coming into the pit lane as well. Car number 29, Miles Cook and Anton Blake.
And I know where I need to wonder, because I can see Tony Blake in his overalls, ready to wave in his son Aston Blake at the wheel of this glorious 911 RSR, which is puffing out a tiny bit of smoke as it came down the pit lane.
Blue, didn't it, that smoke as well?
Yeah, puffing out a tiny bit of smoke as it came down the pit lane. Also looks as though it's sitting slightly lower on the right-hand side rear right height than it is the left, by the look of things, unless it's just the slope maybe on the pit lane floor. So this car that they've campaigned in Future Classics for a good number of years comes to a halt. So they've also got the TVR Tuscan that we regularly see them out in. We'll let their pit stop conclude, and then we'll probably grab a quick word with Aston Blake, because he was leading Future Classics, wasn't he?
Yeah, more Porsches coming towards you. Car number 6, Rodney Frost, going for not necessarily the usual way of winding down the time, but he's got nobody behind him, so he's rolling down the pit lane as slowly as he dare. He's now got a car behind him, so he will have to speed up, peels into the left-hand side, so he effectively spends less time stationary, jumps out of the way, and the Blake struggling to get their car started, so Aston Blake has to get out of the car thinking, right, that's job done, and has a bit of a jog, and is Tony Blake going to get the car started? No, he's still struggling away, so unfortunately Tony Blake is going to require another bump start. Mark, if you are down that way, you might need to put your running shoes on and try and help get that car started.
He's stopped at the end of the pit lane, and Aston Blake wandered round to the side of the car to pick something off it, and I think he's now looking around the back end of it. Now, I did say there was a puff of smoke as it came into the pit lane. He's now trying to fire it up again, but this is the win, and the lead in Future Classics disappearing before their very eyes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed, and I suppose anything in the surrounding area will be, with the amount of blue smoke that car is emanating every time Tony Blake turns that car over just to try and get it going. And no, it's only going one way, unfortunately, and that's in towards the paddock. Such a shame. Aston Blake jumped out. Tony Blake managed to drive, what, 200 yards, 100 yards, and then unfortunately into retirement. So yeah, more cars retiring out of this race. We've had another short pit stop. That's for car number 6, Rodney Frost in the Jaguar XJS. With the slow entry he did, he still managed to exit the best part of, what, 2.3 seconds or 2.7 seconds short of 1 minute 30. So the sort of ceremonious entry he did, unfortunately, wasn't slow enough for him to stay the right side of 1 minute 30. Michael Russell is in the pit lane as well, or so it says. Is he right below me? Yes, he is. So I can see Michael Russell. The engine is struck back into life. He's back rolling down the pit lane now as well. Dave Griffin has just gone through and set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 45.992, Mark.
Well, you might have some cars strolling down the pit lane, but strolling up the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, I've got Aston Blake alongside me. Aston, it all looked to be going so well, and then all of a sudden it's all become unravelled.
Yeah, the first sort of 5 laps were really enjoyable, and then the temperature just started going up and up and up, and the like the red light on the dash came on, and the rev limiter started doing weird things, so we've decided to park it. But it's one of those things, really.
Such a shame, you know. It's lovely to see the old girl out, the 911 RSR, but today's not one of those days it's not meant to be.
Oh, I know. Well, to be fair, someone's got to give the BMWs a bit of a run for their money, haven't they, with their modern day brakes and everything else. But I know my little daughter's watching, so I just want to say hello to Darcy for the first time. But yeah, we'll be back.
Be back and stronger in the Porsche, in the TVR, in both?
I don't know, whatever's working.
Whatever's working. Thanks for chatting to us. Aston Blake there, that tells you how disappointed he is. Yeah, it's all going well, wasn't it? But yeah, went to the pit stops, and that's it, from the lead in Future Classics to retirement.
Yeah, when you say whatever's working, it makes you think the cars are starting to show their age, because they are getting older and older now. The cars that the Blakes are running, but still fabulously prepared. Each weekend they turn out a very pretty looking car. Indeed. Dave Griffin has taken over the lead of the race, but still yet to pick up.
Who's taken over the lead of Future Classics? Was it the Marcus Manchula?
It was car number 75, yes, indeed.
Yeah, which is now in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, so Matthew Lewis is in the pit lane. He will remain seated, with Dave Griffin going through, setting the fastest lap of the race once again, a 1 minute 45.914. Tom Lenthal still due to pop into the pit lane. He's currently leading Class MA ahead of Holt and Philpott, which are in the pit lane. That would be a good conversation to have with Michael Holt, because he was really fighting over those opening couple of laps. He will hand it over to Colin Philpott in a few moments' time. But you'd imagine once he leaves the pit lane, if Tom Lenthal isn't quite as quick on the uptake, he could lock himself into a battle. Into the pit lane comes the race leader, Dave Griffin. So the Diet Coke liveried BMW rolling down the pit lane now. Whereabouts is Michael Russell? Of course, he's had the extra 20 seconds. Car number 33 down in the best part of 7th place. I just want to have a look for his pit stop time on TSL timing. Has he been the right side? We'll have to wait for him to come back through for it to catch up. Go on, Mark.
I can grab a quick word with Michael Holt then, I may as well, haven't I, while I'm wandering up the pit lane and see if we can... Michael, can we grab a word, please? Because you were having a fantastic battle with Chris Broon and co out there.
It's just fantastic. Yeah, no, it's really good. I think I might have set the car brakes on fire, but it's okay. Colin will cool them down, hopefully. But yeah, no, it's a bit busy. And yeah, there's just such a great mix of cars that... Obviously, some cars are quicker in other bits. We're good, and you just sort of line them up and go, right, that's my bit, and off you go.
And the reason I suppose we see so many of you guys out in the Jags racing in this, rather than your main focus, which will be the championship races tomorrow, is that CSCC, if you do a second race with them, it's hugely discounted.
Yeah, it's half price, I believe. And, you know, we've got a grid of 42 as opposed to 25. I'm still fairly new to it. Every day's a school day, so... Yeah, it's just trying to learn and a bit of racecraft and just a bit of practice. Hopefully I haven't done the car too much damage, but yeah, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
You were getting stuck in?
I was, yeah. Bring it home, Colin.
Well done, well done. There we go. There we go. We managed to have a word with Michael Holt. So absolutely delighted. Big smile on his face.
Good stuff. You're at the right end of the pit lane, Mark, because if you were down near Dave Griffin, you wouldn't have been able to see much. The brakes on that car steaming so much. I have unfortunately just missed a penalty being applied as I was looking away. So as we move the TSL timing back up, I will try and confirm what penalty was applied. A 60-second time penalty is now going the way of that of Clinton Ewan and Ollie Smith, presumably for what you spotted, Mark. It did pop up very briefly, but I just didn't catch it in time. I'll have to go back on the stream to pick out what that is until it pops up on TSL timing. But 60 seconds is substantial, and whilst I've got your attention,
yes,
that of Michael Russell, he had the 20-second penalty to be applied in the pit lane, so he needed to stay for a minimum of 1 minute 50. He left the pit lane 1 minute 50.1. That's perfect.
That is perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. You did say there's now a 60-second penalty,
Yes.
did you say? Right, for Clinton Ewan and Oliver Smith?
Yeah.
Right, would you like me to shed some light on that?
I would, yeah.
The driver change took place. The engine was still running.
No, that'll do it. Yeah, it seems like something so minute. If the car's in neutral, the handbrake's on, or
I didn't want to grass them up.
Yeah, no. if the handbrake's on, which maybe you don't want to do with the brakes being hot, and you can bind the pad to the disc. But even if it's in neutral, it just doesn't matter. If you're trying to help someone, you knock it into gear, the handbrake's not on, and someone jumps in, all of a sudden the car can take off down the pit lane, and it can be very dangerous indeed. So 60-second penalty to be applied, but 60 seconds, is that 60 seconds on its own, or with the 30-second penalty applied for the late start? Otherwise, it's a minute-and-a-half penalty going that way.
I think it will double up. They're two entirely separate infringements, and therefore they have to be added together, surely. That would be common sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've got a feeling a 93-second penalty is going to be heading their way, which isn't the way they would have wanted to end their weekend. So we've obviously already mentioned Rodney Frost with his penalty. The number 83 machine of Simon Frowen has picked up a penalty as well. That will be 32-second penalty, 2 seconds the wrong side of 1 minute 30. Car number 75 has picked up a penalty. That's Matthew Lewis in the Marcos Manchula. Unfortunately, just inherited the lead of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, but has picked up that penalty for being short on his pit stop. And the number 47 of Stuart Gibbons in the predominantly orange and grey Ginetta G20 has picked up a penalty as well.
I'm just busy giggling away because I've just been stood next to Oliver Smith. They knew the 60-second penalty was coming for leaving the engine running.
Did they not know about the pit stop?
They did not know the pit stop was too short because, of course, they don't have the data that you can see up there.
Yeah.
So his next word was a swear word.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Get on the radio, tell him he's got to hurry up a bit." So Clinton Ewan now is going to be told, push on. Look, we've got a minute and a half to make up here.
Yeah, that's quite a substantial amount of time. Make up a lap in about 12 minutes, and he'll be very, very popular indeed. So as penalties continue to be dished out by race control and race admin, the race continues on the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's is the number 83 of Simon Frowen, who does have a penalty looming, does he? Yes, he does, for a short pit stop. He's working his way down towards the Melbourne Loop. In towards turn 1 is the 117 Sam Steeper Ginetta G27. It's great to see that car out. You simply don't see many of them anymore, so it's really nice to see. Just a few seconds behind is David Griffin. And Dave Griffin, last time through, 1 minute 45.657. There's no major need for him to push. He's got 16.5 seconds to the next car back, but he's still pushing on. Through goes Michael Russell, only 20 seconds back, which, fortunately enough, was exactly the time he gave away in the pit lane.
Do you want the useless fact about the Ginetta G27?
Go on.
Well, they used to have their own separate championship. The Pentel Ginetta Championship was the precursor to the G20 Championship. And if you've ever heard of Boyzone,
I've heard
Shane
of it.
Lynch raced in that championship for a good couple of years, actually, former Boyzone singer. There you go. There's your useless fact for the day. Many more will follow tomorrow.
They will. I'm sure they will. But over the line, we've seen Michael Russell. And like I said, the 20-second gap he's got between himself and Dave Griffin is exactly the 20 seconds he gave away in the pit lane. And he couldn't have saved any more. An entire tenth is probably what he could have saved in the pit lane. 1 minute 50.1. Perfect timing for that of Michael Russell. The penalties continue to be dished out, unfortunately, so drivers being caught up. Yes, and Clinton Ewan in the number 81 machine and Oliver Smith have picked up a 92.2 second penalty, so it's such a shame for them, but two simple things that could have been avoided in the pit lane. And unfortunately, an extra minute and a half will be applied to them come the end of the race, which will drop them off the lead lap and down into something like 20th place following the next 10 minutes of the race. Of course, the pit lane has now closed. Over the line goes the 109 machine. Tom Lenthal fighting away with the number 28 Porsche of Michael Reynolds, heading past the Aston Barclay Centre on the left-hand side. On the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's, and Tom Lenthal, he's really fighting away with these Porsches. Michael Reynolds will be wanting to try and build something of a gap, mainly because he's got Pierce Maserati not too far behind, and those three, they are fighting for position on the road, and two of them are fighting for position in class. So it's really, really good to watch, but the big heavy jag of Tom Lenthal, I don't think will have enough to fend off Pierce Maserati for much longer, but what that has done, Pierce Maserati still being delayed, it's just doing enough to allow Michael Reynolds to escape up the road.
Yeah, he's just slowly disappearing, isn't he? Almost the spearmint coloured number 28 Porsche Boxster, just disappearing away. That's one car that is off at the top of Hollywood. Couldn't quite, it must be Jonathan Jasnik. Yeah, so it must be Jonathan Jasnik that's off at the wheel of car number 134, looking at the colours on the side of it. So not quite sure what the problem is, but looks like Jasnik is out of the race.
Yeah, Michael Russell, I think, is run by the same outfit, isn't he? And unfortunately, we've lost the Marcos Manchula as well, of Matthew Lewis just at pit exit, and it's just enough, not quite, to get behind the wall. So the marshal, in eagerness to get that sorted, straight away onto the radio to let race control know that he is there. And also try and figure out what they're going to do about him. Chris Boone now fighting away with car number 42. That's Alan Drain on the run through McLean's corner. And now we're starting to see those penalties be applied. We picked up on when they would be, or who we'd imagine will get those penalties, but now they're being applied. And come the end of the race, there's going to be lots of shuffling to be done.
Yeah, because Rick Walker has picked up a 5-second penalty, but his is for track limits, whereas most of the others have largely been for pit lane infringements. Right, here we go. We have still got the Porsche under attack from Tom Lenthal, who is trying to work his way through as they head in towards the Fogarty S's. Tom Lenthal with a bit of a lock brake sneaks his way through and ahead of Michael Reynolds. That delays Michael Reynolds, and now it allows Piers Maserati to go through. They're both overtaken by the man from the back of the grid, Mark Chilton, who is still making progress at the wheel of his Nissan Skyline. And remember, has also, last time through, set the fastest lap of the race, if Jack didn't tell you. 1 minute 45.589 now for the number 79 Nissan Skyline R32. So he's going well. And with all of the other shenanigans, the man who's taken up the lead of the Future Classics section of the race is now car number 223, the light green BMW 325 E30 of Tom Butler, has now picked up the lead of the Future Classics element of the race. He's running around in 6th position as things stand. So up towards Redgate Corner, Mark Chilton from 45th position on the grid, now up into 9th position. He's trying to squeeze his way through and past Tom Lenthal's Jaguar XJS. Tom won't make it easy for him as they head down through the Craner curves. So the normally aspirated 4-litre Jaguar up against the turbocharged 2.6-litre Nissan. Tom does let him through without too much resistance, and so that's another place gained from Mark Chilton. So that's what's 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th places altogether, heading round through Schwantz Curve and up towards the braking area for McLean's Corner. And now for Tom Lenthal, the next of the cars trying to squeeze its way through is going to be the Porsche of Piers Maserati, but we have another code 60 taking place, I'm afraid. And the reason for the code 60 this time gates me as to what it might be for. So can't quite see anything on screens that are available to us as to what it might be. Must be to do with Jonathan Jasnik's car, which did retire a couple of laps ago at the top of the Craner curve. So I think clearly the marshals and the officials deeming that it being there is still not ideally safe. So we'll throw another code 60 and get things going. I did also spot a slightly smoky Jaguar XJS as well, which I'm trying to work out exactly whom that might be. It's just
So it didn't take long. Code 60 was a very brief Code 60. Maybe it was for a bit of debris on the circuit that just needed picking up. So we go back to green flag racing, and we now only have 5 minutes of the race to go. Dave Griffin leads the way from the car of Clinton Ewan in second place, but remember that's got that big time penalty hanging over it. Michael Russell in the wheel of number 33, BMW is third on the road. Cy Frowen, but with a time penalty hanging over him, is fourth on the road at the moment. Fifth on the road is number 9, which is now in the hands of Aidan Farrell. David Whelan did the hard work in the 993 RSR earlier on, completing the top 6, is the leader of the Future Classics section of the race, which is the light green BMW E30 of Tom Butler.
It is indeed. On the brakes in towards turn 1 goes Pierce Maserati, still under pressure from Michael Reynolds. They are, I think, collectively being hunted down by the number 96 of Sam Moody in that MX-5, which in a straight line hasn't really got much to say about it, but through the corners, naturally that MX-5 can carry that bit more minimum speed. And Tom Lenthal, he's got to decide what to do here, because he doesn't want to get caught up in anybody else's battle, because it will slow him down, won't it? But he also wants to run his own race and try and escape up the road, which I think at the moment is working for him, but only very marginally, because on the brakes everybody closes in once more, and Pierce Maserati isn't going away easily. Out of the final corner comes a slightly sideways BMW in the hands of that'll be Michael Russell. Over the line once more, late on the brakes, up the inside goes Michael Russell, and that will be now Ollie Smith. It will now be Clinton Ewan behind the wheel. And of course, he didn't have to make the overtake on the road, but he's unaware that they've got a 92.2 second penalty.
Yep, so that puts Michael Smith up to second on the road now, so doesn't need to worry about any corrected times. He was already there anyway. And now it means that the cars in third and fourth are those that are going to have significant time penalties. So that may well promote David Whelan and Aidan Farrell onto the overall podium, potentially. I mean, I think what we'll do for this one, we'll just get the winners of the Super Pro Modern Classics and the winners of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics to chat to. So just be a couple of driver pairings to chat to. But yeah, I think that Porsche should be running third overall on corrected times. And is that a problem for Clinton Ewan? Because that car looked to be slowing out on circuit, is it? Through and past him has just gone number 83, Cy Frowen. So the BMW has lost a couple of places on this lap now.
Yes, it has indeed. I see what you mean about the slightly smoky Jaguar, because that was following suit as well.
Lawrence Kopok, I think it is.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, it seems like Clinton Ewan hasn't quite got the legs in the straight line, and he's being out-dragged by the number 83 Ginetta of Cy Frowen in towards the Melbourne Loop. Yeah, Lawrence Kopok, good spot, Mark. He is the slightly smoky Jaguar, and it's only ever when he's sort of flat out, it's not producing much smoke. It's just when he's lifting off, it's like the overrun is igniting something in the exhaust, and it's just emanating the smoke that way. With 2 minutes to go, the leaders go back over the line. Dave Griffin has already gone through and past those cars up the road. Down in towards the old hairpin goes Dave Griffin, with both lights ablaze, albeit looking, I think, at either side of the circuit. On the brakes also, they are being hunted down by a couple of Porsches. A snagged brake there in towards the old hairpin. That was for the number 21 machine of Nick Rinlow, who has, of course, overcome a penalty to be where he is. A 20-second success penalty for his successes at Silverstone mean that he is really fighting away, fighting with the controls as well, sideways over the crest, and he will want to work his way through and past the number 74 machine. That's of William and James Dingle, in which he already has done by the time we look back. So the Dingles have now lost out in the lead of Class FB. So Nick Rinlow up into the lead of Class FB, which means, well, hey, we're late on the brakes. Nick Rinlow, is he going to get the car slowed down? Yes, he is, just about in towards the Fogarty S's, but the Dingle's back in front, so we'll pick out exactly who it is. It will be Will Dingle behind the wheel. Will Dingle and Nick Rinlow fighting away. We've seen Nick Rinlow in front of them at the start of this lap, but it will be Will Dingle that holds on to that position for now. Out of the final corner comes Dave Griffin. He will be going on to his final lap, so one further circulation of the Donington Park circuit for Dave Griffin. Whereabouts is Nick Rinlow? He's now lost yet more time to Will Dingle, and I think that will be the end of that little battle that we were watching. Over the start-finish line goes that of Michael Russell, now only 13.5 seconds behind. So even with the 20-second time penalty that he had to serve in the pit lane for his successes at Silverstone, he now is only 13 seconds away, so he's effectively overcome that penalty and he's continuing to close down that of Dave Griffin.
Yeah, we might also have a change for the lead of Future Classics on this final lap, because Mark Chilton is flying at the wheel of the 7th place Nissan Skyline compared to the BMW that leads it. He was 8 seconds quicker and he's 8.5 behind.
He is indeed, and they are absolutely nose to tail when they appear into my sight. So coming through the final corner once again, Mark Chilton, is he going to sneak his way through on the exit? The position's already made by the time they appear into my view. So into the lead of the Future Classics goes Mark Chilton on the very final lap of the race. We look for Dave Griffin, who should just be coming towards us now. The checkered flag being readied. Whereabouts is Dave Griffin? He just appears into my sight heading onto the Melbourne Loop. Pierce Maserati has well and truly pulled away from the number 28 machine of Michael Reynolds, so that battle unfortunately has dissipated towards the latter stages of this race. There's a good battle going on elsewhere as Rob Hardy and the number 42 of Alan Drain are fighting away. They are on 2 separate laps, but still having a good fight nonetheless. Into the final corner for the final time comes the Diet Coke liveried BMW E36 of Dave Griffin. A flash of the lights towards the line. Dave Griffin wins at Donington Park in the Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. We will await the arrival of car number 79, Mark Chilton, to mark his win in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. It will then be Michael Russell who races towards the line to finish 2nd place overall and 2nd in Class MM. Penalties being applied has shuffled the order around a little bit more. Car number 83 over the line, that will be Simon Frowen, who finishes in 3rd place. And I expect Clinton Ewan to drop yet further down the order as the 92.2 second penalty continues to take effect as cars come through and finish around them. And you were absolutely right, Mark. Car number 9, Aidan Farrell and David Whelan have been promoted onto the overall podium. So it is David Whelan that's come through, or Aidan Farrell, pardon me, that's come through to win, or to finish 3rd place overall. Over the line now comes Mark Chilton in a flurry through the final corner, all sorts of sideways. He will take the checkered flag and win the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and finish in 5th place overall. We've got more cars coming through, Chris Boone being one of those, then Tom Lenthal, then it will be Pierce Maserati that fends off any further attentions from Michael Reynolds at the checkered flag. And we've only got, I think, what, 4 or 5 more cars to come through. They're just working their way around the Melbourne Loop. Out of the final corner now comes the Ginetta G27 of Sam Steeper. Then there's just a couple more Porsches and we are pretty much there. But what a race from Dave Griffin. What a comeback drive as well. The start didn't go his way. That's something you'll have to question, Mark. What exactly happened at the start? Because it just seemed to not go. Put his foot to the floor and the car didn't respond. And he dropped down to something like 20th place. Fought his way back up to the front. Michael Russell with a brilliant drive as well to try and overcome the 20-second time penalty, but now Dave Griffin will be afforded one of those, and if we were to copy and paste but give Dave Griffin the 20-second time penalty, you never know, Michael Russell could still be up there and winning races. He crossed the line to finish in 2nd place. It will then be Aidan Farrell who finished in 3rd place. Car number 83, Simon Frowen, finished in 4th place. 5th place went the way of Mark Chilton, winning the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics aspect of the race. And then Tom Butler finished in 6th place. Chris Boone in 7th place. Tom Lenthal in 8th place. Then it was the Maseratis, Miles and Pierce Maserati. Pierce Maserati taking the flag to finish in 9th place. 10th place went the way of Michael Reynolds, followed then by the number 25 machine of Michael and Liam Wright. Liam Wright taking the flag to finish in 11th place. 12th place was car number 39 in the hands of Rob Hardy. 13th place with post-race penalties applied was Clinton Ewan and Oliver Smith. It was then that of Michael Holt and Colin Philpott. The Dingles, car number 74, in the hands of William and James Dingle, finished in 15th place. Nick Rinlow in 16th place. Lawrence Kopok in 17th place. 18th place was car number 69, Steve Thompson. 19th place was Sam Smith. And to finish in 20th place, it was Rodney Frost. As we look further down the order, car number 140, Nigel Stote, finished in 21st place. 22nd place was Thomas Hendry. 23rd place, car number 47, in the hands of Stuart Gibbons. 24th place, car number 42, that being driven by Alan Drain. 25th place, car number 154, Rick Walker. That was 25th. 26th place, car number 121, Christopher Goldsmith. 27th place, car number 26, in the hands of James Ford. 28th place, car number 91, in the hands of Lawrence Archer, Stephen Archer and Mark Smith. And in 29th place, car number 109, that being Stephen Harrington and Ian Turnbull. And to round out your top 30, car number 117, Sam Steeper, finishing third in Class MD, even down in 30th place as well. Mark, I'd imagine you've got a couple of drivers down there for us.
We've got some drivers to chat to. The first one we're going to chat to is Dave Griffin, who is, just come this way, Dave, for me if you could. We'll grab a quick word with you. Dave, I think we probably need to start at the very beginning of that race with the start. It didn't quite go to plan.
No, I thought second gear would be the right gear off the line and changed my mind to third gear and ended up with no gear. So, yeah, front to back.
Yo-yo race, we made it that dropped you down towards, into late teens, almost into 20th position, so proper charge back.
Yeah, we didn't really want to be going that hard. The tyres were struggling there towards the middle stages of it because we were pushing so hard, but it was good fun, man, really good fun.
And you must know this car inside out now. You've been racing it with huge success for a good number of years. Good to be back in CSCC?
Yeah, we've been spending a fair bit of time in America, so to come back and be able to test this week, Derek and Rob put a great car out today. The marshal's done an amazing job to be able to blue flag us through and yellow flags and 60s and everything. I mean, they've done an amazing job. It was a big track for them to cover, so yeah, it felt like home.
Busy season for you. Obviously, you just raced with CSCC, but there's other series that we see you out in. So is it a busy year for Dave Griffin in the car?
Yeah, hopefully it's about as much time as I can spend here, but this is the most fun I have in my life. So CSC do a great job. I mean, they really put on a great show. There are a lot of cars out there today. So the more we can do, the merrier.
Well done on the win.
Thank you.
Make sure you don't start in third gear in the future. Let's go wander down, have a word with Michael Smith as well. He finished second overall, and what was a brilliant little fight that he was involved with. Michael, as ever, we knew that we were going to be quick looking at the qualifying times, and we know you've got good pace, but Dave just seemed to have the legs.
Well, I had a 20-second penalty from the last race, which it's fair, but it does knock you back a little bit, yeah. So other than that, yeah, I don't know what happened at the start, but seemed to have a pretty blinding start, and again, looking in my mirrors and seeing where everyone had went, but. And then from then on, it was clean sailing. It was a pretty good run. Car went well, so it's all really good stuff, really.
After this one, Cadwell Park, Silverstone are the next two meetings. You with us for either of those?
I'll probably do Cadwell. I've not been to Cadwell before, so it'll be really interesting to do that. I've heard it can be a bit of a killer if you get it wrong, but I might just treat it like a day out rather than being too competitive, because don't want to have to fix anything I've broken. That's the bottom line. So, but no, yeah, looking forward to Cadwell. Yeah,
a win and a second solid start to the season for you.
It is. It's pretty good. Yeah, and I'm really glad everything's come together and everything's reliable. And that's half the enjoyment of these races is having the reliability and making a car that'll do the 40 minutes. That's half of it.
Well done, well done. And there's one other driver we absolutely must have a word with, because he had terrible problems in qualifying and had to start the very, very back of the grid. He's leaving the engine running because it's a turbocharged car. Let's grab a quick word with Mark Chilton. Mark, first of all, what a fantastic drive from the back of the grid. But the reason you were there is clearly you had issues in quali.
I had a misfire, so we just did 3 laps, so we qualified, then went from there. But the 4-wheel drive wasn't working, so I was in there boat today. I don't know what's up with it, but we'll figure it out.
So from the very back of the grid, 45th position to carve your way through and take the lead of future classics as you started the very final lap.
I didn't even know. I think I told my dad to put the time on overall, and he put P8. So when you weighed me, and I thought, So we'll have to sack the team manager.
No, you won Future Classics. If you recall, you were coming around Goddard's to start the final lap. There was a light green BMW that you carved your way by. That was to take the lead of the class.
I didn't know there's that many cars everywhere. I just thought I'd just go as fast as I can and see what happens.
It's nice to be the bearer of good news that I come and surprise you that you're a winner.
It is. I didn't think I was going to see you today, let alone win. So,
well done, brilliant stuff.
Thanks, Mark.
There we go. So there's a brilliant win for Mark Chilton. Dave Griffin had his trouble starting in third gear, but he came through to grab the win in the Modern Classics. And as we say, Mark in the Future Classics. We've got another race coming up for you in a few moments' time. Back upstairs to Jack. Liquid Molly Slicks is next up.
Great stuff, thank you, Mark. Yeah, great as always to hear from our Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics drivers. We go back sprint racing now. This is for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. We saw a fabulous race from them this morning, which went the way of Christian Pittard, now starting in 11th place. So this now means that the battle we saw this morning between Stephen Nuttall and Johnny Pittard could potentially resume. Hopefully Johnny Pittard has got that car back up to pace, because he was struggling away this morning. And Stephen Nuttall, of course, found a bit of extra pace, putting on a new set of tyres. Let's walk you through the way in which they will line up. Car number 46, Stephen Nuttall, lines up on pole position. Alongside him, Johnny Pittard, 46 and 81 on row 1. Row 2 of the grid is Colin Watson and Stephen James, 92 and 30. Row 3 of the grid is car number 80, Steve Davis, and car number 68. That being shared between Andrew Grant and Robert Singleton. Andrew Grant doing Robert Singleton, pardon me, doing this race. Then it will be Stephen Collins lining up on row number 4. Alongside him will be the number 9 machine piloted by Robert Jones. On row 5 of the grid is the Lanyons, car number 55. It will be Mark Lanyon starting this race. Alongside him it will be Oliver Gemmell. It will then be Christian Pittard, who will now start in 11th place following his success in race number 1, and he will line up alongside the Bells, car number 79, that being Nathan Bell starting that car. David White and Andy Yeomans line up on row 7. Row 8 of the grid is Shuhad Chatterjee, and alongside them is the Speisel and Randall pairing, James Randall starting that car, followed by David Stephen on row 9, and alongside him Richard Green. 18 cars getting ready to go racing, 18 Magnificent Sevens, and then we will be able to get this race underway in just a few moments' time. The safety car leading the field out onto the Melbourne Loop. The Hyundai Ioniq 3 electric safety car just picking its way towards the hairpin, and the field just trying to work their way into something of a neat order. Keep an eye on Christian Pittard, race 1 winner from this weekend. He'll want to make it 2 from 2, but has a lot of driving to do because he needs to work his way through the order, but also then catch up and hopefully overtake Johnny Pittard and Stephen Nuttall. We saw a fabulous battle this morning between Colin Watson and Stephen James. Those two were battling all race long. So with the next couple of cars arriving, and everybody has managed to catch up on the exit of the Melbourne Loop. So drivers are there or thereabouts. The safety car will peel its way into the pit lane in just a few moments' time. Safety car peels its way in, and it's now down to Stephen Nuttall and Johnny Pittard at the front of the order. The red lights are on, and when they go out, who gets the best start? Out they go. It's a good start from Johnny Pittard, and it's an equal start for Stephen Nuttall. A couple of cars slow away. Johnny Pittard will try and carve his way through the order as well. Sorry, Christian Pittard will try and carve his way through the order. Johnny Pittard on the outside of Stephen Nuttall. Wasn't quite enough to promote him up a place, but I think that's what 4 or 5 places already gained by way of Christian Pittard. He's trying to carve his way through the order as quickly as possible. I would make him up into the best part of 7th place already. He started in 11th place, 4 places gained by the time we get down towards the old hairpin. Up the hill goes Stephen Nuttall, still under pressure from Johnny Pittard on the brakes in towards McLean's. Then it's the short run to Coppice, uphill, blind apex. Christian Pittard fighting away that time, I think, with Stephen James, who's dropped down the order. He's not had the best start to his race. Colin Watson remains where he is, however, and yeah, desperate to try and carve his way through the order is Stephen James. He started in 4th place. He's down to what is the best part of, what, 9th come the end of the first lap. However, normality resumes because Colin Watson is now fighting away with Tim Davis through the Fogarty S's once again. Stephen Nuttall, the first time at race pace, seems to have the legs on Johnny Pittard on the brakes in towards the hairpin, and now we see a big move for Tim Davis late on the brakes up the inside of Colin Watson. Tim Davis up into 3rd place by the time we got to the apex, the chase uphill, and they draw themselves absolutely level, but well read from Colin Watson, just about remains in front of Tim Davis until they hit the brakes, and the two Boss Racing teammates absolutely side by side. Big flick of oversteer as well from Johnny Pittard, somehow managed to get the car back pointing the right way, but Stephen Nuttall's first lap's gone well.
It certainly has gone very well indeed. Now that Tim Davis has grabbed 3rd place, Colin Watson has another nibble again, dives out and up the inside. Slightly wider track to his car compared to, what is it, an R300, isn't it, of Tim Davis. So the two Boss Racing teammates start to thread their way through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves. All of the time where squabbling is allowing Christian Pittard, the race 1 winner, to begin to close in a little bit more. So Stephen Nuttall leads Johnny Pittard, Tim Davis leads Colin Watson, but they're both getting caught by Christian Pittard. And then next up is going to be Robert Singleton, is it not, who is coming under pressure from Stephen James at the wheel of the number 30 car. So that's the order of the top 6 and 7 at the moment, with 17.5 minutes to go and only a lap and a half completed so far. Best of the fights is still the 3rd for 4th for 5th. It's still Tim Davis from, it's still Colin Watson from Tim Davis, followed by Christian Pittard, but I think Christian Pittard might pick up a slipstream and a tow from Tim Davis here. Jinks out from behind to the left-hand side, therefore he has the inside line, but has already got the job done by the time they come into the left and the right flicks at the Fogarty S's. So the race 1 winner up another place now, and that now means that Christian Pittard is up into 4th.
Yeah, Christian Pittard may almost make that 3rd. Late on the brakes up the inside of Colin Watson, gets the car into the apex, gets on the throttle. Have we got a problem for Johnny Pittard? Yes, we do. Very slowly towards the final corner he will go. It seemed like he got stuck in a high gear and he just couldn't get the car back going again. Will we see him into the pit lane? No, he returns at racing speed. Now it's still stuck in a gear, so Johnny Pittard struggling on in what must be 3rd or 4th gear, just can't get the car up to speed. But for the moment, Christian Pittard, not a bad start to his race. Started in 11th place, only, 2 laps later, he's up into 2nd, but Stephen Nuttall is now 5.5 seconds up the road.
5.5 seconds up the road, but has those slick tyres, those new ones that he bolted on after qualifying. That's why he didn't qualify particularly well, but bolted them on for the race, and now will still put them through another heat cycle whilst they've still got plenty of life in them. All running on a treaded tyre. There are no slick tyres, are there? No, there are. Of course, we've got Class S, which is the slick tyre class for this year, which is newly introduced, yeah, and then Class T, if it starts with that, then it's got a treaded tyre. Stephen Nuttall leading by 5.3 seconds after a couple of laps, so he doesn't need to worry yet, does he? He can see Christian Pittard at points on the circuit, but at other points on the circuit he will have no idea where he is.
No. You've got to sort of check your mirrors at exactly the right point, and for the moment, looking further down the order, is that Johnny Pittard still struggling away. That isn't. That is the number 79 machine of Nathan Bell, who is a little bit further down the order in 13th place at the moment. Lost a place on the lap prior to the number 39 machine of David White. Of course, we saw that car piloted by Leo Bell this morning. He was having a good little scrap. I can't remember exactly who with.
Oliver Gemmell.
Oliver Gemmell, yes. Those two were tied in a battle all race long. Stephen Nuttall goes through to post a 32.724, immediately bettered by Christian Pittard, a 32.569, and with 15 minutes to go, Christian Pittard knows where he wants to be.
Knows where he wants to be, but the rate of close wasn't much, was it? It was less than 0.2 of a second, and therefore 5.3 seconds just becomes 5.1. The good fight is still for the final spot on the overall podium. Colin Watson busy beavering away, trying to keep his Boss Racing teammate Tim Davis, the man from Orpington, behind him. They are also battling for 3rd and 4th in Class SE as well. So it is an inter-class battle. And then up towards the conclusion of one lap and onto the start of the next, just heading up towards Redgate Corner, we've got retiree, was he not, from first race, David White, who is looking to try and make progress.
Yeah, Johnny Pittard, whatever the issue is, it just seems like it's stuck in gear, even more so with his struggle to get the car back going again. He just can't quite find the biting point, of which I'd imagine when you're stuck in something like fourth gear is a very tricky job to do without stalling the car. So it's covered by localised yellows at the moment. Stephen Nuttall just working his way in towards the final couple of corners now. Around the Melbourne Loop he will go. The number 55 machine in the hands of, is it Simon Lanyon?
Simon Lanyon.
Yeah, Simon Lanyon for this race is running around, heading over Coppice at the moment. Whereabouts is Simon Lanyon? 9th place on the road, and he's in a bit of free air. He's got Robert Jones up the road, but he's got quite the gap before he will find himself starting to battle. Over the line once more goes Christian Pittard. Has Johnny Pittard found his way back into the pit lane? Yes, he has. Gets the car rolling down the pit lane, and unfortunately, third place in race 1 will not be bettered in race 2 for Johnny Pittard. On the brakes in towards turn 1, late on the brakes for Tim Davis, and he was almost there. Colin Watson, he's been a sponge in both race 1 and race 2. He's been soaking up so much pressure. The first race it was from Stephen James. The second race, probably even worse, it's your teammate Tim Davis.
Yeah, I mean, these two know absolutely how each other drive. They've been teammates at Boss Racing for a good number of years. Tim Davis was a little bit wide, though, going in towards the old hairpin there. Didn't quite make friends with the apex, so the car just washed out very slightly wide on the exit of the corner. Yeah, they both know each other very, very, very well indeed, and are usually two drivers that, when they're on the entry list, are featuring towards the sharp end. Well, at the moment, yeah, 3rd and 4th place is where they are, and Tim Davis is clinging on to the back of Colin Watson, but he's not quite close enough, is he? Could just do with closing up another couple of car lengths, fully get the tow, and then see if he can cue something up, but he's just not quite there.
I know, it's a tricky job, isn't it? When you're just on the bubble of getting enough tow to work your way by, and enough tow just to get close enough, but then you're still too far away to look for a real overtaking opportunity. On the brakes into the final corner, I would say that lead gap has come down 3.5 seconds. Last time through, Christian Pittard, a 31.665. This time through, it is 2.6 seconds. That rate of close very quickly closed in, didn't it? Because Christian Pittard over the line in a 32.2. Stephen Nuttall, a 33.2, 1 second gained on the lap prior. It's only going one way, and with Tim Davis now in front of Colin Watson, I didn't pick out exactly where that happened.
No, that must have happened towards the tail end of the lap. So, yeah, we have got that change of the two Boss Racing teammates. So it's the black and the Dayglow orange car now of Tim Davis that goes ahead of the white and the Dayglow orange car. Stephen Nuttall in his black machine with the subtle gold livery to it, still continuing to lead the way at this stage. But Christian Pittard is on his way. Up towards Coppice Corner goes local resident, which is Andy Yeomans. He has got closing in on him, our race leader at this stage. So Stephen Nuttall now starting to get himself amongst the traffic, but at the wheel of his far more powerful car, he's able to breeze his way through and pass both of the initial back markers without any problem at all. So Stephen Nuttall can now just focus his efforts again on trying to make sure that he pushes on as hard as he can, and every now and again glance in his mirrors and just see how quickly Christian Pittard in second place in the orange car is closing.
Yeah, I think Christian might lose a bit of time on this lap just in an effort to try and overtake what I think was Andy Yeomans. It's just cost him some time that he couldn't really afford to give up. Whilst he is closing, he wants to get the rate of closure to be as swift as possible. It was in fact David Stephen. He dived up the inside on the run in towards the Fogarty S's. This time through, does the gap fall away? Yes, it does. 4.4 seconds. Christian Pittard not quite as efficient through traffic. And that added to the fact Stephen Nuttall has just done his personal fastest lap of the race, a 32.615. That's now all swinging back the way of Stephen Nuttall in the lead of the race.
Yep, so with 10 minutes to go, we're just about to approach the halfway point of this second and final Magnificent 7 Series race of the day. And the two front-running cars already out of the old hairpin and starting to clamber uphill past Starkey's Bridge, through the left-hand sweep at Schwantz Curve and in towards the braking area for McLean's Corner. Exactly at the halfway point. We've had, what, 6.5 laps completed so far. Lead advantage came down, has gone back up again, but this time there's not been a great deal of traffic for either of the front two to deal with. So on a pure pace again, we'll see as to whether the gap has closed up, and it certainly looks as though it has closed up again. Christian Pittard, race 1 winner, is getting ever closer to Stephen Nuttall, who continues to lead the way.
He is indeed. This time Christian Pittard doesn't have to worry about any traffic halfway through the Fogarty S's. To the eye, I would say it has closed down, but not a vast amount. Heading out of the Melbourne hairpin now is a slightly sideways Stephen Nuttall. Can Christian Pittard do one better? No, it all looks very smooth and serene from Christian Pittard and being very kind on the car. Over the line goes the number 79 machine, this time in the hands of Nathan Bell. We are also keeping an eye on the car of Robert Singleton, who is out there. Stephen Nuttall goes over the line in the lead of the race. 4.4 turns into 4.2. I said it had come down, but not by much. I didn't think it would only be by a couple of tenths of a second. So Christian Pittard, with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go, we know how quickly he can close over a lap, but it just seems these past few laps, that rate of closure hasn't quite been as quick as he'd expected. And one thing to note, that battle for third, fourth, and now fifth place is starting to close in. Tim Davis has got Colin Watson, only a second behind, and only a second back from there is the recovering Stephen James.
Just have a quick look. The fastest lap in the race earlier on today was a 1:31.367. So fastest lap from Christian Pittard this time through is about 3 tenths down on the fastest lap that he did in the race earlier on today. 8 minutes to go. They're on lap number 8 as well. And are just about to, the leading pair, flick their way out of Coppice Corner. Now, for Stephen Nuttall, the race leader, again, there was traffic that he met, but he met it down the straight that brings them up towards the braking area for the Fogarty S's, so that wouldn't have compromised his run at all. For Christian Pittard in second place, he is further adrift this time, I think, than he was on the previous lap. Came down by 2 tenths. I think it's gone back out again. Again, he deals with the traffic, and it didn't overly compromise his run. Maybe had to take a slightly tighter line in towards the Melbourne hairpin to dive his way through and past what I think was Nathan Bell's car. And now we've also got, by the look of things, a change for third, as all of a sudden Colin Watson at the wheel of the number 92 car goes back ahead of Tim Davis in their fight for third place, but then he runs wide at the Melbourne hairpin and offers the place immediately back.
Proper magnificent sevens racing, isn't it? This is brilliant. One small mistake and it can cost you dear. And if they continue to battle Tim Davis and Colin Watson, Stephen James is waiting in the wings for something to swing his way as well. Tim Davis goes over the line in his newly re-inherited third place. Colin Watson back over the line in fourth place. Stephen James now in fifth. But Tim Davis, he's had a busy race, hasn't he? He's done some overtaking. Some he's had to work for. Some has been gifted. Stephen Nuttall last time through 3.1 seconds the gap. So it is coming down and continuing to do so. The clock is continuing to do the same. So for Stephen Nuttall, he just needs to manage this race to the end, drive around as quickly as he really can. But we will see how that plays out over the next, 6.5 minutes time. So through McLean's goes that of Tim Davis. Colin Watson isn't that far away at all either. Stephen James, you can see him just heading through Coppice, and he is starting to, it's almost there. It's almost enough for him to close in. It's that annoying bubble you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so third and fourth have been squabbling, but now Stephen James in fifth place wants in on the fun at the wheel of the number 30 car, which is the white car with the Dagle orange stripe down the centre, but it's got the black rollover hoop. That's how you can easily spot him. So through goes our race leader. Stephen Nuttall was leading by 3.1 seconds. That now comes down to 2.7 seconds with less than 6 minutes to go. So Christian Pittard is slowly edging up. He's not going to be able to clear traffic, though, until the exit of Redgate Corner and onto the top of Hollywood. And he's got to be quite decisive, sprints his way through and past, now can fully focus his efforts on trying to close the lead down once more.
You can indeed. Back over the line goes to battle for third, fourth and fifth place. It is still Tim Davis from Colin Watson from Stephen James. Heading through Coppice at the moment is Simon Lanyon, and is he closing in on the car of Robert Jones up the road? The gap last time through was 1.2 seconds, so he is almost there. It's that annoying bubble again, Mark, just over a second. He can't quite break into the aerodynamic assistance of the car up the road. Out of the final corner comes the number 68 machine of Robert Singleton, who's had something of a lonely race, unfortunately, in sixth place. The only driver I think we've got here this weekend in Class SD, so he's guaranteed the class win as long as he can see the checkered flag, but it means he's not really got anybody to play with. Stephen Nuttall down in towards the Melbourne Loop has lost lots of time now to Christian Pittard. 2.7 is going to be the best part of 1.7 come the end of this lap.
I'll keep an eye on it. So over the start finish line goes Simon Lanyon. So he's heading up towards Redgate Corner. Our race leader will just be coming up towards Goddard's with now very little daylight between himself and Christian Pittard. So here comes Stephen Nuttall, number 46, over the start-finish line. A wiggle from him, a wiggle from Christian Pittard as they get on the power, and 2.1 seconds comes down to 1.6 seconds that time through. So half a second quicker was the charging car in second place of the race one winner. So do you think he can get there? 4 minutes to go.
Yes.
I think he's more than capable of getting there, because he's going to be picking up the tow probably by the end of this lap.
He will be indeed, and Stephen Nuttall will just be hoping traffic falls his way. Tim Davis has had a good lap through traffic as he's pulled away from the car of Colin Watson. Stephen James is being caught up by the same piece of traffic as well. Christian Pittard up the hill through Schwantz Curve and in towards McLean's. Stephen Nuttall, he will see that that Christian Pittard is there. It's only going one way for me, Mark. Christian Pittard is closing, and we know what he's like. As soon as he gets onto the coattails of someone, he will get the aerodynamic assistance all the way down the straight past the exhibition centre and in towards the Fogarty S's. What's going to happen in a straight line? Stephen Nuttall is just about going to hold it by the time they arrive into the Fogarty S's on the brakes. What about on the exits? Christian Pittard gets a good exit. Can he do it on the brakes in towards the Melbourne Loop? We'll find out in a few moments' time. And no, not this time. He had a look to the inside, decided better of it. He's now going to focus on the exit.
Yep, so the leading pair absolutely together now as they come up towards the braking area for Goddard's corner. Just see them heading over the crest and in towards the braking area at Goddard's. Are we going to see the change to the order? No, not for the moment. It's still Stephen Nuttall that leads from Christian Pittard over the start-finish line. 1.6 seconds is now down to just 0.3 of a second. And Christian Pittard now takes a nice wide sweep in towards Redgate. Is he going to try and get the undercut on the way back out? Well, if he does, I'm sure Stephen Nuttall will be wise to that. And no, he still wasn't even quite close enough as they head through Hollywood and down through the Craner curves. They are on lap number 12 at the moment. Just 2.5 minutes remain in this race.
Yeah, not long left at all. What can Stephen Nuttall do about fending off any attack from Christian Pittard? Heading through Schwantz Curve once more. Traffic up the road to be dealt with. If Stephen Nuttall can get a car between himself and Christian Pittard, it should just about be enough to buy himself a little bit of breathing room for the rest of this lap. There's still going to be one more lap to go come the end of this rotation of the Donington Park GP circuit. Onto the back straight they go once more. Stephen Nuttall, this time he's got a bit more breathing room between himself and Christian Pittard. The next car they will reach will be that of Simon Lanyon. A big look up the inside from Christian Pittard. I think just really starting to, I think that was more to reserve his place on the inside of the back marker to ensure that he goes through the same gap in towards the Melbourne Loop once more. Around the hairpin, Stephen Nuttall remains in front of Christian Pittard, but a big wobble on the exit leaves him somewhat vulnerable. He's now going to try and dive up the inside of Robert Jones once again to minimise the opportunity of Christian Pittard, but Christian Pittard goes through the same gap. Onto the final lap of the race they will go now, and they are absolutely nose to tail. Christian Pittard is going to look to the outside at Redgate once more. It didn't work last lap. Is it going to work this lap? And a nice wide entry that Mark spoke about, and Stephen Nuttall will be wise to the cutback of Christian Pittard down past Hollywood and then in towards the Craner curves once more before they dive on the brakes in towards the old hairpin. Not the most preferred overtaking opportunity. You have to be very optimistic that you're going to get the car slowed down. Stephen Nuttall much quicker through that section of circuit. Christian Pittard has got a bit more work to do. 0.3 last time through, 0.3 this time through is all that separates them. Up the hill through Schwantz Curve, around McLean's they will go. And then it's a short burst towards Coppice. There's a bit more traffic for them to deal with along the way. Is Stephen Nuttall going to get there? No, the traffic holds him up very slightly at the apex. He gets his foot down as quickly as possible as they head onto the back straight for the final time. Christian Pittard continues to close in, almost onto the grass with Stephen Nuttall. And Christian Pittard now dives to the inside for the final time in towards the Fogarty S's. Christian Pittard later on the brakes. Does he dive his way up through the inside? Yes, he does, but Stephen Nuttall tries to fight back on the exit. Absolutely side by side towards the Melbourne hairpin, but Christian Pittard into the lead of the race over the final couple of corners. Around the Melbourne hairpin goes Christian Pittard. Stephen Nuttall looks for the cutback once more. He really isn't going to give this up into the final corner before they meet the checkered flag, and it will be Christian Pittard that disappears into the lead and re-emerges into the lead as well. So Christian Pittard will come through and see the checkered flag. Stephen Nuttall has to settle for second place. Will it then be Tim Davis as we look over our right-hand shoulder? Tim Davis should be the one to appear next, followed then by that of Colin Watson. So Tim Davis into the final corner for the final time, and he will round out your podium, and of course our top five all in Class SE. So they've all been racing amongst themselves. Tim Davis over the line to finish in 3rd place, Colin Watson in 4th place, and Stephen James has to settle for 5th place. It will then be car number 68 in the hands of Robert Singleton that comes through to claim what is 6th place. We'll just look around for where Robert is. He's just emerging out of the Fogarty S's now. What a brilliant race that was, once again from the Magnificent Sevens. A change in lead on the very final couple of corners through the S's. Christian Pittard taking the lead from Stephen Nuttall. Stephen fighting back not only into the Melbourne hairpin, but also into Goddard's. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough after leading from when the lights went out till the final couple of corners. Over the line now, we get that of Robert Singleton, and we will be able to run you through the way in which they saw the checkered flag in just a few moments' time as we get Stephen Spicer coming towards the line now to see the checkered flag. And I think to round out all of our finishers bar one, we've still got one more just sneaking around. That is the number 34 of Richard Green, who wasn't far away from going a lap down. So Christian Pittard took the win ahead of Stephen Nuttall in 2nd place. Then it was Tim Davis and Colin Watson in the 3rd and 4th place. 5th place went the way of Stephen James. It was then car number 68 in the hands of Robert Singleton taking 6th place. 7th place went the way of Stephen Collins. 8th place to Robert Jones. In 9th place, car number 55 of Simon Lanyon in this race. And rounding out your top 10, 141, Oliver Gemmell. In 11th place, car number 39, David White. 12th place was that of Nathan Bell. In 13th place, car number 34, Richard Green. In 14th place was Andy Yeomans. In 15th place, car number 41, David Stephen. In 16th place, car number 33, Suhid Chatterjee. And in 17th place, car number 75, that being Stephen Spicer. Johnny Pittard, unfortunately, the one and only retiree from that race. From the front row of the grid, remember, as well. So Mark is down there. I can see that Christian Pittard is there with that of Stephen Nuttall. Tim Davis being directed towards the winners area as well, and I'm sure they've got very differing opinions of that race, because Stephen Nuttall will have wished he could have that race ended just a lap earlier, and Christian Pittard will have been glad that he could get that done from 11th on the grid, carving his way through traffic and just about taking the win for the very final couple of corners.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, let's see if we can grab a quick word with Christian Pittard, who has just taken off the crash helmet, is just about to switch off the immaculately prepared Caterham. Christian, 2 out of 2, but that doesn't quite tell the story. Was that just time to perfection?
I wish I could say that I was sandbagging and it was all meant to be, but no, it was tough. It was tough getting past Stephen. So it was a great race, though. I really enjoyed it.
It seemed as though you were sort of there or thereabouts, sort of 4.5 seconds back, and then he'd get a good run through the traffic, and then the next lap you'd get the good run through the traffic, and finally you got together.
That's exactly what happened, yeah. It was back markers. We were concertina, depending on who got through the back markers more cleanly, and then it was right at the end when I knew the checkered flag was coming out, so it was cruel luck on Stephen's part that it was only a couple of corners before the end. So yeah, I think it was going into the chicane, and then it was 3 corners. I held on to the lead for 3 corners, that was it.
Once you got in the tow, it was always going to be difficult for him, wasn't it?
Hopefully, yes.
Well done, 2 out of 2.
Thank you very much.
Let's grab a quick word with Stephen Nuttall if we can. Stephen, oh, I'm so sorry. You need to campaign to the CSCC to make races 18 minutes in the future.
I thought it was long, honestly. 22 minutes in my book, so I'm going to go and appeal it. No, no, what a brilliant race. I expect to see Christian towards the end, but it got so late in the race, I thought maybe he's got caught in traffic and we're good. I think I looked up on one straight and he was there. I was like, oh, God, here we go. And I think we both got lucky-ish with traffic towards the end, but he was right on me, so I was having to defend. I'm really losing out on the brakes, actually. It's really suffering on the brakes, but he did a brilliant job, and then we got bulked a little bit coming onto the back straight, which gave him a good run. I didn't cover the inside. He made a really good move down the inside. Got through, and then it's always going to be hard to get in the 2 hairpins. I gave it a go, tried lining it up a couple of times, having a run, but never going to do it from there. So I enjoyed it. Really good race on my own for most of it, but a good battle at the end.
Bridesmaid twice today. You need to put that right next time.
No, yeah, not very happy about that. I'll go away and do some thinking about it, yeah.
Well done, though. Well done. 2 brilliant drives. And a quick word with Tim Davies, because we didn't talk to Tim earlier on. He wasn't on the podium, but you were having a good old squabble with your mate there, weren't you, Colin Watson?
Old adversaries, yeah. It's all good. Not easy to get past Colin. I mean, I was lucky he made a mistake going into the Melbourne hairpin, and I thought if he does that again, he has to defend the inside. So he's looking at me, defending the inside. He was going to wash out, so I dived left, cut up, and then I had to really get on it and be sharp. Otherwise, he was going to be all over me again. So, yeah, I love that. That was going to podium. I mean, what a result. Fantastic.
Seem to have more pace in race 2 than you did in race 1.
I had a little problem at the beginning. I washed off and when they lost me. They cut it short by 2 minutes. I was nearly on the 2 of them, and I thought I'm not letting them go this time. And yeah, maybe fired up a bit more. I don't know. Yeah, happy days.
Well done. We'd better leave it there though, because the Liquid Moly Slick Series are already leaving the assembly area, heading out onto track.
They are indeed. Thank you, Mark. Great to hear from our Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens drivers. Currently out on their green flag warming up lap is the Liquid Moly Slicks Series. And what I can do is run you through the way in which they will line up. Just need to make sure we have the correct starting drivers. So on the front row of the grid, we've got car number 13, Tom Walpole, and car number 991, Sam Howarth. On row 2 of the grid, we've got car number 8, Stephen Gambrell, and car number 21, Andrew Christopher. On row number 3 of the grid, we've got car number 36. That will be started by Colin Turkington. He will hand over to Mark Smith throughout the race. Then it will be Richard Wheeler lining up alongside. Row 4 of the grid is Nathan Wells and Dylan Popovich. Row 5 of the grid is Jasper Sapra and Luke Yeomans. Row 6 of the grid, it's 2 shared cars. Car number 7 will be started by Wayne Lewis. He will hand over to Paul Cook throughout the race. And car number 95, that again another shared car, that will be started by David Ward. He will hand over to Andy Cummings throughout the race. Tom Cresswell and Klaas Kuijke line up on row number 7 of the grid. Row 8 of the grid is Adrian and Damien Bradley. It will be Damien Bradley that starts that car. He will hand over to Adrian throughout the race, with Callum Noble lining up alongside. Ronan Bradley lines up in 17th place. In 18th place, it's car number 25. That will be started by Andrew Maynard. He will hand over to Tom Robinson through the race. Dan Smith and Mick Dwayne line up on row number 10. Row number 11 will be Ross Irvine, pardon me, and alongside them will be the 145 of Ian Bayliss. He will line up he will hand over to George Pilkington halfway through the race. Steve Wells and Matty Evans line up on row 12 of the grid, if I put my teeth in. Row 13 of the grid, again 2 more shared cars. Car number 45 will be started by Martin Scott, and he will hand over to Gary Whitehead. And alongside them is car number 30. That will be started by Simon Griffiths. He will hand over to Archie Buttle. As the safety car has got its lights off, just working its way through the Melbourne Loop. How's that for timing? We will see the 6th and final race of the day get underway, but this won't end the on-track action because, of course, we've still got 3 qualifying sessions still to go. Tom Walpole in qualifying, he went well, but I'm going with Sam Howarth.
I'm going with Stephen Gambrell. I'm going with the red Porsche. I think he's the man, yeah. So, yeah, this is our final race action. The final, if you're watching the stream, action we'll be bringing you today. But if you're here at the circuit, we will continue to guide you through qualifying.
We will indeed. So the red lights are on. Tom Walpole is getting ready to go. He sort of half went. Now the lights go out, and he immediately gets jumped by Sam Howarth, diving to the inside. Is the Porsche 911 of Stephen Gambrell. Is he going to be good enough for the race lead? Sam Howarth couldn't quite hold it around the outside. Tom Walpole holds on to the race lead. Both the Porsches very, very slow. That almost looked like a problem for Stephen Gambrell, but it will be Tom Walpole that leads them in towards the old hairpin for the first time. They will be hunted down by Andrew Christopher in the red Ferrari 488 Challenge car. Then it's Colin Turkington up into 3rd place. The 2 Porsches, the 2 we went for, didn't get the best start.
No, not at all. Goes to show what we know, or we put the commentator's curse on them. So yeah, Tom Walpole leading the way as he turns his way through McLean's corner for the first time. Andrew Christopher's Ferrari, the 488 Challenge car, but not the Evo spec car, is there in 2nd place sitting with him. Then it's Colin Turkington. From them, Sam Howarth, followed by Stephen Gambrell, and then completing the top 6 at the moment.
think it's Jazz Sapper, is it not, that's there in 6th place. Now, for the lead of the race, is the Ferrari going to pick up the lead here? He's certainly having a go. Colin Turkington's under attack from the pair of Porsches that sit behind, but now it is all 5 together for the lead. Tom Walpole, Andrew Christopher, Colin Turkington, Sam Howarth and Stephen Gambrell all together. Colin Turkington really getting close to the tail end of the Ferrari here. So it's KTM from Ferrari, from BMW, from Porsche.
It is indeed. Later on the brakes, up the inside for Stephen Gambrell. So late on the brakes, somehow managed to get the car slowed down, dived his way up the inside of Sam Howarth. So those two have swapped around, and of course we've seen the change for the lead as well. Into the lead of the race goes Andrew Christopher, through and past Tom Walpole, and Colin Turkington was more or less left watching as the lead changed, the cars behind changed, and he still sat there in the middle.
He's the only one in the top 5 that's still in the same position. Everybody else has had a shuffle, so they head down through the crane occurs, with Andrew Christopher now starting to pull away a little bit, isn't he, at the lead of the Ferrari? So he's just edging away from the KTM that runs to GT4 specification. Then it's Colin Turkington, followed by Stephen Gambrell and Sam Howarth. Jazz Sapra's got his hands rather full, to say the least. He's got the number 9 car of Dylan Popovic right with him. And then it's Richard Wheeler at the wheel of the Lamborghini Huracan that runs to GT3 spec.
Yeah, and we've seen finally a change for Colin Turkington, but not the one he will have wanted. So he's now dropped down into 4th place as Stephen Gambrell has picked his way up into 3rd. Richard Wheeler is desperate to try and work his way through and past that of Jazz Sapra. Up the inside, late on the brakes, a locked brake from Dylan Popovic. That changes the trajectory of his car and almost spins him across the nose of those cars behind. He manages to get the car back under his control in a straight line. The Ginetta has just about got the legs on the Lamborghini. Richard Wheeler on the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's once more. Colin Turkington coming under a bit of pressure from Sam Howarth, and Dylan Popovic has spun on the exit of the Fogarty S's. I didn't see if there was contact. Was that self-induced?
I'm not sure. It was difficult to see because he appeared into view sideways, but he's now trying to get the car spun for another 180 degrees, get it pointing back round in the right direction. I didn't see a puff of smoke. It was just a spinning Dylan Popovic. So over the start-finish line go the leaders. In 2nd place, Tom Walpole really feeling the pinch now from Stephen Gambrell's Porsche that jinks out from behind to the left-hand side. He's on the outside line for Redgate corner. What is Tom Walpole going to do? The answer is try and brave it out on the trajectory that he was on, and Stephen Gambrell has to go all the way around the outside to see if he can make it stick at the wheel of the Porsche, and I think he did. Yeah, so I think we had the shuffle there. The red Porsche now up into 2nd place, the green KTM down to 3rd.
Yeah, brave stuff from Sam Howarth. Klas Koika losing out now to Tom Cresswell. So Tom Cresswell just about nicks his way up the inside by the time they get to Redgate. Sam Howarth, like I said, very brave around the outside of Colin Turkington on the brakes in towards Redgate. So just about found the grip that he didn't find on lap number 1. Andrew Christopher in the lead, as you suspected. He's just starting to run away, but I think he's going to have somebody closing in on him. That will be that of Stephen Gambrell. Last time through, fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.664.
Yeah, so he might have been delayed slightly at Redgate corner at the start, dropped down to 5th place, but he's now starting to make some inroads again and is seeing what he might be able to do. The gap between Ferrari that leads and Porsche in 2nd place is definitely coming down. Tom Walpole still under the cosh from Sam Howarth. Colin Turkington with the best seat in the house, sitting there in 5th place, watching it all unfold ahead of him and also poised ready to pick up the spoil should they trip over each other. Now, Stephen Gambrell was late on the brakes going in towards Goddard's, but was still not going to be able to squeeze his way through into the lead. He might have another go as they come over the start-finish line.
Yeah, Steve Gambrell all sorts of out of shape, heading out to the final corner on the run in towards Redgate. Sam Howarth is trying to do the same on Tom Walpole as well. Later on the brakes, dives to the inside, and we might see the change in the background. Sam Howarth up into 3rd place, and for the moment, Stephen Gambrell, he's got a good exit out of Redgate. They're going to go side by side through Hollywood, but very, very brave from Andrew Christopher just to chop over the nose of Stephen Gambrell. Does he go defensive in towards the old hairpin? No, decides to make all of the circuit available to him, bouncing over the curbs. So too is Stephen Gambrell. Up the hill they will go, through Schwantz Curve and in towards McLean's. Those top two are absolutely tied together, and Andrew Christopher, for the moment, has just about got enough, but I think it's only going one way.
The first 5 minutes of this race feel more like a sprint race than a 40-minute pit stop race. They are still together up towards Coppice. Ferrari from Porsche. So it's still Andrew Christopher that leads away from Stephen Gambrell, who gets a tighter exit coming out of Coppice and at least gets the Porsche alongside the Ferrari, but the Ferrari's got the all-important inside line when they get down in towards the braking area for the Fogarty S's. So Gambrell thinks, right, OK, I'll just see if I can cover off a slightly different line. It didn't quite work for him. They've also now got Sam Howarth, Tom Walpole and Colin Turkington all equidistantly spaced, so the top 5 are still there. Walpole with a big lunge on Sam Howarth, trying to steal 3rd place away, but can't get the KTM fully up onto terms with the Porsche.
Now, Steve Gambrell got a good exit out of the Melbourne hairpin as well. He will close in on the run in towards Goddard's. He can be so late on the brakes in that Porsche. It just closes him immediately onto the coattails of Andrew Christopher, who gets all sorts of out of shape out of the final corner, and that just about allows Stephen Gambrell to draw himself level on the brakes. We know how late he can be on the brakes. Stephen Gambrell is later on the brakes. He's got the inside line, gets to the apex first. Sam Howarth tries to go through the same gap, but the Ferrari gets a good enough exit to hold him off for now. And I think Andrew Christopher can just about breathe a sigh of relief in 2nd place, working their way through some traffic, which just about held up Sam Howarth as well. But Stephen Gambrell into the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and not wanting to buy into it was the backmarker Martin Scott, who stayed well and truly out of harm's way. Over the start-finish line, this is the number 30 Ginetta heading up towards Redgate Corner now. Simon Griffiths, he's got Klaus Kuiker sitting behind him. So Griffiths has had to come from the very tail end of the field and is now up into 10th position, so that's not been bad. They clearly had some problems, didn't they, Simon Griffiths and Archie Buttle, in qualifying. Did they have an off at Coppice Corner, didn't they?
Yes, they were
into the gravel there, and that's what meant that they didn't really get a lap in qualifying. Had to start at the very back of the grid, inside the top 10.
Yeah, and it's good to see Steve Walls has got that car back out and running, because that car didn't see the end of qualifying either. Dylan Popovic trying to make up for the spin. He's now applying the pressure onto Damien Bradley on the exit of the old hairpin. Up the hill through Schwantz Curve they will go, and into the pit lane very, very slowly is one of the Ginettas, and that is the number 95 machine, who has been in the wars. David Ward, he's got a big tyre mark down the side of that car, so I think he's been fighting on pretty well indeed as well. Just slightly further up the road is Wayne Lewis from the battle we were watching just a few moments ago. Sam Howarth has somehow got himself up into 2nd place.
Yeah, it happened earlier on that lap that Sam Howarth was able to carve his way through and ahead of the Ferrari of Andrew Christopher. So it's Porsche, from Ferrari, from KTM, from Colin Turkington at the wheel of the Mark Smith-owned BMW. Mark Smith will be jumping in for part 2 of the race, and the pit window is not that far away from opening now.
No, it's not at all, and you can tell the traffic now, the quick cars are coming, desperately trying to jump out of the way as quickly as possible. Tom Walpole applying ever more pressure onto Andrew Christopher. This is now for 2nd place, as we've got Porsche 1, Porsche 2, Ferrari 3, just about from KTM 4. So Stephen Gambrell's leading the way from Sam Howarth. Andrew Christopher still holding on to 3rd place, but Tom Walpole is applying yet more pressure. And once again, as Mark said, Colin Turkington has got the best seats in the house watching this all unfold in front of him. Good exit on towards the back straight for Tom Walpole. Andrew Christopher continues to defend as best as possible. The Ferrari has got the legs in the straight line, but Tom Walpole through the corners. I think the aerodynamics just slightly more efficient on that KTM. As they pick their way through. Sam Howarth gets a poor exit out of the Fogarty S's on the brakes in towards the Melbourne loop. Sam Howarth tries to go defensive. He's got Andrew Christopher on his outside, Tom Walpole on the inside, and they both go through. So Tom Walpole's up into 2nd place. Andrew Christopher effectively remains in 3rd. He overtook one car, almost overtook another, and he remains exactly where he was. Over the line in the lead of the race goes Stephen Gambrell. Then we got Tom Walpole up into 2nd place. Andrew Christopher remains in 3rd. Sam Howarth now down into 4th place from 2nd, and Colin Turkington over the line remains in 5th place. It's getting very, very close inside 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and just about 5th place. Out of the final corner now comes the number 24 of Richard Wheeler. He's still running around with a fairly quiet race going his way. And in a somewhat quiet lead of the race is Stephen Gambrell. But 2nd place, Tom Walpole has started to run away from Andrew Christopher. So it's now the battle, instead of from 1st to 5th, is from 3rd to 5th, as Andrew Christopher, having just worked his way through and past Sam Howarth, has got to worry about defending once more, as Colin Turkington isn't too far away from the pair of them, and he will be there to pick up the pieces if they continue to battle and blow each other down yet more. No pit callers as of yet, as the pit window has just opened. Whereabouts has Dylan Popovich got to? He is actually roared through. He's gone through and past Damien Bradley, through and past Wayne Lewis, and I think the VW Golf of Ross Irvine, or it was Martin Scott, pardon me, has gone another lap down. On the brakes in towards the Melbourne hairpin, it is still going to be that of Stephen Gambrell leading the way. From then Tom Walpole and a very, very sideways Andrew Christopher. That holds up Sam Howarth, who's now down from 4th to 5th place. Colin Turkington's up into 5th place and continues to make inroads on those cars up the road. All sorts of sideways out to the final corner. And Colin Turkington holds on to 4th place. Sam Howarth quicker in a straight line, however, in towards turn 1. Sam Howarth grazing the brakes just to get the car settled. Tries to lull Colin Turkington into a mistake, but that's much easier said than done for the 4 times British Touring Car champion. And Sam Howarth has to settle for what is 5th place. So it's Stephen Gambrell leading, from Tom Walpole in 2nd place, Andrew Christopher in 3rd place, followed then by Colin Turkington and Sam Howarth. There's another good battle going on elsewhere on circuit. Heading along the back straight at the moment, it is one of the BMWs, trying to pick out exactly who that is. We will pick them up on the exits of the Fogarty S's. A very sideways Ginetta out of the final corner. That is at number 30 in the hands of Simon Griffiths. He's still to hand over to Archie Buttle. And the leaders, are they changing round once more? They almost are. Colin Turkington, he's alongside Andrew Christopher for 3rd place. And Andrew Christopher, quicker in a straight line, can hold on to 3rd place for now. But Colin Turkington, he's got those slicks up to temperature, and he is on a mission. He's fed up of sitting around and waiting in 5th place, whatever issue the car had with the fueling. As Colin said, it's not affecting its race pace, it's just when it comes to a stop. He now draws himself back level once again on the exit of the Melbourne Loop. Heading in towards Goddard, he's being very brave around the outside. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Sam Howarth on the inside. Out of the final corner, it's going to be Stephen Gambrell, followed by Colin Turkington. No, it won't. It'll be Sam Howarth who comes through to pick up another place. Dylan Popovich is in the pit lane. So too is the Jaguar that we've got out with us this weekend. We'll try and pick out exactly who that is. That will be Andrew Maynard to hand over to Tom Robinson. Ross Irvine is in the pit lane as well. Dylan Popovich, has he got any damage? The crew just checking around the front left-hand side, which makes you think, did he find, whether it be a tyre bale or a curb or whatever it may be, that just spun that car around?
Yeah, there are marks and scuffs down the left-hand side, but one of the swirls does look like a wheel mark, so does suggest there might have been a little bit of contact, which pitched Dylan Popovich into that spin. And I've also just wandered down and had a quick word with our retired Ginetta, David Ward and Andy Cummings. There's damage to the left-hand side of their car, and they said there was contact with the Jaguar.
So that makes sense as to exactly why people have ended up in the pit lane and in what order. Stephen Gambrell from the lead of the race has got a 5-second time penalty. The team manager of car number 8 and 13 are to head to the pit lane. That is Stephen Gambrell and Tom Walpole. So 1st and 2nd in the race, they have been asked to head up to race control for whatever reason that may be. Wayne Lewis fighting away with Damien Bradley in towards turn 1. Tom Walpole has now been given a 5-second time penalty due to extending track limits. So over the line goes Stephen Gambrell, 5.2 seconds clear, so 2/10 in theory on corrected times in the lead of the race from Tom Walpole. Tom Walpole will drop outside of the top 5, or drop to 5th place, as Andrew Christopher goes through in 3rd place. Sam Howarth goes through in 4th. Colin Turkington in 5th place, and then we await the arrival of Richard Wheeler, who flies over the start-finish line now. Into the pit lane comes Steve Wells. That car clearly running on song from whatever issue it had this morning. Over the line goes Dan Smith, but a brilliant battle we're seeing go through the old hairpin and then up towards Schwann's Curve is between Andrew Christopher and Sam Howarth. Sam Howarth grazing the brake every now and then, so I don't know whether he's just struggling with the front end of that car and it's just trying to get the weight back on those front wheels to pitch the car in a slightly more aggressive manner. But this is for 3rd and 4th place, and neither of these two have got a time penalty, so this will be a battle on the road for position. Sam Howarth much quicker out of Coppice once more along the back straight. Is he going to have a look on the run in towards the Fogarty S's? No, not this time. onto the Melbourne Loop they will go. Colin Turkington, unfortunately, has resided back to 5th place and somewhat settled there for the best seats in the house for the second or third time this race. Out of the final corner comes the race leader of Stephen Gambrell, bearing in mind that 5-second time penalty, which I'm assuming he's been told about, because last time through he set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:31.937. Over the line goes Tom Walpole. 6 seconds clear. Into the pit lane comes Damien Bradley. Out of the final corner comes the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th place, all absolutely together. They've got traffic to deal with. Sam Howarth looked to the outside of Andrew Christopher. The gap didn't open up. Colin Turkington continues to find an opportunity as and where he can take one, but for the moment he remains in what is 5th place. Andrew Christopher so brave around the outside of some of the traffic that we've got out there, the first of which being Callum Noble, and then it'll be on the brakes and trying to work his way through and past Ronan Bradley up the hill. Again, Sam Howarth grazing the brake, not willing to apply any further pressure onto Andrew Christopher. I think that may just be Sam Howarth still somewhat nervous through some traffic, but Andrew Christopher runs very wide on the exit of McLean's. That allows Sam Howarth to close in once more. So Sam Howarth, fresh from karting after a couple of races last year in the Slick Series, is now proving exactly why he needs to be here. Looking to do the full campaign this season. Into the pit lane comes Simon Griffiths to hand over to Archie Buttle. Sam Howarth all the way around the outside through the Fogarty S's. Can he make it work? No, it's cost him so much time. Through goes Colin Turkington to Andrew Christopher. Remains in 3rd place. Colin Turkington up into 4th place. Sam Howarth down into 5th. Into the pit lane comes the number 8 race leader of Stephen Gambrell. Also into the pit lane comes Wayne Lewis to hand over to Paul Cook. So we've got a couple of driver changes going on, Mark. You'd imagine if the leader is coming in, others will follow suit. Tom Walpole returns from the pit lane and either he was returning from the pit lane or he just used that much of pit exit that he decided that it was worth gaining those extra couple of tenths.
We haven't seen Tom Walpole in yet.
No, so he must have been very wide on his approach to Redgate. Sam Howarth joined you as well.
Yep, so we've got into the pit lane the blue BMW, so that is the change of driver just going to place there. Was it Wayne Lewis or Paul Cook that started in that one?
It was, let's have a look, Wayne Lewis.
Right, okay. So it'll be Paul Cook that's jumping in with his Ayrton Senna crash helmet. We've got the Ginetta in that you were speaking about, which the car started off the tail end of the field. Simon Griffiths giving way to Archie Buttle. Just seems to be taking a while to get the second driver strapped in there, though, so I'm not sure whether they are losing time from where they ought to be. And we've also got in the pit lane Damien Bradley giving way to Adrian Bradley.
And you've got a Ronan Bradley with very smoky brakes.
We've got Sam Howarth in, we've got Stephen Gambrell in, as you say, and we haven't as yet got ourselves a Tom Walpole, have we?
No, Tom Walpole is just coming out of the Melbourne Loop now and into Goddard's once more. Are we going to see him dive for the pit lane this time? Out of the final corner he appears. No, continues on, wants to tick another lap in the book. Of course, he's got that 5-second time penalty looming over his head. So he will have to worry about those cars around him and how much time he can gain over the park.
You'll have to let me know what the pit stop was like for the number 30 Ginetta, because it seemed to take an age.
And we'll have a look as well. Also into the pit lane we've got the number 24 Richard Wheeler, who is struggling to get going.
I'm guessing it was not a good stop for it's one of the cars.
Car number 78, Ronan Bradley, 1:28.533. I'm guessing the team had some fruitful comments.
Yes, yes. I think the microphone was off at the time, but apologies if anybody heard anything.
No, I didn't hear anything, but just going off your response sort of indicated that the team weren't best impressed with the way their pit stop went. Returning to the circuit is Richard Wheeler, some 11 seconds slower than he would have wanted, but the car did struggle to get back going once again. The very loud Ross Irvine heading in towards Goddard's once more. Let's have a look for our leader. So Tom Walpole has inherited the lead of the race for now. Of course, he still needs to dive into the pit lane. He's going into the Melbourne Loop once more, and he's got such a substantial margin over all of those cars around him. We've still got the number 21 of Andrew Christopher out there and circulating, who has just dropped in and behind previous race leader, that being Stephen Stephen Gambrell. Into the pit lane comes Dylan Popovic once again. I think this time for the pit window aspect of the race. Tom Walpole down the pit lane. It looked quite quick from Tom Walpole. Dived on the brakes very quickly. Indeed. We've also got coming into the pit lane the number 45 VW Golf. In the hands of Martin Scott. Gary Whitehead getting ready to get behind the wheel. Also in, sorry Mark, he's Andrew Christopher.
Yep, so Andrew Christopher is in, Tom Walpole is in, Mark Smith, who's just taken over the BMW from Colin Turkington, is just heading back out of the pit lane. So a quick bit of windscreen cleaning being done on the front clamshell that opens up as the door. The whole windscreen comes up on the KTM, so that's just being cleaned up by the crew at the moment, and just making sure that visibility is as good as it can be for Tom Walpole. Adjustment to tyre pressures going on as well for Andrew Christopher and the Ferrari. All looks good at the moment. They're just polishing up something at the tail end of the car. So, right, it's a rear view camera. The rear view camera on the car might have had just a little bit of debris on it, and therefore that's been communicated by Andrew Christopher to the team. And I thought they're polishing the Ferrari badge. No, they were polishing the little camera right at the rear end of the bodywork. Just make sure he's got good visibility of what's around him.
Thank you, Mark. So, yes, very only GT problems, really, isn't it? Your rear view camera, not your rear view mirror. Your rear view camera needs cleaning. So, Tom Walpole returns to the circuit. Into the pit lane comes the Cresswell VW Golf. So Tom and Nick Cresswell. I don't know whether it's being shared. I didn't get a starting driver for that one. I'd imagine it will be Tom Cresswell to hand over to Nick.
It was, yeah. Tom Cresswell was given as a starting driver, but Nick Cresswell was added as a second driver in that car. So, yeah, I can see Nick with his crash helmet on now. So Nick's crash helmet is white with 2 green stripes around it, a lighter green, a darker green, and checkers on it. And Tom's crash helmet is black with the 2 green stripes around it.
Got you almost contact in the pit lane as the Callum Noble car jumped out into the fast lane. I think out of view or just in the blind spot was Luke Yeomans.
They were just lifting the rear bodywork on the Ferrari for a split second and gazing into the engine bay. So do wonder if maybe, you look at the back of the car where they've polished it, you can see there's a little bit of oil just blowing off from the back of the car. So they were probably just checking exactly what it was, but they have waved Andrew Christopher back out onto the circuit.
2 minutes 11 they were in the pit lane, Mark, so 40 seconds longer than they needed to be, but wanting to make sure that that car, one, is safe to go out, and two, once it's safe to go out, that it can see the end of the race. Another short pit stop. So obviously we've mentioned Ronan Bradley. Car number 13 in the hands of Tom Walpole was short. 1 minute 27.81 watt.
Yeah, so I'm going to just grab a quick word with Colin Turkington, who is fresh out of the car that he's just handed over to Mark Smith. Colin, early stages of that race, it was like a touring car race, fighting away with Porsches and Ferraris and KTMs.
Yeah, it was absolutely mega. You know, I was really enjoying that. You know, I thought they would just leave me at the start, but of course there was a race kicking off at the front, so that little bit of squabbling sort of kept me in touch, and then the blue Porsche would sort of keep pulling a move, but then make a slight misjudgment and then drop back, so it would be a bit of cat and mouse. But yeah, it was just nice to be in the thick of the race. You know, I didn't want to be in sort of no man's land, but also aware that you know, try and look after things a bit for Mark. You know, I didn't want Mark jumping in and no tires, no brakes. Guilty, used it all, but thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, it's you know, hopefully it was good to watch. You know, I felt it was, you know, it was a really good tussle going on, especially down the Melbourne Loop. I think we were 3 abreast there at one time, so yeah, really enjoyable.
I can tell you've enjoyed it. There's a big smile on your face.
Yeah, and it's hard work, you know, because the you know, each car has strengths and weaknesses in different areas. You know, the obviously the Ferrari and the Porsche is a bit stronger on the straight, but I think I could carry a bit more corner speed, particularly McLean's Compass and through the chicane, so I would catch them back up. So, but yeah, no, thoroughly enjoyed that. So, unfortunately, the fun's over for me.
Good stint, well done though.
Thank you, thanks.
There we go, Colin Turkington back upstairs to Jack.
Great stuff, thanks Mark. Tom Walpole's day goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? He's returned to the circuit, leading the race, the 10-second time penalty for track limits, and then the time added on once again for a long pit stop, has awarded him a 47.1 second time penalty mark.
That's a miscalculation. Did you ever get back to me about what pit stop was for the number 30 Ginetta?
The number 30 Ginetta, let's have a brief look. It was 2 minutes 7.7.
I thought it took an age. Yeah. Yep. I wasn't wrong then.
No, still issues for that car as well, because running very wide on the run through Copse Corner. Through Coppice, pardon me, which is where we saw that car go off in qualifying. So not the best run through there throughout today. Stephen Gambrell still leading the way, albeit with a 15-second time penalty. So I think he's been picking up more and more as he wanders over track limits, but that would still mark him safe by way of Sam Howarth, as he's gone through 24 seconds behind Stephen Gambrell. So Stephen is just about safe. He's got a bit of time, Mark.
The Jaguar XFR being pushed down pit lane, I'm afraid. Just had a quick word with Tom Robinson as to exactly what's gone wrong. They've lost the clutch, unfortunately, on it. The clutch pedal's down to the floor, just won't come back up.
No, not ideal. At least it'll be nice and easy to push if the clutch is engaged, however. There has been some sort of fluid or debris spotted at turn 1 as the yellow and red change of surface flag displays at Redgate. Stephen Gambrell out of the Melbourne Loop, still with Tom Walpole chasing, but Tom Walpole 47.1 second penalty to be applied. Stephen Gambrell with a 10-second penalty to be applied. He goes over the line in the lead of the race with 13.5 minutes remaining. Whereabouts is Sam Howarth? He's just working his way in towards the Melbourne hairpin as well. What of the car number 36, Mark Smith? He just comes out of the Fogarty S's and in towards the Melbourne hairpin, so there's quite some gap. Bearing in mind how close we saw that top 5 in the first 5 minutes of the race, they clearly aren't quite as close as they were post pit stop. So whatever's going on with Mark Smith's car, whether it be Mark Smith getting behind the wheel or just struggling towards the end of the race on, of course, slightly worn tyres, it means that Colin Zirkington's pace can't quite be unlocked. Stephen Gambrell still leading the way. Tom Walpole in second place. Sam Howarth in third, followed then by Mark Smith. Richard Wheeler in 5th place. And of course, Richard Wheeler had that issue trying to get the car struck back into life, and Andrew Christopher's slow stop means that he drops down into 6th place. The Cresswells are in 7th place, and for the moment seems somewhat secure in 7th place because they've got quite some gap around them. Into the hairpin once more. Tom Walpole urged on, I think, by the looming 47-second penalty, because he's closing in yet more on Stephen Gambrell. Whether Tom Walpole is aware of his 47.1 second time penalty, Stephen Gambrell is losing time on the road. 3.6 seconds turns into 3.2 seconds, so another, 4/10 gained or more. 1 minute 32.164, the fastest lap that Tom Walpole has set all race, and continues to close in on Stephen Gambrell in the lead of the race. Something was very loud heading in towards Goddard's. Out of the final corner comes Sam Howarth, who will inherit 2nd place once post-race penalties have been applied. Let's do another check on Stephen Gambrell. It's 15 seconds. Yep, so 10 seconds is what Sam Howarth needs to find over the next 11 minutes. A stop-go penalty for car number 13. That's Tom Walpole. A 1 minute stop-go penalty for Tom Walpole for track limits. So not only has he received the 5, the 10 and the 15 seconds of track limits penalties, he's received the 32.1 second penalty for being short on a pit stop, and now he's got a 1 minute stop go penalty. Tom Walpole is having a race to forget.
Suboptimal, I think, if ever there were an understatement. Yeah, so Tom Walpole might not be a happy chap at the end of this one, but it's largely all of his own doing, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, no, exactly. And if the team had some opinions on their pit stop, I'd imagine they'll have a few more now with the penalties continue to be dished out. He's just working his way into the final corner, and we'll see the black and white warning flag. And he's been told on the radio already. Yeah, Tom Walpole diving for the pit lane on the brakes, on the pit limiter. You should imagine if he's got one in that car.
Yeah, don't get done for pit lane speeding now.
No, that would be what's worse than suboptimal. Just not optimal at all.
That would be the full house, wouldn't it, if he got done for pit lane speeding now? That's literally every box ticked.
Yes, absolutely. But for the moment, Sam Howarth is running around in what is 3rd place. But for the moment, Stephen Gambrell, he's just out in front and controlling the race. He probably knows he's got the penalty. He's thinking, right, let's just set a lap time delta to stick to and stay there.
Yeah. It just seems as though since we've seen Stephen Gambrell racing, that he's just driven very maturely, even though he's not got a huge amount of experience. So he's just plodding on around the circuit. Tom Walpole remains stationary in the pit lane for what will seem like an age for that 60 seconds to tick away. And will that, of course, now drop him way down through the order. We've also just had a change for 4th position on the road. The Lamborghini Huracan, number 24 of Richard Wheeler, has now gone through and ahead of Mark Smith's BMW. So Richard still trying to get to grips with probably what is the most powerful car with the most downforce he's ever driven, really. We've seen him out in super touring cars and other things in the past, but a GT3 specification Lamborghini is something very different.
Did we ever find out why Matty Evans isn't in this race?
The car didn't do many laps in qualifying and had issues, but I don't know why. Yeah.
No, it's a shame not to see that car out. Back out to the final corner once more comes Stephen Gambrell, albeit heading through McLean's is the car of Andrew Christopher. So Mark Smith, having only recently lost out to that of Richard Wheeler, he's got the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, which had a 2-minute and 10-second pit stop with whatever issue they were trying to diagnose and resolve as quickly as possible. Could pick up another place here, good Andrew Christopher. So along the straight they will go, on the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's. You'd imagine that Ferrari with the modern aero might be slightly quicker through the corners. Does he get the better exit? He does indeed, quicker in a straight line. Then as he jumps on the brakes in towards the Melbourne Loop, that position will change around and it will be Andrew Christopher up into what is 5th place. Sam Howarth working his way through Redgate now in 2nd place on the road, 2nd place on adjusted times. Richard Wheeler's overtake on Mark Smith could just be enough to put him on the podium.
Yeah, it could well do on corrected times. Yep, so here he comes now, Richard Wheeler over the start-finish line. Andrew Christopher at the wheel of the Ferrari, dropping that little bit further back, but at least he's sort of had a net stabilisation of his position, because he might have lost the place to Richard Wheeler, but he's just gained one over Mark Smith, so it's a net, doesn't matter for him in that respect. 7.5 minutes to go, and our car of Richard Wheeler starts to dive its way down through the Craner curves. Bit of traffic for him to deal with as well before too much longer, and that will be the BMW that he's about to sneak his way through and past. Have to wait until the exit of the old hairpin, I think, to fully get the job done. But that will be more traffic that then gets dealt with on the run out of the old hairpin. And then Andrew Christopher's Ferrari will look to do exactly the same. Yeah, just sneaking through and up the inside of that BMW as they head through the right-hander.
He is indeed up towards Coppice once more. Richard Wheeler, he will see Andrew Christopher looming larger and larger in that rear view camera, of course. You should imagine in that Lamborghini. Sam Howarth picking his way into the final corner. Richard Wheeler just approaching the Fogarty S's. Look at the closing on the brakes that Andrew Christopher can achieve. So heading onto the Melbourne Loop, and yeah, Richard Wheeler wasn't willing to fight that one at all. Andrew Christopher goes through and on the brakes in towards the Melbourne hairpin. What that has done is put Andrew Christopher, theoretically on corrected times, back onto the podium.
Yes, it will, yeah, in theory, on corrected times, yeah. Stephen Gambrell still with that penalty hanging over him, still continues to lead the race, but of course this is only a 15-second penalty and he leads by nearly 30 now, so no real issues for Stephen Gambrell. He can just afford to, in the next 6 minutes, stroke the car home in reality. Sam Howarth in 2nd position, and now back up into 3rd, as you say, is Andrew Christopher, and then down to 4th goes Richard Wheeler, and Richard Wheeler's got traffic to deal with as well, which is Nick Cresswell's Volkswagen Golf. Sneaks around the outside of that as he heads onto the top of Hollywood and then plunges his way down through the Craner curves. Then it's Mark Smith who's there in 5th position, and on corrected times now is Tom Walpole. He's only served the 60-second stop-go penalty though, which still means 47.1 seconds will be added to his race time, so he's going to drop still further like a stone through the order.
Yeah, he really will. It's not what Tom Walpole will have wanted from this race at all. He showcased some very good pace, but it's whether it was legal pace, because we noticed that he was picking up a number of track limits warnings. Richard Wheeler continuing to scythe through traffic, and I think he's now just set himself the target of sticking as close to Andrew Christopher as possible. Tom Walpole heading in towards the old hairpin on the road, I think has just about stayed the right side of Lappery from Stephen Gambrell, but Stephen isn't really... he's not going to be pushing on as much as he would be if this was for the race lead.
Now, I do like the livery on Stephen Gambrell's car as well. It's sort of a throwback to what was the pink pig in reality, but it's the red pig. Well, is it the red pig? Because it's not even meat cuts that are written on it. It's the sponsorship, isn't it, down the side of it? But it really is a very, very clever little interpretation of the pink pig livery from, what was it, the Porsche 917, and then it appeared on the 911s, didn't it, as well, at Le Mans back in the period.
I was just trying to test my Porsche knowledge, and I couldn't be further away from what I thought it was. Yes, Porsche 917, very well.
917, it did appear on the 911, I think, a couple of occasions.
It will, it will have. I'll save that for later. Richard Wheeler through red gate, he will go, and again, just ticking those laps off, making sure he can get that car to the end. At the moment, our top two, Stephen Gambrell and Sam Howarth, leading class SA1, first and second on the road. Andrew Christopher and Richard Wheeler, third and fourth on the road, first and second in class SHC. Tom Walpole is third in class SHC and will stay there as there's nobody else in that class. Into the pit lane, however, outside of pit window is car number 45, that being Gary Whitehead, having taken over from Martin Scott. So clearly not all is well with that car. Car number 21 with a 5-second time penalty. That's Andrew Christopher,
who is only 3 seconds ahead of Richard Wheeler,
with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Andrew Christopher, if he wants to hang on to third place on corrected times now, he's going to have to push even harder to increase the gap. The problem is, if you push even harder, you're more inclined to run wide.
You are indeed. So Richard Wheeler out of the Fogarty S's and in towards the Melbourne Loop goes Richard Wheeler. Andrew Christopher just that little bit further up the road, so we will keep an eye on that gap. It needs to be within 5 seconds for Richard Wheeler to get onto the outright podium, and he may have been told that, because pit to car radio will well and truly be a thing. Tom Walpole down in 6th place in that KTM. Still with 47.1 seconds worth of penalty to be applied, is picking his way through the Fogarty S's out of into the Melbourne Loop, being chased by that of Stephen Gambrell. Andrew Christopher now in 3rd place over the line. He has gone 3.2 seconds clear of Richard Wheeler. Richard Wheeler could just about pick up the final step on the podium here if Andrew Christopher doesn't pick his feet up over the next, 2.5 minutes of this race. Out of the final corner comes Stephen Gambrell. He'll be heading on to his penultimate lap of the race. It's a 1:30 lap, and we're 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 20 away from seeing the checkered flag. Time penalties and track limits penalties seem to be rolling in the further we go into this race. So if it was a half-an-hour race, Andrew Christopher will be over the moon because he would have got away with that. But 40 minutes, unfortunately, is the case, which is great for us because it means we get to watch 40 minutes worth of racing that has been so close indeed. On the brakes, in towards the Fogarty S's goes Andrew Christopher, and giving chase is still Richard Wheeler. The number 145 Porsche of George Pilkington going through the old hairpin has just been picked off by the number 140 BMW in the hands of Dan Smith. So those two are starting to draw apart. But for Andrew Christopher, whereabouts is he? He's just appearing out of the final corner now. And Richard Wheeler is just doing the same. 3.3 seconds will have come out this time. Richard Wheeler, he's only got one more lap to stay where he is. And 4.8 seconds. Andrew Christopher's got the message. Richard Wheeler, it will try and close in as best he can. But Andrew Christopher, for my money, is doing just enough to hold on to 3rd place. Heading out of the final corner in a few moments' time, we will see Stephen Gambrell. And he is going on to his final lap of the race with 54 seconds remaining. Stephen Gambrell continues on. Tom Walpole flashing the lights in towards turn 1, desperately trying to get the attention of Nick Cresswell. Just trying to make sure that he knows that Tom Walpole wants the inside. Mark Smith, having taken over from Colin Turkington, finds himself in 5th place and should remain the same on corrected times. He's working his way through McLean's and then up towards Coppice, but Stephen Gambrell, what a performance it's been from him. Granted, he has had penalties, or he's got penalties yet to be applied for track limits. They remain at 15 seconds. Sam Howarth 31 seconds behind, so whilst he's got the penalties and built the gap, he's now just nursing that car home. There's nothing much more that needs to be done from his perspective, apart from work his way through the final couple of corners and do so within the white lines. Out of the final corner comes Andrew Christopher, way more than 5 seconds clear of Richard Wheeler now. I think he got the message and was told to push on that little bit more, but he does need to be careful, like Mark said, not to run wide, not to pick up any further penalties, because that will put Richard Wheeler right back in the mix with him. But for the final time today, we see Stephen Gambrell working his way towards the final corner. Unfortunately, we have lost a car on the very final lap of the race. Didn't quite pick out exactly where that car had gone missing, one of the BMWs that we've got out there. But out of the final corner comes Stephen Gambrell. He'll see the checkered flag waiting for him. A flash of the lights. Stephen Gambrell wins the Liquimolly Slick Series, race number 6 of the day here at Donington Park. Stephen Gambrell over the line in first place, and now we await the arrival of Sam Howarth, who's just working his way around the Melbourne hairpin, and we'll see the checkered flag waiting for him on the exit of the final corner. On the brakes once more into Goddard's, flick the car into the left, and Sam Howarth, what a performance it's been from him as well, controlled the battles well and just driven his own race, sees the checkered flag, and over the line goes Sam Howarth to finish in second place, remains in second on corrected times, 15.2 seconds away from Stephen Gambrell. What of Andrew Christopher on the brakes and towards the Melbourne Leap for the final time, way more than 5 seconds clear of Richard Wheeler. We should see Andrew Christopher over the line in third place, and Richard Wheeler should come through in what is fourth place, and then we await the arrival of Mark Smith. I thought we'd lost Klaus Koike, but it seems like he's got back going once again. Over the line there goes Andrew Christopher to finish in third place. Richard Wheeler into the final corner for the final time. He emerges, and we'll see the checkered flag waiting for him. Over the line he will go to finish in fourth place, and on corrected times it remains as is. Klaus Koike just picking his way through the final corner and was going to go into the pit lane, but decided, no, I want to see that checkered flag. Over the line goes Klaus Koike. Over the line too goes Tom Walpole. It holds him in fifth place for now. The only person that I think will gain out of the 74.4 or whatever it was, we'll try and confirm that for you, 47.1 second time penalty, will be Mark Smith. And yes, that bumps him up into fifth place. So after all of that, a 47.1 second penalty, and you only lose one spot. Go on.
Did you spot third place had changed?
I wasn't aware.
Andrew Christopher picked up a further 5 second penalty on the final lap. That gave him a 10 second penalty.
So Richard Wheeler sneaks up.
Richard Wheeler sneaks up.
Yeah, it has indeed. That you mentioned it. You mentioned that Andrew Christopher needs to be careful. So when he's pushing on, he doesn't pick up an extra time penalty. But in this case, he has. And Richard Wheeler inherits third place. So it will be car number 8 of Stephen Gambrell that wins ahead of car number 991, that being Sam Howarth. Richard Wheeler inherits third place from Andrew Christopher in fourth. Mark Smith and Colin Turkington finish in fifth place ahead of Tom Walpole in sixth. Klaus Koike finishes in seventh place. Then it's the Cresswells, car number 75, Tom and Nick Cresswell, that finish in eighth place. Ninth place is car number 30 in the hands of Simon Griffiths and Archie Buttle. And then car number 20, Callum Noble, finished in what is 10th place. Ronan Bradley finished in 11th place. We lost on the final lap of the race Wayne Lewis and Paul Cook in their blue BMW E46, pardon me. And then it will be the number 140 machine of Dan Smith that finished in 13th place, followed then by the number 88 machine of Steve Wells in 14th place. Car number 145 of Ian Bayliss and George Pilkington finish in 15th place. And we've got cars that have dived into the pit lane and unfortunately retired from 16th down to 23rd. The Scott and Whitehead pairing, Andy Yeomans, the Maynard and Robinson pairing, Ross Irvine, Dylan Popovich, Jazz Versapra, car number 612 of Adrian and Damien Bradley. And unfortunately we lost only a couple of laps into the race. Car number 95 in the hands of David Wards and Andy Cummings. Mark Rowell down in the pit lane.
Stephen Gambrell, our race winner, is alongside me. Stephen, you look absolutely shattered. Certainly the early stages of that race was such a brilliant battle. You were looking for the lead at turn number 1. You ended up coming out of it 5th.
Yeah, had a major, maybe electrical or gearbox issue, so I was stuck in 5th, couldn't turn in, couldn't go down a gear, and it wasn't until like going down the hill I could select, and we were back in, and I had to deal with that for most part of the race. So yeah, it was nerve-wracking. What a great race though.
Were you aware you'd got a 15-second penalty and therefore we're just trying to push on to make sure you got the gap between yourself and Sam?
I was aware that I'd been naughty at some point and gone across the red at the end, so I was just trying to hammer it and see where we come out at the end. But yeah, I knew I had a 5 second at least, so hammer time.
It's Jules Westwood and probably Dan Lloyd that are pushing you to get as much pace as you can out of the car, and that's what's causing you the problems now.
Yeah, well, Jules knows everything, so he was just telling me what to do, and you know, I tried to send it, and here we go.
I love the livery on the car, throwback to the pink pig.
Yeah, that's right. They copied the design, did it in Carmine Porsche red, and yeah, looks the part, right?
You've not been racing long, but you just seem to have settled in with the Porsche and have great pace since the first time we saw you.
Yeah, I think you know, it's a great package, and then settled in with Toro Verde, great team, so lots of knowledge on board, information, data to give me, and put me in a good spot, you know.
Well done on the win.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
My pleasure. Let's grab a quick word with Sam Howarth, who is here as well. Sam's alongside us. Sam, great pace in qualifying, second in the race in the end. You pleased?
Yeah, I mean, I made a small mistake at the GP chicane, but things happen. I unfortunately got so much oil on my car. I don't know if the camera can see it there, but I got completely covered by the Ferrari. I came in for the pit stop. The guys had to clean the windscreen, and it made the pit stop about 20 seconds longer than it needed to be. Unfortunate, but that's racing. That's what happens. No, but I had awesome fun out there. The first few laps were amazing. And obviously, I've got to say thank you to the whole team, Flat Six Motorsport, my dad as well, coming down the pit lane. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here. So, yeah, awesome fun today. Thank you.
I mean, you look at your experience, you know, lots of experience in karting, less so in cars, but wow, what pace already.
Yeah, thank you. It's I've done quite a bit of testing, so it's paid off. But yeah, the car's been amazing. It's been easy to learn. It's been good fun.
Well done indeed, congratulations. And we'll grab a quick word with the final driver we're going to chat to here today at Donington Park, Richard Wheeler, who was brought out to car that he only just received delivery of literally 24 hours ago. You sat in it for the first time, Richard, and here you are on the podium.
Yeah, 9 o'clock yesterday I sat in it, not driven anything like it before really. We had an old GT3, but many generations older, 4 years ago, and really, I've only driven the Super Tourer since. So yeah, it's a big learning curve. You just don't know how far you can trust the tyres in the aero because you're carrying some serious corner speed, you know. But yeah, but to go from, I mean, we tested yesterday, and in the test day we knocked 4 seconds a lap off. Qualifying, we knocked another 2 seconds off. So we're making inroads, but I think it's going to be a good 6 months before I can do what that car can do, to be honest.
You'll get there, I'm sure. Were you aware that you'd managed to sneak third on the final lap, largely because Andrew Christopher picked up a further 5 second penalty on the last lap?
Only because my pit crew, Velocity Racing, were literally frantically gesticulating from obviously the pit wall, so I knew something was going on. Yeah, they were quite excited. So, but you just get, you just your head down, trying not to make a mistake, aren't you? It's the last lap because you don't want to bin it on the last lap. So.
You doing any more with us this year? You know, we've seen you out sporadically with the CSCC over the years.
Yeah, I've done some other racing over the last few years, and I've not really had enough track time. CSCC is such a great club, and you get a lot of racing in a day. So today we ran the Fiesta, which was a bit of a culture shock coming from the Fiesta to a GT3. But yeah, our plan is we've got one more car in build, and we're going to do probably 5 events, bring out 2 or 3 cars for 5 events now. So we get a good amount of seat time in a day.
Well, it's great to see you out. Well done on 3rd position. Many congratulations. So that's it. That's our final driver that we're going to be chatting to today here at Donington Park. That's the end of our live stream if you're watching. If you're here at the circuit, we'll still be covering some of the qualifying that's coming up for you. But from Jack Werrell upstairs, from myself, Mark Werrell, that's all for today. We'll see you here tomorrow at Donington Park when we get things underway just after 9 o'clock in the morning with our first race of the day. Goodbye.